Chapter 1. The Land of Fire, a cult organization in Konoha village. From this day forth, this shall be your home. The ninja from the Sarutobi clan cast a disdainful glance at him. This is your living allowance for the month. Do not even think of returning. With that, the ninja carelessly tossed an envelope containing money at him. In an instant, with a swift technique, he vanished before Naruto's eyes. The small hut fell into an eerie silence. Little Naruto trembled all over. His gaze fell upon the envelope discarded on the floor, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. After a moment, he picked up the envelope and shut the door behind him. With trembling hands, he opened the envelope to reveal several coins of varying denominations. 1,000 Ryo, how extravagant. Surely this is the inheritance meant for your grandson from dear parents, isn't it? A smirk graced Naruto's face. Lying on the bed, he stared at the dim ceiling, the musty odor lingering in his nostrils. I've traversed realms, only to become Uzumaki Naruto. He could only recall staying up all night watching anime. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in this new world. It was through the words of the Sarutobi ninja that he realized he had become the dark protagonist of a narrative. Why must I traverse to you of all people? How utterly vexing. The conclusion is rather satisfactory, isn't it? The son of the Hokage remains the Hokage, unlike that unfortunate genius, the son of the scapegoat, who continues to bear the mantle of the scapegoat. Naruto instinctively picked up the envelope containing 1,000 Ryo. His eyes twitched, considering the purchasing power. 1,000 Ryo roughly translates to 200 yen. Dividing 200 by 30, that amounts to about 7 yen a day. Is it even possible to survive a month on that? Naruto gazed at his youthful hands, then closed his eyes in resignation. A child in elementary school could easily knock me out with a single punch, and those short legs would never escape. I hope there aren't those who, as some have analyzed, grow up nourished by the divine. Just as despair overwhelmed him, he turned over and discovered an unfamiliar fruit on the bed. Is this a coincidence? He had seen it before in the 3 Grand Worker manga of his past life. With a single glance, Naruto recognized the peculiar fruit before him. That strange patterned devil fruit. In the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, Uzumaki Naruto has been returned, and he has been warned not to return to his clan. Standing before the desk reporting was a ninja from the Sarutobi clan, who had just come from Naruto's home. At this moment, the small Hokage office was gathered with the Konoha F4. The head of the pyramid scheme, Sarutobi Hizashi. The shadow of the pot, Shimura Danzo. 2 elder advisors who refused to die, Mito Gate and Nara Shikaku. Risen, are you aware of the significant security risks your actions may pose to Konoha? This time, being cast out from the Sarutobi clan, his demeanor is far from that of an innocent child. I fear he has long harbored resentment against us. In my opinion, such an unpredictable element should be entrusted to me. What the villagers require now is not merely an outlet for their emotions, but a secure and stable living environment. Is this your rationale for sending someone to covertly monitor him? Sarutobi Risen inhaled deeply from his cigarette, gazing expressionlessly at his close companion, Shimura Danzo. His calm voice swiftly quelled the previously agitated tone. I have assured you that I will handle this matter appropriately. Do you truly believe a mere handful of Umbu ninjas will suffice? Danzo's expression darkened instantly. With the Jinchuriki having departed from the Sarutobi clan, I am certainly capable of dispatching root ninjas to keep an eye on this volatile individual. The Jinchuriki is not solely yours. Risen did not retort. Instead, he replied coolly, send your people back. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Upon hearing this, Danzo appeared as if he had swallowed a fly. His words abruptly caught in his throat. Risen, you shall come to regret this. What more could he say? He understood this shameless companion all too well. He would always resort to that phrase to suppress him. Enough, this is not the time for such discussions. Please take your leave now. The ninja from the Sarutobi clan stood awkwardly in place. Mito's words provided him with a reason to depart. Casting a glance at Sarutobi Hizashi, who gave a slight nod, he promptly utilized the body flicker technique to vanish. The Uchiha clan has commenced their activities once more. Hizashi, what do you propose we do about this? Naruto lay on his bed, rolling his eyes as drool continuously trickled from the corner of his mouth. This undoubtedly ranks as the most unpalatable fruit I have ever tasted. After a considerable pause, he wiped the drool from his lips, revealing 2 streaks of tears on his face. Upon encountering the devil fruit, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to consume it at the first opportunity. The flavor, of course, was exquisite. Let bygones be bygones. I shall thoroughly investigate the fruit's powers tonight. Staying cooped up at home will arouse suspicion. After all, very few individuals can be surveilled 24 hours a day in Konoha. Though he was immensely curious about which devil fruit he had consumed, he was not foolish enough to rush into experimentation immediately. If he disappeared from sight for too long, those watching him might take notice. After washing his face and gazing at his own petite and youthful reflection in the mirror, Naruto shook his head in resignation. Short hair does not suit this face, I should let it grow long. Without his facial hair, he bore a striking resemblance to Minato. Gathering the refuse from his room, Naruto stepped out of his door and into the streets of Konoha that a group of unfamiliar villagers soon arrived. Look, isn't that the little brat? His facial hair is so conspicuous. It must be him. Be cautious. Keep your distance, he is too dangerous. How infuriating. Return my father's life. Brother, today, I shall avenge you. As a few individuals began to speak, the villagers immediately turned their attention towards Naruto. Instantly, a palpable wave of hostility washed over him. Curses echoed incessantly. Yet, none dared to approach, judging by their glares. They seemed on the verge of losing control. Naruto remained unfazed. He had long prepared himself for this scenario. He contemplated fleeing, but the villagers had encircled him completely. With his petite limbs, how could he possibly escape? Had it not been for the need to dispose of the remnants of the devil fruit, he would not have ventured outside in broad daylight. At most, he would have stood on the balcony, allowing the ninjas surveilling him to observe his condition. As the situation escalated, the first 2 villagers who had spotted Naruto exchanged glances. They positioned themselves protectively in front of the gathering crowd. I will slay you, you vile fox. With that, a rotten egg was hurled through the air. It splattered against Naruto's head, releasing a pungent stench that permeated the air. Then, another unidentified object was launched. This time, it was not an egg, but a hard stone. Naruto turned to gaze in the direction from which the stones had been hurled. The 2 villagers who had first spotted him were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, his vision was tainted with a crimson hue, an inexplicable malice swiftly filling his heart. His eyes, stained with blood from a wound on his forehead, burned fiercely. The malevolence that surged within him was soon quelled by a strange warmth emanating from an unfamiliar chakra that enveloped his entire being. Crush him. Thus began the chant, and it quickly spread through the crowd like wildfire. In an instant, a barrage of stones rained down upon Naruto. With no other recourse, he curled up on the ground, shielding his head with his arms. A crisp crack echoed in the air, yet it was a sound only Naruto could perceive. Elemental wood? But he could not afford to reveal himself at that moment. He hastily suppressed the unfamiliar power. Kill him. That damned fox spirit caused my son's tragic demise. Isn't the fox spirit supposed to behave differently? He doesn't seem at fault, one villager lamented, gazing at Naruto's pitiful figure with a twinge of compassion. However, before the words had fully escaped his lips, an enraged voice pierced through the air. What do you mean? If he isn't a fox spirit, then who is? Kill him. The villager, torn between his conscience and the mob's fervor, eventually picked up a stone and hurled it towards Naruto. With a resounding thud, it struck its target, causing the curled-up Naruto to shudder. The villagers widened their eyes, and in an instant, the faint tinge of compassion within them transformed into an unrelenting sense of exhilaration. Strike! Bring that malevolent fox demon to its end. In the original narrative, Naruto might have been puzzled as to why everyone reacted so toward him. He might have registered the words fox demon, spirit fox, and nine-tailed beast in his mind. However, at this moment, Naruto paid no heed to such thoughts. He merely wished to shrink himself further, to endure less pain, hoping desperately that his body would not disintegrate into nothingness. Before long, numerous wounds appeared upon Naruto's form. still oozing with crimson blood. His garments were stained with the foul liquid of rotten eggs, while beneath his feet lay a disarray of decayed vegetable leaves and stones. Just then, a commanding voice halted the villagers' assault. "Cease this at once." It was the Yanbiyu ninja tasked with monitoring Naruto. How swiftly they arrived. The angle of the first thrown stone had indeed been treacherous. Then, Naruto felt himself being lifted. The grip was rough, as if he were not a child but rather a stone lodged in a putrid drain. A fierce wind howled past, and with bloodied eyes, Naruto coldly regarded the villagers below. Upon reaching the Konoha hospital, not a single medical ninja was willing to attend to his wounds. Ultimately, it was the intervention of that Yanbiyu ninja who invoked the name of the esteemed third Hokage that prompted anyone to offer assistance in his healing. However, the act of tending to wounds elicited a mere chuckle. Naruto lay quietly, uttering not a single word. Even during the extensive disinfection process, he refrained from making a sound. Before matters could escalate, the Hokage issued a decree. All individuals were strictly forbidden from mentioning the Nine-Tails fox in Naruto's presence, and any unwarranted aggression towards him was prohibited. It must be acknowledged that medical ninjutsu is truly remarkable. Even with the chakra of the Nine-Tails coursing through him, Naruto required time to recuperate. Yet, under the healing arts of sage techniques, in less than half an hour, his myriad of injuries had healed. With the indifferent gaze of the medical ninja upon him, he donned his foul-smelling attire and walked out of the Konoha hospital. Upon reaching the streets, he found that no one dared to lay a hand on him anymore. However, the news of his appearance spread like wildfire, as if it had sprouted wings, and soon everyone was aware of it as he walked along the road. The gazes of those around him turned icy and infused with palpable hatred. No matter where he went, those disdainful looks followed him. Even with his mental preparations, Naruto found the journey to be exceedingly arduous. This was merely the beginning that a self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of Naruto's lips. The powers of the forest fruit bore a striking resemblance to the abilities of Green Bull's forest fruit. There was no need to worry about hunger. Naruto suddenly felt a surge of admiration for the Naruto from the original story. In such an environment, he had managed to grow wildly like a stubborn weed. Currently, shin bears had yet to make an appearance. In the original narrative, he would show up during Naruto's most desperate moments, serving as a beacon of hope. This meant that as long as he could evade the watchful eyes of the Umbu ninjas, he could secretly thrive. The forest fruit's ability to absorb nutrients, aside from plants, should also extend to humans, right? As he pondered this, a figure flashed in Naruto's mind. Uchiha Shursui. A perfect idealist, he could be utilized even after death, continuing to shine brightly. Of course, what I desire is not your eyes, and I do not yet possess the capability to scheme. With that thought, Naruto altered his course. Since absorption was possible, he was determined to verify it. Ichiraku ramen. This was nearly the only culinary delight in Naruto's perception. Rather than merely being a delicacy, it was the sole place where Naruto could enjoy food without the burden of disdainful stares. Datakomi Ichiraku. Do not forget, I am one of Naruto's beacons of hope in the original story. You rascal. If he could directly absorb ramen for 2.5 years, he would have to take the leap and consume Uchiha Shursui's corpse. With a stroke of luck, he might even inherit the Sharingan. Once the plan was set, Naruto mimicked the appearance of Naruto from the original story upon his first visit to Ichiraku Ramen. Adorable, yet pitiable. The kind old man indeed waved him in. However, looking down at his filthy garments, he remained silent, standing there awkwardly. The old man's heart softened, and he quickly sent a girl named Ayam to guide Naruto inside. A lovely young girl, she did not mind Naruto's scent. Thus, Naruto managed to enjoy a free meal of Ichiraku Ramen. During this time, he confirmed his hypothesis. The forest fruit could indeed absorb non-plant substances, such as ramen. This meant that after 2.5 years, the plan to consume Uchiha Shursui could be set in motion. On his way home, Naruto's mind raced through the developments of the original plot. He recalled an intriguing character, Yakushi Kabuto. This fellow was either digging up corpses or searching for dragon veins along the mountainside. Unfortunately, Naruto's circumstances were quite different from his. Otherwise, with the abilities of the forest fruit, his efficiency would undoubtedly surpass that of Yakushi Kabuto. yielding far greater rewards. Shaking his head, he concluded that this was not something he needed to consider at the moment. Uchiha Shursui was not known as Baishinshin Shursui, but rather Shunshin Shursui. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Naruto's eyes. With a combination of Jinjutsu and body flicker technique, aside from the Rasengan, his potential in this regard could swiftly ascend to that of a shadow-level ninja. Upon returning home, he washed away the grime from his body. Naruto picked up the money on the table. He had already located a shop selling items nearing expiration. The next step was to procure fishing hooks. Whether through purchase or theft, in any case, fishing must be undertaken to trigger the next plot point. With his lowly strength, he would have to bide his time. Fishing was not strictly necessary, but given his current age, if he subsisted solely on expired instant noodles, he would likely suffer from malnutrition. It is worth noting that the Naruto in the original story had another nickname, the Little Shrimp. He was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and possessed the physique of the Uzumaki clan. Yet he had somehow morphed into a malnourished state. After devouring a hearty bowl of ramen at Ichiraku and utilizing the nutrient absorption ability of the forest fruit, his bloated stomach quickly deflated. However, Naruto did not feel any pangs of hunger. While going fishing, he could not only discreetly absorb the nutrients from plants, but also observe the terrain. Yet he needed to be cautious in the amount he absorbed, ensuring that the Umbu ninjas tailing him did not detect anything amiss. "Let us go," Naruto silently resolved before donning his new old clothes and stepping outside once more. As expected, no shop owners were inclined to purchase anything from him. Only one store selling near-expiration goods remained. However, it only stocked packaged food items, devoid of fishing hooks or lines. While he could casually search for something more suitable, that was not a sustainable approach. For a child, a lack of success would swiftly lead to impatience. Naruto was not yet an old hand, and this situation was unreasonable. Moreover, without fish biting, he would have to return and find a way to procure food. Upon reaching the village entrance, he spotted a shop selling ninja tools. 1 + 1 = 2. A child, a little girl with her hair in a bun, hopped out, her large, beautiful eyes scrutinizing the frail boy before her. She was merely a year older than Naruto, yet her physique was slightly more robust than Naruto's. "As a boy, I want to buy fishing hooks. Can you sell me some?" The girl, whose name was Tenten, shook her head. "We only sell ninja tools here. There are no fishing hooks." Seeing Naruto's disappointed demeanor as he lowered his head, she raised a finger and tilted her small face slightly. "But I have my own fishing gear." Naruto lifted his head, his azure eyes sparkling with hope. "Not for sale. You can't afford it. It's very expensive." Naruto's head drooped once more, his expression one of sorrow. I could lend it to you." Tenten pouted her lips, pondering for a moment before adding, "But if you catch anything, I want 1/3. Wow, a little rich girl indeed. With the fishing gear secured, the next step was to ensure a balanced diet. Eating only fish would not suffice. Vegetables were necessary, and spices were essential as well. Otherwise, the fishy smell could be quite off. Putting in the evening, as the streets grew quieter, Naruto ventured out again. The Umbu ninjas lurking in the shadows cast glances filled with disdain, now tinged with impatience. "You're here?" "Yes, the items you asked me to buy." "Account for it?" "No way. Unless the daily interest is 3%, I'll 1T give you a thing." Naruto felt embarrassed. Spending 1,002 for some spices and vegetable seeds had cost him 1,300. Although he knew that the total should not exceed 1,002, there was no alternative. After all, there was a fee for running errands. Moreover, he would gain a stable collaborator in the form of an older sister. Indeed, Tenten was just a year older than him. "Sister," he pleaded, "I'll bring you more fish in the future." "Well, since you call me sister, I suppose I can let this slide, but remember, I 1T charge you daily interest of 3%. Instead, it will be 10% monthly." "How unfair." Seeing Naruto's naive expression, Tenten hesitated for a moment. Pouting, she added, "I 1T charge you interest this time." Upon finishing her words, she feigned an air of wisdom beyond her years and gently ruffled Naruto's small head. Her eyes immediately curved into a smile as she finally made contact. The sensation was delightful. After acquiring the items, Naruto picked up a few bags on his way home by the end of the first day. He had spent all of his 1,000 ryo. The Umbu ninja, surveilling him, let out a cold laugh. silently documenting every action Naruto took that day. The night passed without incident, to the break of dawn the following day. Naruto descended the stairs, bags in hand, to gather soil. After shaping the dirt with water, he placed it on the balcony and planted vegetable seeds. At noon, he consumed an inexplicably acquired instant noodle from the refrigerator. Showing no surprise at its appearance, he knew that Ramen Bear would never allow him to starve. His only concern was whether the vegetables would be destroyed before they matured. Currently, several households in the vicinity had gradually moved away. While Naruto relished the peace, he also recognized that the villagers' disdain for him had reached unprecedented heights. If he did not engage in mischief, as in the original narrative, he would find no reasonable outlet for his frustrations. He ate a bowl of bland instant noodles for lunch, relieved that he had soy sauce to enhance the flavor. He continued to consume while utilizing his fruit ability to absorb nutrients. Though the yield was meager, bordering on non-existent, in the original storyline, Naruto could not have purchased anything right from the start. Holding 1,000 Ryo meant little if he couldn't spend it. Thus, these nutritionally deficient instant noodles would likely become a daily occurrence. With fewer people around at noon, Naruto chose this moment to venture out. Konoha, after all, boasted the finest geographical location in the entire shinobi world, with mountains and rivers that it was easy for Naruto to find a fishing spot in the forest. Afterwards, he would gradually make his way toward the Uchiha clan's territory. Following the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha clan had been expelled from the central area, their original domain now occupied by the F4 clan members. Naruto's current residence was also on the outskirts. With time on his side, 2.5 years, he could devise a thorough plan. Moreover, endowed with the powers of the forest fruit, he was both foresight and prepared. In 2.5 years, he would undoubtedly secure the body of Uchiha Shursui. The time, place, and circumstances seemed favorable. As he walked along the street, his small figure hurried forward, immediately drawing the attention of the villagers. After exposing his identity the day before, many regretted not arriving sooner. Now that the ban had been enacted, they sought a reason to vent their frustrations. Countless resentful glares were directed at him, causing Naruto's expression to grow increasingly frosty. A sensation that was most uncomfortable. Suddenly, a mask fell at his feet, stirring a sense of familiarity within him. He opted to circumvent it, but predictably, an unforeseen incident was imminent. Bang! Naruto found himself abruptly seated on the ground. His nose struck, and his eyes reddening at an alarming rate. He had chosen to avoid confrontation, yet a figure unexpectedly blocked his path, or rather, had intentionally collided with him. "Are you blind while walking?" roared the mask shop owner in anger. "You dare trample my mask?" Naruto, expressionless, lifted his gaze, coldly meeting the owner's eyes. There was no hint of fear on his face. The owner's eyes revealed his unmasked resentment as he raised his hand. Ready to strike, that Naruto's anger surged. He could not alter the situation. Evasion was no longer an option. He quickly stood, bracing himself for the impending slap, and delivered a heavy kick that shattered the mask beneath him. Simultaneously, he received a slap across his face, leaving him ringing in the ears and momentarily blacking out. Yet he persevered, staggering toward the mask shop. The moment the owner struck him, regret washed over him. Damn it. The Hokage just issued a ban yesterday. He was momentarily taken aback as Naruto darted past him. Inside the shop, without uttering a word, Naruto overturned the wooden stand holding the masks and began to stomp on them relentlessly. The sound of shattering filled the air. The mask shop owner, now realizing the situation, rushed forward to shove Naruto away. "You little brat. Are you looking for trouble?" His heart bled at the sight of the shattered masks littering the ground. Naruto, still on the ground, remained silent, his gaze growing ever colder as he fixed it on the owner. "You owe me for my masks." The owner felt a chill run down his spine under Naruto's glare. But anger quickly surged within him again. He stepped forward, this time intending to kick. Just then, a figure materialized in front of Naruto, blocking the blow. This individual was, of course, an Umbu ninja who had been observing from the shadows. Looking at the mask shop owner, he spoke coldly. "This matter ends here." Upon seeing the Umbu ninja, the mask shop owner grew uneasy. Naruto said nothing, merely standing to brush the dirt from his pants before quietly exiting the shop. gathering his fishing gear and departing under the watchful, resentful gazes of the crowd. The throng quickly dispersed. The Umbu ninja, growing impatient, seized the shop owner's arm. "Come with me to meet the Hokage. You were the first to violate the ban issued just yesterday." The masked shop owner's face turned ashen, but the Umbu ninja disregarded his pleas, dragging him away. Meanwhile, another Umbu ninja, hidden in the shadows, continued to follow Naruto's path. Unnoticed, a girl observed the entire incident unfold. Why did everyone treat him this way? That child had done nothing wrong. It was the owner who had collided with him first and initiated the violence. He was so pitiful. I apologize for Naruto's actions and hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Furthermore, from now on, any losses incurred by Naruto will be borne by the village. Upon hearing this, the mask shop owner was momentarily stunned. Yet he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. This incident was my fault from the start. I assure you it will not happen again. As for compensation, they are merely a few worthless masks. There is no substantial loss. Those who are wise know when to yield." He felt guilty enough that he dared not pursue compensation. However, he soon grasped the implication. What? The village will cover the losses caused by that fox demon. Does that mean if he causes chaos and significant property damage in the future, we won't intervene? He hesitated to voice his concerns, knowing that what was owed would still be delivered. A benevolent smile adorned the face of Ramen Bear, who appeared to be considering the shop owner's plight. "Very well, thank you, Hokusana. I shall take my leave now." The mask shop owner sighed inwardly, knowing he would have to discuss this matter with others upon his return. After he departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, instructing the Umbu ninja to continue monitoring Naruto. He tapped his fingers on the table, his brow furrowing in contemplation. They had acted more swiftly than he had anticipated. Indeed, he was still just a child. It was time for him to meet with him. The entire village despised him. This was undoubtedly his most vulnerable moment. The timing for an appearance was just right. Lost in thought, the door to the Hokage's office swung open. "Hiruzen, look at the havoc that Jinchuriki has wreaked. I warned you that if we didn't hand him over to Root, there would be unforeseen consequences. He is already showing signs of going berserk." Even against the villagers, before Shimura Danzo could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him. "Danzo, I have already stated that you need not involve yourself in this matter. I am the one in charge here. Hiruzen, you will surely regret this decision." Alas, with his face pressed close, what else could he possibly do? Meanwhile, Naruto took out his fishing gear and began his inaugural venture in a fishing.in edition. He scoured the riverbank for wild vegetables. He harbored no concern about being spotted by the Umbu ninjas. After all, he had frequented the vegetable market. His reasoning was sound, and besides, such trivial matters would hardly attract the attention of the ninja bears. He was not one to be patient like a seasoned angler. So he propped his fishing rod aside and rolled up his trousers to wade into the water in search of snails. And as his feet sank into the sandy riverbed, he felt the elements beneath his soles. The sounds of the flowing water and its concealment would ensure he remained undetected. Let me test the ability of the sun fruit to absorb nutrients. With a mere thought, tendrils resembling tree roots sprouted from beneath his feet. Delving into the soil, they swiftly spread toward the great tree by the riverbank. Naruto endeavored to connect these roots with those of the tree. His hands, however, remained in motion, as if he were genuinely focused on foraging for river clams. Connected, absorb. In an instant, Naruto felt a warmth radiate from his feet that a rush of vitality coursed through his limbs. Yet within mere seconds, he ceased the absorption. Observing the tree's transformation, he noted that even a few moments had led to the addition of several withered leaves. What a domineering ability to absorb. The hunger in my belly has vanished. Is this an illusion? Why do I feel as though that tree is imploring me to absorb more? Shaking his head, Naruto withdrew the nutrient-absorbing roots and continued to wade slowly in the river. One by one, the nutrients he absorbed enveloped him in warmth and invigorated his body. The bruises on his face faded away. With the identity of a Jinchuriki, his formidable healing abilities were hardly surprising. "Have you caught anything?" While focused on foraging for wild vegetables and snails, Naruto glanced up to see a fishing rod bobbing nearby. It's a big fish that he'll have a catch on his very first attempt, seemed to indicate he was still in the novice protection phase. Naruto hurriedly approached to reel in the rod. Splash! A fish weighing over a pound surfaced. Oh no, my strength is overwhelming. Surely, nothing will go awry. Though he did not fish often, Naruto was aware that a fish of such weight could exert considerable force in the water. But it mattered little. After all, he was a Jinchuriki, with the physique of the Uzumaki clan, and his father was the yellow flash of Konoha, so being a bit stronger was only natural. Sometimes, one couldn't help but marvel. Some individuals fish all day without a single bite, while others, on their first attempt, fill a large bucket with fish. The smallest among them were at least 3 fingers long as the haul increased. Naruto began to struggle more visibly at one point. He even pretended to tumble into the river. Well, that was reasonable. Before long, the sun began to set. Naruto took out his tools to start a fire and prepared the cleaned fish for cooking. The sizzle of seasoning filled the air with an enticing aroma. Naruto exhibited signs of having been famished all day. He ladled a bowl of wild vegetable soup, took a small sip, and found it pleasantly sweet. He blew on the golden brown grilled fish before taking a bite. He could see that moment. An elderly face appeared behind him. Naruto jumped in surprise and plopped down onto the ground, gazing up at the old man with a goatee. He recognized him as the renowned ninja bear of the ninja world. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, a hint of wariness in his eyes. The ninja bear flashed a gentle smile and replied softly, "Don't be alarmed. I am merely a passing old grandfather." As he spoke, he stood up, spreading his arms to indicate he bore no ill intent. Suddenly, his nose twitched as he gazed at the sizzling grilled fish and wild vegetable soup. "Impressive. Did you catch all of this fish?" The ninja bear also noticed the water in the bucket beside him and couldn't help but commend Naruto. Naruto flipped the fish over. "There are others besides me." The implication was clear. He could not share. His wariness remained palpable, which was understandable given his past experiences. The ninja bear chuckled softly as he sat down. "I haven't had grilled fish in ages. And this soup smells delightful. Keep your distance, it's not for you. Here, old grandfather, you can have this." Naruto beamed innocently as he handed the grilled fish over. Is that so? Thank you." The ninja bear accepted the fish, not forgetting to offer another compliment. "It truly looks delicious." A smirk crept across Naruto's face. After all, it was his catch, so it had to be tasty. What constitutes a foolish grin? Naruto pondered, only able to feign joy. This moment was crucial. He needed to navigate it smoothly, that if all went as expected, this old man would soon reveal his true identity. The head of the Konoha pyramid scheme. The ninja bear and Naruto exchanged pleasantries. And throughout the conversation, Naruto maintained a cheerful, lively demeanor. Eventually, the ninja bear stood up and dusted off his trousers. "Old man here is feeling a bit tired. Let us call it a day. Thank you for your hospitality." "Are you leaving, old grandfather?" The ninja bear silently counted to 3 in his mind and looked down. Indeed, a look of disappointment had appeared on the child's face. Are you reluctant to part with the old grandfather?" "Very well. I shall stay a while longer." Naruto immediately displayed a broad smile, exclaiming, "You are such a kind old grandfather. No one has ever wanted to talk to me. Only you don't dislike me." Upon hearing this, the ninja bear beamed. The moment had come to settle beside Naruto and gazed up at the starry sky. "Look at those stars." Following his, Naruto's eyes widened in awe. He had forgotten how many years it had been since he had last seen a sky filled with stars. The ninja bear continued to speak to himself. "Each of those stars is akin to the sun we see. The sun, is the largest and brightest one during the day, right? Yes, this world is vast. Infinitely so. Wow, old grandfather, you know so much." The ninja bear couldn't help but smile, his lips curving upward. Turning to Naruto, he said, "In the face of this vast world, the existence of humanity is minuscule, and the worries that plague such insignificant beings are equally trivial. Old grandfather, looking at you feels oddly familiar, like someone from the big stone." The ninja bear followed his words. "Do you know what figures are carved into that big stone?" Naruto shook his head. "I don't know. You are still young. It's normal not to know. Those depicted are individuals recognized by everyone in the village. They are the heroes who protect Konoha." The ninja bear began to impart the will of fire. But Naruto's attention drifted. "Old grandfather, you are truly impressive. Indeed, I am the most formidable among the 4. Hokage Rock. The Will of Fire. Naruto recalled that Hokage Rock existed in his previous life, resembling the beautiful Mount Rushmore. Upon closer thought, it seemed these four corresponded with one another, sharing a common essence. Just then, the ninja bear remarked, "Wherever leaves flutter in Konoha, the fire burns eternally. The shadow of fire will illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout." Internally, Naruto scoffed. Simplistically put, isn't the so-called will of fire merely sacrifice and dedication? The victim must endure this process of violation, preferably letting out a couple of cries for all to witness, of course. Besides the will of fire, there exists also the will of water, the will of thunder, and so forth. Was it not the will of fire, which seeks to kill and devour, that brought about the demise of Konoha's White Fang? Your eloquence pales in comparison to that of a seasoned insurance salesman, and yet you believe you can brainwash me? Very well, my dear father, the Yellow Flash, was indeed a compliant White Fang, although reluctant to admit it. My father did rise through the ranks with the aid of women. Impressive, exclaimed Naruto, his eyes gleaming. Time is of the essence. I must take my leave. The bear of the hidden ninja village could see the seed had been sown in Naruto's heart, patiently awaiting its germination. Wow, you're amazing. Little Tion gazed at the overflowing bucket of fish, then glanced at Naruto, who was drenched in sweat. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Sister, can these fish be used to pay off debts? Of course, if you can catch as many fish every day. This fishing gear is yours. Surprisingly, today, little Tion was exceptionally agreeable, devoid of any semblance of a bossy demeanor. This is for you. After bidding farewell to little Tion, Naruto was about to leave when she suddenly rushed over, presenting him with a small cake. This cake is delicious. Yes, she spoke. Little Tion couldn't help but glance at the cake again. Her eyes filled with reluctance. Yet, she quickly turned her head away. Consider this a reward for your efforts in catching so many fish. With that, she dashed away, disregarding whether Naruto accepted it or not. Naruto stood there in a daze for a while, before finally taking the cake home. Unwrapping it, he took a bite that was truly sweet, and the pancake was delightful, but it was the one held in hand that truly mattered. In the time that followed, Naruto underwent a clandestine transformation. In just half a month, he grew approximately 2 centimeters taller and gained 10 pounds. And no longer did he resemble an undernourished child. He finally appeared as a normal boy. Those 2 weeks felt interminable, primarily because winter had arrived. The calamity wrought by the Nine Tails did not cease with the death of the 4th Hokage, but rather signaled a true beginning done on this day. The villagers of the Hidden Cloud dispatched emissaries to negotiate a peace treaty with Konoha, only to abduct the Byakugan princess, Hinata, that very evening. The outcome was her immediate demise at the hands of Hyuga Hayashi. The Hidden Cloud merely sought to intimidate Konoha, but the bear of the hidden ninja village quickly capitulated. In truth, at this juncture, the Hidden Cloud was merely a fade of strength. Other villages fared little better. Thus, a scapegoat emerged. Hyuga Neji was born mere minutes after his brother, and their fates diverged drastically. It was a cruel twist of fate that his own brother would suppress him so thoroughly. He remained motionless, unable even to entertain the thought of rebellion. After the arrival of the bear from the hidden ninja village, he behaved like a loyal dog, oblivious to the fact that he might be sacrificed in the process. His demise served as a safeguard for Neji. Those who witnessed knew well why Neji spoke so extensively during his battle with Naruto. Interested? No. During his fight with Hinata, they were kin. In his bout with Naruto, there were far fewer outsiders. Ultimately, Hyuga Hayashi knelt before him. Neji, there were simply too many onlookers. The main branch of the Hyuga family comprises only a handful, while the branch family is numerous, like a field of chives. The cage birds are constrained by their bloodline power. Simultaneously, the cage birds serve only a select few in the main branch. This serves to illustrate Neji's talent. Regrettably, he too became a scapegoat, though he bore the burden of the entire Hyuga branch. Alas, the promises made by those who drew grand visions were never fulfilled. Naruto gazed out at the falling snowflakes. A smirk of derision crossed his lips at the Hyuga clan. How rife with intrigue they are. I recall that the cage bird is not X, but rather When Niji perished, a bird was fortuitously pierced by the technique of grafting. How ironic, to be deemed a genius. I quite like you, young lad. I shall refrain from weaving grand illusions. As for verbal sparring, Naruto rolled his eyes. Should I investigate the caliber of Naruto's verbal sparring in the original text? And what of Niji's? He was, after all, one of the few true geniuses capable of rational discourse in the original tale. Ultimately, it was merely resignation, trailing behind the powerful and the wealthy. By the way, won my father Esgard, Nara Shikaku. Naruto recalled and reiterated. Humph, a bird caught will, if clever enough, open the cage door with its own beak. For they have not abandoned the hope of soaring in the skies. Crude, indiscriminate, ignorant, and arrogant. Most importantly, Narashikaku's words garnered the opinions of many Konoha ninja that Konoha's White Fang is indeed a formidable figure. Turning his gaze back to the window, he pondered the corpse of Hyuga Hizashi. No, I currently lack the strength to execute my plans. Although intrigued by the body of Hyuga Hizashi, I can only stare helplessly for now. Shaking his head, he exited the small room. As twilight descended, the snow cloaked the earth in a protective shroud. Uchiha Shursui met his end around the time when the second child was 5 years old. Before his demise, he entrusted one eye to his beloved disciple and, subsequently, took his own life by jumping into a river. That river connects to the Naka River, situated near the Uchiha clan's territory. I have a general idea of its location, but for now, I shall wait downstream. The essential conditions for implementing my plan include the shadow clone technique and would clone. Alternatively, the development of my fruit abilities must advance to allow roots to penetrate a significant portion of Konoha. I must refrain from deluding myself for the time being. The method for refining chakra will soon be delivered. After all, I am a Jinchuriki. The bear possesses a live-streaming artifact and occasionally checks in on me. How bothersome. Today, the village is rather quiet. After all, a member of the Hyuga clan sacrificed themselves for Konoha. The funeral must have been adequately arranged for appearance's sake. This night is one of the rare occasions when I can stroll in peace. Naruto relished this moment of tranquility. Suddenly, a petite figure appeared in his line of sight. She was looking down, running with small steps, her tiny hands rubbing her eyes, tears cascading like pearls, as if destined. That petite figure eventually halted not far from him. She crouched down, curled into a ball, and sobbed uncontrollably. Naruto approached her, remaining silent, patiently waiting for her tears to subside. After a while, the little girl finally seemed to have cried enough. She lifted her head and exclaimed, where is this? How do I get back? What should I do? Alas, she began to weep once more. With no other choice, Naruto decided to initiate conversation. Haven't you cried enough? The short-haired girl turned at the sound of his voice, and her gaze met his. A boy with striking blue eyes stood behind her. Don't just cry. You want to find your way home like that. Up close, she was undeniably adorable. With her white eyes and blue hair, her attire perfectly suited the image of a traditional Yamato girl. Very well. I suppose I should start my charm offensive young. In this aspect, he truly resembled his father. Noticing she seemed unable to engage in normal conversation, Naruto straightforwardly asked, "Where do you live?" Little Hinata immediately shook her head, tears still streaming down her face. "There's no other option. I'll have to help you look for your home. Let us go." With that, Naruto began walking in the direction she had come from. After a few steps, he noticed Hinata still squatting in place. Not moving? Then I'll head home to as soon as they began to converse. Hinata hurriedly trotted to catch up to as for holding hands. How childish. If it were the Naruto from the original story, it might have been different. But if you were to take her hand, well, although Naruto did not take the initiative, Hinata clung to the hem of his clothing as if it were a lifeline. Before long, the two stood before the gates of the Hyuga clan. The atmosphere felt somewhat off, and Naruto had no intention of lingering. "Now that we're home, you should head back. It's too cold to be wandering about alone," he said, waving his hand as he departed. Hinata watched Naruto's retreating figure until it completely vanished from her sight. "Hinata, that's the heir of the main family. Why are you acting on your own?" "Aye, for your sake, for the clan. How many have sacrificed themselves? You ought to be aware of these matters by now." Hinata painfully closed her eyes, compelled by some unseen force. She turned her gaze towards the direction Naruto had left. How many flights of stairs must one carry a bag of rice? 4 flights. A bag of rice must be carried up 4 flights? Get lost. I'm not selling it anymore. The shopkeeper's expression was extremely grim. Yet recalling the words of the mask shop owner, he gritted his teeth and helped carry the rice upstairs. After taking the money, he cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, muttering under his breath, "I hope you choke on it." Naruto had become somewhat accustomed to such glares. Their expressions had remained unchanged. Likewise, his gaze towards these people had also remained constant. Upon pushing open the door, he found Ninja Bear had mysteriously appeared in his home, holding a scarf and several winter garments. Naruto recognized that the scarf had belonged to his hot-tempered, sweet-natured mother. "Grandpa," Naruto instantly donned a cheerful smile. Naruto, he replied that it's gotten cold, so I brought you some clothes, and I have good news to share. Thank you, Grandpa. What good news? Ninja Bear revealed a warm smile and placed a scroll on the table. Congratulations, Naruto. You have passed the assessment and possess the excellent qualities needed to become a ninja. Passed the assessment? Grandpa, when was the assessment held? Naruto feigned ignorance. Ninja Bear shook his head, thinking it unwise to reveal that the will of fire had already taken root in Naruto's heart. For quite some time, he had been instilling that very spirit in him. Moreover, Naruto's Uzumaki lineage was well known to him. Over time, the Nine-Tails chakra had begun to leak out. It was imperative for Naruto to refine his chakra, to suppress it. Recently, several of the Umbu ninjas monitoring Naruto had departed, all discovered by him. With the combination of the forest fruit and Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto had grown increasingly sensitive to malice to acquire the method of chakra refinement in advance. Naruto had to act both publicly and secretly. It was truly exhausting. Haha, assessments are all in my mind. What's wrong? Are you not happy to become a ninja? Naruto quickly shook his head, smiling as he replied. But Grandpa, you said we must earn everyone's recognition. Yes, I did say that, but haven't you been working hard? Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Ninja Bear continued along with his words. Naruto internally scoffed, sensing it was time. He eagerly asked, "Is it really possible?" "Of course, you can see it right now, and feel free to ask me if anything is unclear." With that, Naruto bounced over to the table, eagerly perusing the scroll. It was the product of combining chakra with spiritual energy and cellular energy. These two energies do not merge automatically. One must actively refine them. Without learning chakra refinement techniques, one cannot possess chakra. The method is not difficult, but mastering it to the point of instinctive response is quite challenging. Soon, under Ninja Bear's guidance, Naruto completed his first chakra refinement. How had Ninja Bear distanced himself from Danzo's strength? Naturally, it was after returning to become Hokage and acquiring a wealth of resources, he knew many ninjutsu. But that was all. After all, this world does not judge strength by the quantity of ninjutsu one possesses. However, the head of the pyramid scheme had his own set of teachings. Initially, Naruto had only a vague understanding of chakra refinement, but after Ninja Bear explained some key points, he grasped it immediately. Speaking of Ninja Bear's Hokage status, one cannot overlook the second Hokage. He was not merely a victim of plot devices, but had suffered a severe decline in ability, ultimately falling to the likes of the minor figures. Kin and Gin. It is essential to remember that he was a man skilled in forbidden techniques. Yet, it was precisely this that led to his downfall in his later years. Put it plainly. While forbidden techniques are undeniably powerful, they also take a toll on the body. Importantly, these techniques are not exceptionally difficult. The Naruto of the original story could learn the Shadow Clone technique in a single night. However, consider the circumstances surrounding Naruto's development of the Rasengan. Now reflect on the second Hokage's repertoire of forbidden techniques. This alone illustrates that the second Hokage's survival was impressive, and a decline in ability is quite natural. To what extent had his abilities declined? After Kin and Jin were reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation, their first words were about being revived by the second Hokage's techniques, a mere underling. Nevertheless, the second Hokage's ideology still held great depth. The advancement of the times cannot be separated from the cycle of renewal, an inevitable transition from old to new, possessing the level of forbidden techniques like impure world reincarnation. He could have summoned his elder brother and dispatched Kin and Jin in mere moments. Yet he chose not to do so. All his ninjutsu and accumulated wisdom ultimately benefited Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage. who sought to solidify his power and enhance his prestige. Well, for your first attempt, achieving this is commendable. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I feel so useless. Naruto hung his head, appearing remorseful. Ninja Bear looked on with great satisfaction, smiling as he comforted, one must eat rice one bite at a time. There's no need to rush. You have plenty of time, and with more practice, you'll naturally refine your chakra. After providing guidance for a while longer, he left, feeling content. There was no need to worry about the ceiling matters. After all, he was the son of Minato and possessed the Uzumaki lineage. Ultimately, it was my role as a teacher that had proven effective. Though there were setbacks, success was not far off. If only it weren't for Naruto's unfamiliarity with chakra during his first attempt, he would have succeeded. Ninja Bear was unaware that Naruto had indeed succeeded on his first try, merely pretending to fail to placate him as expected. Shortly after Ninja Bear's departure, one more Umbu ninja monitoring Naruto had vanished. With chakra, his perception abilities would significantly improve. Therefore, it was wise to remain cautious. Hokage-sama. Yes, you may return. Shino will arrange your subsequent tasks. Behold, the progeny of the third generation, both son and daughter-in-law, are the leaders of the Umbu. On the other side, after the departure of the bear ninja, Naruto expressionlessly shut the door. He has now become attuned to the gazes of the Umbu ninjas surveilling him. Making his way to the bathroom, he turned on the shower, and the sensation of being watched vanished in an instant. After washing his hands, he lay on the bed for a while, pacing back and forth, keenly aware of when the Umbu ninja's gaze would fall upon him, and for how long it would linger. Upon discerning a pattern, he shed his clothing and stepped into the bathroom. Indeed, the scrutiny had ceased. This was due in part to the enclosed space possessing numerous blind spots, and in part because who would be interested in a mere child relieving himself? Once again, after channeling his chakra, he raised his hand and observed his arm transformed into what a subtle smile graced his lips. The power of the Mori-Mori fruit, now wielded with greater ease post-chakra infusion, proved beneficial. With chakra at his disposal, half of his plan was accomplished. Next, through foresight, he could master the control of his chakra in advance. Activities such as walking on water or climbing trees could be conducted discreetly. However, when he prepared to practice walking on water, he found his chakra suddenly chaotic and difficult to control. He furrowed his brow and then had a sudden realization. He had almost forgotten that a tenant, who owed several years of rent, resided within him. Time flew by. In the year 52 of Konoha, Naruto had unwittingly mastered formidable strength, the fundamentals of chakra nature transformation, and the shadow clone technique. He even began to experiment with the wood clone technique, albeit with slow progress. Of course, Naruto was not devoid of social interaction. He would almost daily visit the girl who referred to herself as sister. Tinti, as their familiarity grew, her affluent merchant parents proved to be quite different from the average villagers. This disparity led to an unexpected recognition of Naruto's identity by Tintin's parents upon their first meeting. Yet they did not exhibit disdain or hatred. In fact, many in the village harbored no malice towards Naruto. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were notably few in their animosity. Furthermore, Naruto had also engaged with the direct heirs of various prominent clans, not out of his own volition, but rather, one day, after delivering fish to Tintin, he was beckoned by Shikamaru and others, who were engrossed in a game. Among them was a familiar face, the industrious prodigy, Rock Lee, whom he had encountered while fishing in the year 53 of Konoha. Naruto turned 5, and so did Sasuke. The 2.5 years of waiting had finally culminated. During this time, he rose earlier than roosters and retired later than dogs, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a momentous event. The dual agents, the filial child and the perfect idealist, Uchiha Shursui, were soon to meet their fates. Yet at present, Uchiha Shursui remained formidable, while the filial child had yet to reach that level of growth. As for why Uchiha dared to betray, Naruto could surmise the reasons. It was well known that two powerful new generations could potentially be traitors. How could there still be so many radicals? The answer was simple. Uchiha possessed another source of confidence. Controlling the Nine Tails was not a feat achievable solely with a 3-tomo Sharingan. At the very least, the Mangekyou was required. After the Nine Tails incident, suspicion fell upon Konoha, and their prideful nature disdained the need for explanation. Yet simultaneously, they began to seek out Uchiha clan members capable of controlling the Nine Dash-Tails. An image from the original narrative depicted Obito appearing in the Uchiha clan's territory at that time. Who was Uchiha Obito? Of course, he was the long-haired individual who called himself Uchiha Madara. Subsequently, the filial child proactively approached him, declaring an alliance to eradicate the Uchiha clan. The adage holds true: a nap is often accompanied by a pillow. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan was only fitting. Uchiha Madara had long seen through their facade. Had it not been for the words of his brother, he would have relinquished his ambitions long ago. Eventually, when he realized that the second Hokage could not possibly be him, and even the members of the Uchiha clan shared this sentiment, openly stating such and isolating him, he understood that these individuals were unworthy of his favor. After Uchiha Madara's departure, the nightmare for the Uchiha clan in Konoha began. Their interest dwindled, and their status was ever under threat, which led to their futile resistance. Obito needed the Sharingan and thus engaged with the Uchiha clan, which likely bolstered their resolve for a coup. Ultimately, it was discovered that the clan's strongest members, Obito and the filial child, had joined forces, caught off guard. Even with Obito's strength, it was improbable that he could silently eliminate the guard force. Of course, the arrogance of the Uchiha led them to possess an overinflated confidence in their eyes, which was one of the reasons the filial child was able to execute his plan with such swiftness. Uchiha Shursui revealed the abilities of his Sharingan, Konoha Mitsukami. Danzo, wary of this, also harbored covetous thoughts towards Konoha Mitsukami. After Shursui's demise, the filial child alone became inconsequential. When Danzo issued the order for the massacre of the Uchiha clan, it was essentially a death sentence for the filial child. The method of breaking the deadlock employed by the filial child mirrored that of the Uchiha clan. Both had found Obito. In comparing the two, it was evident which choice would yield greater benefits. Otherwise, where would Obito have acquired that wall of Sharingan? Ironically, the bear ninja was often aware of Danzo's every move, but chose not to intervene, waiting until the situation had solidified before stripping Danzo of his role as an advisor to the Hokage. It is somewhat amusing to consider that Sarutobi Hiruzen might have felt guilty, as he possessed all the top resources, while Danzo gained nothing. Many things begin to make sense. Those at the top feast, while those below are given mere sips of broth, right? Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen often turn a blind eye. The village and the honor of the Uchiha clan were entrusted to him for safeguarding. After Shursui had completed his arrangements, he smiled and leaped off the cliff to his demise. Meanwhile, the 11-year-old filial child could only watch helplessly as his dear friend and mentor, Uchiha Shursui, perished. He painfully closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, his 3-Tomo Sharingan evolved into the Mangeki Sharingan. At 11 years of age, he possessed the Mangeki, and 2 years later, at 13, he would orchestrate a massacre. Shortly after betraying Konoha, around the age of 14, he rendered one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, incapable of fighting with but a single glance at truly, the filial child was exceptional, both in strength and talent. This was undoubtedly the root of his arrogance. In truth, having observed the Uchiha clan's haughtiness, the filial child deemed their demise justified. Yet he himself was oblivious to the fact that he too was exceedingly arrogant, unwilling to converse with anyone, and lacking in self-reflection. In simple terms, he was one who could not heed advice. It was only after being reincarnated through Edo Tensei that the filial child learned to reflect. The death of Uchiha Shursui was witnessed solely by the filial child. Furthermore, in the later stages, his Edo Tensei form did not manifest. It is likely that after his body fell into the Southern River, it drifted away with the current, ultimately being consumed by fish. In light of this, Naruto need not concern himself with any risk of exposure while stationed by the Southern River. As he sensed the village's atmosphere shifting once more, he commenced his plan. For the past half-month, upon entering the bathroom, he utilized the sound of flushing to mask the shadow clone technique. This allowed the clones to exit the bathroom, seated in meditation, feigning the practice of chakra refinement techniques. Meanwhile, his true self remained in the bathroom, continuing to devise the wood clone technique. Elementalization of the Mori-Mori fruit was followed by the utilization of nutrients drawn from within, that a piece of wood sprouted from his back. With the provision of nutrients and chakra allocated to the clone technique, that piece of wood rapidly transformed into Naruto's likeness. Yet on the surface, it still resembled wood, after a quarter of an hour of relentless effort. Expending a significant portion of his chakra, at last, that wooden Naruto finally bore color. It worked. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, although this wooden clone appeared rather dull and devoid of consciousness. It was, after all, a technique he had developed himself. Achieving such an effect was already commendable. It sufficed for his needs. This wooden clone had absorbed a plethora of nutrients and a significant portion of chakra from him, enough to maintain its form for an extended period. The wooden clone was not on par with the shadow clone technique. It is essential to note that the shadow clone was a ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, based on Hashirama Senju's wooden clone technique, as long as he returned every night to replenish chakra and nutrients. It would suffice until he obtained the wood release scroll left by the first Hokage, at which point nutrients would no longer be a pressing necessity. Despite the exhaustion, Naruto couldn't help but smile genuinely. The mental energy and chakra allocated to the clone were nearing their limits, prompting him to call the clone back to the bathroom. After a brief moment of contemplation, he endowed the wooden clone with basic cognitive abilities, allowing it to exit the bathroom and convincingly portray Naruto's daily life at home. The sound of flushing water masked the subtle shift of the clone's disappearance. Simultaneously, he cast a glance toward the wall behind him, where the Umbu ninja who surveilled him was stationed, a hint of derision curling his lips. With a single hand sign, the loud sound of the flushing water accompanied the forceful opening and closing of the bathroom door, perfectly concealing the transition of the clone. The wooden clone of Naruto opened the front door, took a deep breath, waited for a moment, and then closed the door behind him. The Umbu ninja, monitoring Naruto, detected nothing amiss. Little did they know, just as the wooden clone opened the door, a tiny gecko emerged from the wall, deftly evading the gaze of the Umbu and disappearing into the forest. After traversing for a while, Naruto did not immediately revert to his original form. Instead, he continued to employ his transformation technique. Morphing into a nimble creature that swiftly darted through the forest, he arrived at a cliff connecting to the Uchiha clan's territory, hiding in the shadows while utilizing the powers of the Mori-Mori no Mi to take root beneath him. Absorbing the nutrients from the surrounding trees, as his strength grew, the initial sensations became increasingly pronounced. The trees from which he drew sustenance transmitted feelings of joy to him. Just wait here for a few more days, he thought, and continue refining my chakra and nature transformation. Half a month later, the sound of a splash echoed. Naruto, who had been vigilantly guarding and practicing his chakra nature transformation, slowly opened his eyes after a considerable wait. The lifeless body of Uchiha Shursui gradually surfaced, prompting him to spring into action. Furthermore, there was a discovery that filled Naruto with immense joy. The plant kingdom could convey information to him. No, it was more accurate to say that the power of his Mori-Mori no Mi had evolved to the point where it could receive messages from plants. It was merely an instinctive feeling. But with this initial breakthrough, Naruto believed that these sensory signals might one day transform into written words or even sounds. After trailing Uchiha Shursui for some time and confirming his death, Naruto Q, however, once submerged, the effectiveness of the Inuzuka's sense of smell diminishes significantly. With this in mind, Naruto closed his eyes and plunged into the water, flowing downstream along the southern river. His clothes soaked, the bloodstains were swiftly washed away, leaving no trace of scent. Even when Danzo later learned of Uchiha Shursui's demise and dispatched root ninjas to search for evidence, he felt no fear. Upon arriving at his usual fishing spot, Naruto utilized the transformation technique to become a wild creature, hastening towards his residence while continuously altering his direction. It was not until he sensed the chakra of the Anbu ninja monitoring him that he transformed into a small gecko. Scaling the walls back home, the wooden clone opened the door, inspected the growth of the vegetables, then closed it again, entering the bathroom to turn on the faucet, as if washing his hands. Amidst the sound of running water, Naruto reverted to his original form. At the same time, a hand rested upon the wooden clone. Instantly, the clone transformed into a wooden version of Naruto, subsequently merging back into Naruto's body like a liquid. After completing these actions, Naruto, with a racing heart, finally exhaled in relief that he changed into a fresh set of clothes and tossed the soiled ones into the washing machine, marking the end of his ordeal. Opening the bathroom door, he collapsed onto his bed, closing his eyes to savor the warmth of the nourishing energy within him. It was abundant and rich, distinctly different from the nutrients absorbed from trees. Throughout his return, Naruto felt enveloped in warmth, utterly comfortable. As he drifted along the water, he felt no chill. If not for his remarkable willpower, he might have moaned in delight. This nourishing warmth coursed through his limbs, spreading to every corner of his body, seemingly nurturing even his soul. Usually, after absorbing some tree nutrients, Naruto could go days without feeling hunger. Yet now, having absorbed an equal measure of Uchiha Shirsue's essence, he felt as though his physical form had been tempered. The substantial amount of nutrients would not be consumed quickly. At the very least, it would take 3 days. After half an hour, Naruto, finally acclimated to his body, continuously absorbing Uchiha Shirsue's nutrients. He was not idle, lying on the bed with a few leaves hidden beneath the covers, continuing to practice the transformation of chakra. This time, he sensed a notable improvement in his training speed, with new insights bubbling up in his mind. First came the shuriken, then the kunai. It felt as if he had always known how to wield them, instinctively aware of how to apply force. Despite lacking prior practice, how incredibly overwhelming. When did a spiderweb appear there? His vision was even beginning to improve. That afternoon, Naruto visited his fishing spot as usual, discreetly checking for any traces he might have left behind. Everything felt reassuringly secure. That evening, though his stomach was not hungry at all, he still consumed the same portion as usual. Why the next day, about a third of Uchiha Shirsue's nutrients had dissipated within him. The most apparent change, which also proved psychologically challenging for Naruto, was the enhancement of his vision. For a fleeting moment, it was as if he were a severely myopic individual regaining normal sight. Moreover, throughout the day, he felt an overwhelming sense of vitality, as if he possessed boundless energy and spirit. Lying in bed, sleep eluded him. Yet upon rising the following day, he felt neither fatigue nor the presence of dark circles under his eyes. Finally, after 3 days, Uchiha Shirsue's nutrients were completely absorbed. Naruto's mind brimmed with unfamiliar yet familiar memories, techniques, transformation arts, body flicker techniques, ninjutsu, and more filled his consciousness, including memories related to the cultivation of fire-release chakra transformation. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in Naruto's ear. He turned to see a bee buzzing into the room. To his astonishment, he could see the bee's fluttering wings with remarkable clarity, its movements appearing incredibly slow. Simultaneously, even from a distance, the bee's form was vividly etched into his vision. Then his eyes began to heat up, and tears streamed uncontrollably from them. Hurriedly, he dashed into the bathroom, unfastening his pants, ultimately producing the sound of running water. Only then did he gaze at his reflection in the mirror. His once azure eyes had vanished, replaced by blood-red orbs adorned with intricate patterns, akin to wearing colored contact lenses. Had he awakened the first Tomo? This was the genuine power of his bloodline. There was no need to worry about the Sharingan being unable to close. Although he had merely activated the first Tomo, his body had not yet fully absorbed the essence. There was no rush, but if Uchiha Shirsue's body had been intact, or if he were alive, one must not be too greedy to. In just a few short days, Naruto had undergone significant changes, primarily internal. Externally, he had likely grown an additional centimeter, and he could now activate his Sharingan at will. Yet he sensed that the residual power of his bloodline was diminishing. Ultimately, his Sharingan might stabilize at one eye with double Tomo and the other with a single Tomo. To enhance further, it would be best to continue seeking nutrients from the Uchiha. Chuckling, he mused that the first 2.5 years of his plan had finally arrived. The night of the massacre was approximately 2 years away, coinciding with Itachi's 7th birthday. After 2 years, he only needed to patiently await the day when the ninja school unexpectedly extended their sessions and granted a holiday. He still had numerous ninjutsu techniques to digest, with the body flicker technique being particularly urgent. All he needed was to tread the path walked by Uchiha Shirsue once more. Soon, the body flicker technique of Shursui would transform into that of Naruto. With this thought, a relieved smile graced Naruto's lips. In the bathroom, he formed hand seals with one hand. The body flicker Naruto was born today. Buzz, shadow clone technique, point 4 Narutos appeared in the bathroom. They could all be real or all be illusions. The Sharingan, in conjunction with the illusionary body flicker technique, was what made Uchiha Shursui so formidable. He had perfected the shadow clone technique to a level unmatched in the ninja world. His mastery of the body flicker technique was astonishing. And combined with the illusionary capabilities of the Sharingan, it rendered opponents defenseless against his true and false forms. It is important to note that the clones created by the shadow clone technique are not physical entities but illusions. In reality, Shursui's combat style was quite simple, that he possessed only one physical body, yet the illusions generated by the shadow clones did not dissipate when struck. The body flicker technique was continuously executed. Unless the enemy had formidable sensory abilities, they were utterly helpless against this technique. It could be said that while he lacked the Kimui space, he possessed the combat capabilities of Kimui's intangibility. Coupled with the Sharingan's traits, his dynamic vision was exceedingly enhanced. Defeating foes felt as simple as dispatching a bot. Of course, Naruto did not become complacent as a result, although the concept of a deity was absent from this world. The legend of such a being persisted within the ninja realm. Even the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, was aware of it. Minato, I'm late. Conceptual deity. Care for a bowl? $5. Third Hokage. Take your time. I will certainly work doubly hard. Good grandfather eagerly anticipates your growth. On this day, the third Hokage arrived, presenting Naruto with an enrollment invitation to the Ninja Academy. After the Hokage left, Naruto gazed at the ninja tool pouch in his hand. This wooden? He chuckled. How generous. I thought it would contain the ninja tool pouch I would use at the academy. Subsequently, he closed the door and casually tossed the wooden tools into a corner. Glancing at the brand new ninja tool pouch on the table, he noted that it was filled with specially crafted kunai and shuriken of superior quality compared to those typically purchased by ninjas. Clearly, it was a gift from a little wealthy girl that, if memory served correctly, ninjas in this world spent a substantial amount on ninja tools each month, akin to mercenaries. Shaking his head, Naruto began to tidy up his room. He meticulously cleared away the traces left by his clandestine training. Tomorrow marks the day he reports to the Ninja Academy. Whether anyone will enter this house remains uncertain. It is prudent to exercise caution. At school, the Umbu ninjas should no longer be monitoring me. Irika, being merely a chunin, allows for bolder training practices. Once his preparations were complete, Naruto lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and appeared to be napping. In reality, he was secretly controlling his chakra. His finesse in chakra manipulation had reached an extraordinary level, and his immense strength was now easily manageable. The path of Tsunade was worth considering, but it would require waiting until after graduation. If the plans for the night of the massacre proceed smoothly, he would have a good chance of obtaining the Book of Seals. Wood release could serve as a trump card, one that must not be easily exposed. The name Namikaze Minato could just as well be referred to as Senju Minato. The following day, after washing up in the morning, Naruto heard a knock at his door from the Umbu ninja. He followed the Umbu to the Ninja Academy. Upon arriving at the academy's entrance, he found a throng of people, mostly parents accompanied by their children, all there to register. Laughter and chatter filled the air as they celebrated each other's success in passing the examination to enter the academy. Due to his unique status, Naruto was exempt from any testing. Even if he were to fail, he would undoubtedly still gain admission. The moment Naruto appeared, the previously jovial adults fell silent. I asked at him, "How did he get here? I can't fathom what the Hokage is thinking, allowing such a person into the academy. Shh, are you out of your mind? That damn brat. I'm merely concerned for my child's safety." In an instant, the adults displayed looks of disdain and resentment towards Naruto, even those who had just moved to Konoha. Listen well, you must not go near that child, nor speak to him. Absolutely no interaction is permitted. Indeed, in no way, you too. That child is dangerous. Do not play with him. Such admonitions were numerous. The oblivious children could only nod in agreement, mimicking their parents' expressions of aversion towards Naruto. Dad, what makes that child so different? There is nothing particularly different. Whether you choose to befriend him is up to you. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others, Dad. Don't ask me. Shikamaru will help you decide. Ino, aren't you going to ask your dad? Why should I? We three have known Naruto for a long time. He's really impressive, knows everything, and is quite handsome, but oh, how come he just walked in without acknowledging me? I even greeted him at that moment. A youthful voice rang out. Ino. It was Sakura. Yamanaka Ino felt a sudden chill, as if sensing a foreboding, perhaps due to a recent cold. Naturally, there was some communication among the great clans. The Inuzuka and Yamanaka families maintained a decent relationship. The leaders of the 5 great ninja clans had gathered together at some point. Did you see that? Of course we saw it. I thought you couldn't see people. Only sniff them out. That child looks just like. Indeed, with his golden locks, as he grows older, more people might recognize him. TSH, what's secrecy? Just with that child's face and long golden hair, one could spot a likeness in the Hokage's monument. Tomorrow marks the official start of school. We already know your class information, so you can go alone. The Umbu ninja coldly left behind that remark before vanishing in a flash. Naruto received the information registration form with an impassive expression. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed that the voices cursing him had significantly diminished. Turning around, he spotted 2 individuals, one tall and one small, both resembling each other, stepping out from the crowd. Uchiha, the arrival of the Uchiha elicited gasps from several parents. Goodness, he's in the same grade as the Uchiha clan's child. Shikamaru, you must aim for that child. While they were generally detested, it was undeniable that the Uchiha produced many prodigies. Most parents shared this sentiment. Meanwhile, the young girls were starry-eyed, their attention entirely focused on Sasuke. Oh, handsome. Yes, he fits my type. I'm not talking about Sasuke. I'm referring to someone even more attractive, rather indifferent towards him. What? Ino. I sent Sasuke, the most handsome. Yes, all right, but he is so cold. It's evident he is just trying to look cool. Sakura remained silent. You better not argue with me. Sasuke is quite popular, Ino remarked, grinning. Sasuke wore a haughty expression. What a bothered tea that moment. Ino's gaze suddenly shifted to the side. Upon seeing Naruto, her attention faltered for a moment, but quickly shifted away. Just one glance, and he recognized Naruto's identity. The Jinchuriki, child of the 4th Hokage and the previous Jinchuriki. Naruto's identity was no secret among the great clans. Furthermore, the current Naruto sported a hairstyle that was decidedly different from the short locks of the original story. The shadow of his father appeared more pronounced. However, it wasn't merely his identity that captured Ino's attention. It was the unfamiliar yet familiar sense of kinship she felt emanating from him. Yet, she soon furrowed her brows. Would it be too dangerous to allow a Jinchuriki into the ninja academy? Observing the surrounding people's attitudes towards Naruto, she found nothing amiss. Even knowing that Naruto was the son of a hero, she still felt this way. What are you standing around for? Come on, let us go buy you some new clothes. Tonight, come over for dinner to celebrate that you'll be attending school with your sister. Just as Naruto intended to slip away from the crowd and leave alone, a small hand grasped his. Seriously, I told you I was coming today. I just slept in a bit. Did you come here all by yourself? Did those people say anything bad about you? Little Tintin, like a mother hen, shielded Naruto protectively. Then she boldly led him through the crowd, her adorable face filled with a warning expression. Look, if you come to my house to buy ninja tools again, I'll charge you double. And you, don't think I've forgotten. You still owe me for those kunai. You, and you too, don't hide. You're included. In an instant, numerous ninja parents averted their gaze, unwilling to meet Naruto's eyes again. This action immediately attracted the attention of many children. One could question Naruto's looks, but not the charm of Tintin and Sakura. The girls who had just been captivated by Sasuke's looks soon found themselves enamored by Naruto. Especially considering that this Naruto was no longer the malnourished child from the original story. Naruto, suddenly, a short-haired blonde girl waved at him. Upon hearing a girl's voice, Tintin's wariness heightened. Naruto nodded, ready to respond. Let us go. There are too many people here. First, let us buy you some clothes. Tintin cast a deep glance at Ino, then tugged at Naruto's hand and walked away. Her demeanor was reminiscent of someone asserting dominance. No one can flaunt their power in front of me. Remember that. Ino, did Sasuke just glance at me? He is so handsome. He looked at me. Does he have a crush on me? Jinya, early the next morning. Naruto set off for school alongside Tenten. As they walked, Tenten's chatter was incessant. Naruto, I believe you could open a breakfast shop. You can make anything. These soup dumplings are just delightful. Upon reaching the school gate, a voice called out, good morning, Naruto-kun. Turning around, they beheld a gray figure walking on his hands. Realizing that such behavior might not be appropriate, the figure sprang upright, drenched in sweat and clad in a gray training outfit. With thick brows and round eyes, he gave Naruto a thumbs up, immediately drawing curious glances from those around. Tenten rolled her eyes. Good morning, Lee. Naruto replied with a faint smile and a nod. This hard-working genius filled the air with youthful vigor wherever he went. However, Lee did possess innate talent. If an ordinary person trained as he did, they would likely be rendered incapacitated within days, yet he managed to maintain peak condition. How many laps did you run today? 10 laps, Lee responded eagerly. His admission into the academy was solely due to his exceptional physical abilities, thus he had no choice but to focus on taijutsu, lacking the talent to control chakra. This had led to him being scorned and mocked by other children. Yet there were those like Naruto and later his classmate Tenten who saw beyond that. Although Naruto was a year younger, he exuded a big brotherly aura. It's pointless. No matter how hard the stragglers try, they remain stragglers, face reality. Just then, a cold voice interjected. Though devoid of malice, it still carried an uncomfortable tone. Niji, upon seeing him, Lee's spirits surged that I'm ready. Today during the taijutsu test. I will challenge you with that. He performed his signature move at this point. Lee had already caught the attention of the green-clad master, Might Guy. Aside from not yet donning the signature green jumpsuit, everything about him was remarkably similar. Niji scoffed, saying little more as he glanced at Naruto beside Tenten, curiosity flickering in his eyes. First year? Huh, I can sense your strength. What is your name? Uzumaki Naruto. Niji with an air of arrogance this early in the morning. What gives? Nonetheless, I must admit, you have good taste. Naruto is indeed far superior to you. The Hyuga prodigy. Before Naruto could respond, Tenten stepped forward. Niji said nothing further, simply gazing intently at Naruto. I am Hyuga Niji. After Naruto nodded, he turned and walked away. Lee bid farewell to Naruto and hurried after Niji. All right, little brother, remember to wait for me after school. Had it not been for Mom waking me up, would you have run off on your own again? Naruto shrugged innocently. I'm just upstairs. If anyone bullies you, just call for me. With that, Tenten pulled Naruto into the school. Your classroom is over there in class 1. I'll head in first. Otherwise, I might be late. She playfully poked Naruto's forehead before smiling and running upstairs. Wow, it's him. I noticed him yesterday. He's quite handsome. He stood there, doing nothing yet exuding a captivating charm. He appeared even more appealing than Sasuke, who often leaned against walls trying to look cool. Yes, soon as they entered the classroom, they caught the attention of several girls who had been observing their classmates' appearances. Over here, Naruto. Hey, keep your image in check, Ino. Don't scare Naruto. Shikamaru yawned, his sleepiness instantly dispelled by Ino's loud voice. Nearby, Choji waved at Naruto while munching on chips. Naruto noticed a figure in the corner, initially hesitant about where to sit. After Ino's loud call, she stealthily made her way to the seat behind Ino. Naruto did not object. Sitting next to the heir of the esteemed ninja clan was far preferable to being surrounded by children who knew nothing and would look down on him due to their parents' words. Good morning, Shikamaru, Choji. Morning, Naruto. X2 have some chips. Naruto smiled faintly as he took a chip to tea that moment. Ino promptly settled beside Naruto, embodying the bold and passionate beauty she was as soon as she sat down. She wrapped her arm around Naruto's. Good morning, Naruto. Good morning. After responding, Naruto turned to gaze at the shy girl with white eyes. Oh, it's you. Have you found your way home? Yes. Hinata's face turned crimson immediately. Ino suddenly turned around. Her expression filled with hostility as she stared at Hinata. Wait, you got shy just from saying one thing. How adorable. Even cuter than Sakura-chan. You're Hinata Hyuga, right? Why, yes, Hinata answered softly. Come sit with us. Shikamaru laid down. Muttering, women are such a hassle. IT seems like our generation is the last where Ino and Sakura aren't sitting together. It's fine, Shikama. Naruto isn't an outsider. As soon as Choji finished speaking, Irika at the front of the class clapped his hands. Has everyone chosen their seats? Remember your spots to avoid any squabbles over seating. Now, let's begin with self-introductions. I am Irika Yumino. A chunin.my dream is to become a teacher that I love Ichiraka ramen, dislike seaweed. And my interests. As you can see, my dream has come true, and I will guide you through your time at the Ninja Academy. After Irika's introduction, it was time for the students to introduce themselves. Starting from the front row, the first to stand was Inazuka Kiba, who laughed heartily. I am Inazuka Kiba, and this is my partner, Akamaru. Naruto had little interest in the introductions, although his gaze was on Kiba. His mind was already preoccupied with the leaf in his hand. He had mastered the nature transformation of wind-based chakra, yet it still fell short of his expectations. He needed to control the speed at which he cut the leaf. So absorbed in his practice, he failed to notice that Ino had already completed her introduction, boldly declaring her affection for her deskmate. However, Naruto was oblivious, or rather, he simply did not care. Naruto, it's your turn. Ino's face turned bright red as she nudged Naruto, having noticed his distraction. Her earlier self-introduction had merely been for the girls in the class. Coming back to reality, Naruto stood up, briefly stated his name, and sat down again. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to become Hokage. Please take care of me. It's him. My father told me to stay away from him. Yes, my mother said the same. She said he is an ill-omened person. Humph, you all know, right? That guy is just a monster. He has caused many deaths. Huh. How can he be so thick-skinned, still claiming his dream is to become Hokage? Someone started the chatter, and those who had already felt a twinge of jealousy toward Naruto's appearance immediately began to gossip. Shut your filthy mouths. If you have the guts, go tell the third Hokage. Fuming with indignation, Ino slammed her hand on the table and shouted at those individuals. She had witnessed Naruto's treatment 3 years ago and felt a deep sense of injustice and sympathy for the little boy. As Ino's voice echoed through the classroom, a notable silence fell over the room like the tea that moment. Irika interjected. All right, quiet down. It's time for the next person to continue with their self-introduction. After saying this, Irika cast a complex glance at Naruto, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain, yet filled with inner turmoil. Even the teacher felt this way. Ino's disappointment surged. When it was Hinata's turn to introduce herself, she stood up, and as she spoke her name, her cheeks flushed red when it came to her favorite things. Ultimately, Irika had to let her sit down, but Hinata suddenly exclaimed, I dislike it when others speak ill of someone behind their back. Blushing, she quickly sat down, stealing a glance at Naruto. Once the self-introductions concluded, Irika clapped his hands and wrote the word ninja in large letters on the blackboard, commencing the lesson. The first topic was what one must possess to become ninja. Beginning with the most fundamental concept, the chakra extraction technique. This was something the children of the great ninja clans had already mastered. Now, let's all attempt to practice the chakra extraction technique. Those who have already completed it can reinforce their skills. Naruto, where's your lunch? I didn't bring one. My home is not far from here, so I'll eat there, Naruto replied as he stood up. Politely declining the lunch invitation from Choji, Shikomu, and Ino, I'm on a diet. You can have mine. You don't need a diet, you're still growing. You must eat, Ino said with a smile as Naruto left the classroom. Hinata then opened her lunch, lowering her head, lost in thought, her cheeks still flushed, looking quite adorable. Well, he has gone now. You won the chance to let him eat your lunch, Ino teased, causing Hinata to giggle. I didn't. I'm not. Don't be nervous. Naruto has left the classroom and I'm not nervous. Shikamaru and Choji, witnessing this, ceased calling out to Ino, let's eat later. Don't you want to see where Naruto lives? Ino's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suddenly grabbed Hinata and dashed out. Hinata glanced back at her lunch, swallowing hard. I sent this inappropriate. What if Naruto finds out? Before she could finish, Ino interrupted. If he finds out, just go sit with him. You can also sample his cooking. My family runs a flower shop. I want to bring him some flowers. IT could serve as an excuse to visit him under the pretense of checking on their growth. However, after running a few steps, Ino abruptly halted. Confused, Hinata looked up to see an upperclassman dash down the stairs, swiftly taking Naruto's hand and guiding him outside with practiced ease. She knows how to play her cards well. Back at home, Naruto's expression turned cold in an instant, yet quickly reverted to its usual demeanor. As expected, the Umbun ninjas assigned to monitor me are still around, though they no longer dare to be so blatant. Disguising themselves as street vendors below, the Bear Ninja still uses that live streaming device to keep tabs on me, but their frequency has certainly diminished. Now it seems I don't even need to disguise myself in my own home. With this thought, Naruto took a deep breath, as if liberating himself from invisible shackles. Who would have guessed? Naruto, you're quite the neat freak. Not a neat freak, just lacking furniture that a chuckle escaped Tintin's lips uncontrollably. Even if you had money, you wouldn't tea by any doubt. I'm so hungry, you little brother. All right, I'll get it cooking. I want to eat the 3 delicacies. Okay. Once Naruto entered the kitchen, the smile on Tintin's face faded, her expression thoughtful as she surveyed the empty room. Then she opened the door. Why don't we just head back and eat our lunches? Caught in the act, Hinata instantly transformed into a blushing steam engine. Ino, however, showed no embarrassment and called out towards the kitchen. Naruto, excuse us, we don't want to eat our lunches at school. Can we eat here? Sure, Naruto replied, clearly aware of their stealthy presence. Having not declined, it was a tacit agreement. She shot a glance at Tintin before leading Hinata inside. Once the 2 girls entered, they were struck by the starkness of Naruto's living conditions, and the sounds emanating from the kitchen hushed them into silence. Even Tintin lost her desire to bicker with Ino. While she understood Naruto's struggles, she hadn't anticipated them being so severe. Tintin felt a pang of sympathy for him, while Ino was left shocked and outraged. From the moment she took notice of Naruto, she had been observant. He faced ridicule in the streets, and whenever he appeared, he was met with disdain and hostility. Upon seeing the vegetables he cultivated on his balcony and the faded fishing gear tucked away in the corner, Ino began to piece together the hardships Naruto had endured over the years. Hinata bit her lip, unaware of the life Naruto led. The first time she met him, she thought he was impressive. Despite being a child, he showed no fear and was incredibly brave. Little did she know, he too was forced to adapt under pressure. Yet, why did he wear a smile upon his face? The meal was consumed in a somewhat somber atmosphere until Naruto invited Ino and Hinata to taste his cooking. Delicious. Wow. Naruto-kun, you're amazing. Naruto-kun, may I discuss something with you? Go ahead, Naruto replied, neither refusing nor agreeing. How about this? I'll tell my mom that she doesn't need to make me lunch anymore. I'll eat here with you. All right? I'll contribute to the meals. Also, since Choji's family owns a barbecue restaurant, we can invite him too, that we can prepare the ingredients every day, and you can cook for us. Okay? As she spoke, she clung to Naruto's arm, swaying it playfully that a girl who knows how to be charming is always in demand. Initially hesitant, Naruto found it hard to resist when Tintin joined in with her own charm. Even Hinata seemed eager to participate, but the thought of her family situation made her hesitate. Naruto-kun, I may not have the ingredients, but I do have money. Noticing her newfound courage, Naruto smiled. Eat more. 1 lunch isn't enough. Right? There is plenty more. And how can you train on an empty stomach? I'm coming. The pivotal moment had arrived. Hinata transformed into a blushing steam engine, fainting from embarrassment. The catalyst was Naruto's words. But the fatal blow came when he personally offered her a piece of meat. Of course, the ultimate trigger was the joyous gurgle from her stomach. Although this remark was teasing Hinata, both Tintin and Ino recognized that Naruto had acquiesced to their request. The 2 little girls exchanged knowing glances. You think quickly on your feet. Tintin unabashedly expressed her admiration. Ino naturally accepted this development with delight. Suddenly, both girls remembered that they were still in a wartime setting and immediately shifted their expressions to fierce and intimidating ones. In the afternoon, Irika continued to have the students practice the chakra extraction technique. Not everyone was a genius. Mastering the chakra extraction technique would take at least a week. Meanwhile, those who had already extracted their chakra were either sleeping in or whispering to one another. Is it like this? Though it was somewhat tedious, it was quite enjoyable. Shikamaru perceived the hidden emotions in Ino's eyes instantly. His intellect was sharp, and connecting it with the villagers' attitudes towards Naruto, he grasped the implication behind Ino's expression. Choji, however, was not as contemplative. upon hearing that Naruto could cook and that it tasted delightful. Especially since Ino had vouched for it. He was certain it was exceptional. After all, it was merely a matter of some meat. And informing his father would pose no issue at all. I shall go. Tomorrow I will bring a generous portion of meat. Then I shall prepare some medicinal dishes, Shikamaru replied. Tomorrow I will bring flowers to plant. I have money, so I will buy drinks for everyone that I plan to turn my home into a gathering spot. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. The current team 10 still bore a youthful innocence that, through his mature lens, appeared endearing to IT that moment. Ino unexpectedly interjected with a hint of mystery. Let me tell you, when I first arrived at school, Tintin mentioned that Naruto is quite the fisherman and sets traps to catch various game, including wild rabbits and boars. Upon hearing this, both Choji and Shikamaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meat, outdoors barbecues, fishing, setting traps. Although it sounds somewhat troublesome, it certainly piques one's interest. Thus, despite Ino not having distanced herself from Sakura due to Sasuke, she began to drift away from Sakura nonetheless, especially since Sakura's every thought seemed consumed by Sasuke. In contrast, Ino found Hinata and Tintin to be more intriguing. Naruto chose not to engage further in the conversation. Instead, he rested his head on the desk, feigning sleep while secretly training. This was beneficial, as it provided him with a layer of cover to practice undisturbed. Perhaps Hinata would also evolve differently from her original portrayal, shy to the point of fainting. Naruto sensed that her daily exertions were significantly taxing, leading to her perpetual hunger. It was important to note that she possessed the purest Byakugan, a talent that extended beyond mere physicality. Alas, unlike Naruto, she was devoid of the nine tails within her. However, she had a stable source of nutrition, albeit limited. Therefore, among the 12 young ninjas, both he and Hinata suffered from malnutrition. Eventually, as they became ninjas, earned money from missions, and acquired some free time, Hinata gradually began to replenish her nutrition, though the origins of that nourishment need not be elaborated upon. Naruto speculated that perhaps before undertaking missions, she might have eaten at home, and after completing tasks, enjoyed a meal courtesy of Sakura, and then with the money earned, purchased additional food before returning home in time for lunch or dinner. Consequently, she still went to bed with an empty stomach. As the class resumed, Naruto continued to rest his head on the desk, half asleep. At that moment, he had to concede that Irika's teaching methods were significantly inferior to those of Bear Ninja. The contrast was stark, not merely because Irika taught a group, while Bear Ninja focused solely on him. Put it plainly, if Bear Ninja were to instruct the entire class, it wouldn't be long before the children of the great ninja clan would be spared from hardship. The others would likely be clamoring to become Hokage, inheriting the will of fire, and their foundational ninja skills would be solidified. Following the lesson on chakra extraction techniques, they transitioned to the training of mental fortitude. In the ninja world, the concept of mental power existed. Genjutsu was essentially a mental attack that disrupted chakra. The most representative form of Genjutsu was the dark techniques developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, specifically designed to counter the powerful mental attacks of the Uchiha clan, such as the Sharingan Genjutsu. Meditation, perhaps? Naruto closed his eyes, a familiar sensation enveloping him, and moments later, he entered a meditative state. For the Uchiha clan, known for their unparalleled mental prowess, meditation was an essential course. Not far away, Sasuke also swiftly entered a meditative state. Undoubtedly, the children of the great ninja clan had long mastered this skill. Yet many did not regard meditation with the seriousness it deserved. Only 3 individuals in the class earnestly engaged in meditation: Sasuke, Naruto, who had obtained the Sharingan through the power of the forest fruit, and Hinata, the princess of the Byakugan. The rest had not been taught meditation. The transformations brought about by meditation were not as overt as those from chakra, thus they often went unappreciated. Meanwhile, Ino intended to share some bold whispers with Naruto, only to notice that both he and Hinata had closed their eyes, entering a meditative state. With a swift glance, she too joined in meditation. This was indeed significant. Perhaps chakra extraction techniques had yet to commence, but she had already begun with meditation. In mere seconds, Ino slipped into a meditative state. Shikamaru, Naruto, and the others are so diligent. Meditation is rather dull, Shikamaru remarked, propping his chin on his hand and yawning. Meditation is a compulsory course. It is taken more seriously than our respective families do. Hinata approached her assigned tasks with a commendable sense of responsibility, completing them thoroughly unless Naruto instructed her otherwise. She would dutifully write a 1,000-word reflection if asked. Unlike them, Naruto had no formal teacher, having lacked guidance in his youth. Choji nodded and continued to nibble on chips. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Naruto emerged from his meditative state, taking a moment to reflect that he realized that meditation indeed enhanced mental strength and even positively impacted the quality of his chakra. Most importantly, he felt a warmth in his eyes following the improvement of his mental faculties. It seems that enhancing mental strength also aids the Sharingan. Moving forward, meditation will be a daily practice. Suddenly, a charming little face appeared before him. Naruto, the benefits of meditation aren't particularly noticeable. Shikamaru and Choji only meditate occasionally. Yet you seem quite invested that I'm quite adept at it, so feel free to ask me any questions. Likewise, Naruto smiled and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, your fine control over chakra must be exceptional, right? Seeing Naruto's rare earnestness. Straightened her posture and nodded vigorously. Perhaps you could try learning medical ninjutsu without interfering with your family's secret techniques. You must know of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, right? Yes, Lady Tsunade is my idol. She possesses a secret technique that requires mastery over fine chakra control. Once acquired, even if you choose not to practice physical techniques, a single punch can send someone flying. As for medical ninjutsu, I will heed your advice and discuss it with my father, but that is Lady Tsunade's secret technique, and, upon noticing Ino's hesitation at the prospect of sending someone flying with a punch, Naruto chuckled, you won't gain muscle mass, and you'll retain your youthful appearance. Even at 70 or 80 years old, you can maintain the skin of a youthful maiden. Naruto shielded his eyes, momentarily dazzled by the light in Ino's gaze. Suddenly, he felt a gentle poke on his arm. Turning around, he found Hinata nervously fidgeting with her fingers. What about me? Oh. Hinata nodded. As long as you can eat your fill and train diligently. Your Byakugan is impressive. Observing her blend of shyness, anger, and a hint of disappointment, Naruto quickly added, of course, if you wish to learn that secret technique, you may seek guidance from the talented chakra-controlling girl, Ino. With this, both little girls beamed with joy. Not far away, Sakura, hearing Ino's laughter, turned her head. She gazed at the radiant Ino and the Hinata she embraced, momentarily taken aback. Returning her gaze, she found Sasuke still exuding an aloof attitude, seemingly indifferent to the world. Suddenly, she felt a fleeting daze. Wait, did Sasuke just glance at me? Oh, how I knew it. He must have feelings for me, but he is merely shy and lacks the ability to express himself. The time for school to end is fast approaching. Before Irika could announce the end of class, Choji stood up abruptly. Meet. That gaze startled even Irika. School is over. See you all in the afternoon. Naruto emerged from his meditative state. A morning of training had granted him an extraordinary sensation. Upon opening his eyes, the world before him appeared transformed once again. Although not as pronounced as when he absorbed the nutrients from Uchiha Shursui, Naruto could still sense that his 5 senses had been enhanced to varying degrees. Inspired by Naruto's words, Ino and Hinata also joined in meditation afterward. They were awakened by Choji's loud exclamation. Ino was about to scold him when, unexpectedly, Shikamaru was the first to act, tapping Choji on the head. Why so excited? But he's right. I'm hungry too. Choji scratched his head awkwardly but then curiously asked, Shikamaru, have you started meditating too? Initially caught off guard, Shikamaru's face flushed slightly as he touched his nose. Naruto claimed the benefits of meditation rival those of any training, and after a morning of meditating, he found this to be true. His mental fortitude had increased, and many things had changed. Choji, you should meditate more often too. All right, as long as there's meat in Naruto's cooking, everything is fine. Soon after, the children playfully left the classroom. Hey Naruto-kun, I'm feeling pumped, really pumped. Is anyone willing to do a handstand all the way to Naruto's house with me? Smack! Tintin swiftly delivered a slap. Lee, I've warned you. Absolutely no inviting Naruto to train with you. What if Naruto ends up dressing like your teacher guy? A vivid image flashed through his mind. Tintin was furious. And so was Ino. Even Hinata clenched her fists. Humph. As a member of the main branch. Niji, are you coming? Niji, interrupted mid-casting, paused in surprise. He had been pulled over by Lee. Never did he expect Naruto would invite him. Even the most diligent genius needs to relax their tense nerves occasionally. A balanced approach to training yields better results. But, Niji-kun, I brought some pocket money. We can buy milk and drinks on the way. Encouraged by Naruto's gaze, Hinata summoned her courage, gazing directly at Niji with a gentle smile. All right, 2 more friends joined the lunch gathering. Naruto held a considerable admiration for Niji. Unfortunately, he encountered the great landlord. Naruto, his demise symbolized the failure of Naruto's entire theory. For you said, I am a genius. How ironic that statement is. To protect the branch family of Hyuga, he used his death as a bribe for the most greedy official. As a result, Hinata was spared from being a caged bird, and Hanabi became part of the main family. In certain tales, only the main family of Hyuga appears. Niji's efforts were no less than Lee's. The bandaged hands spoke volumes of his diligence. Not to mention, he bore the burden of a caged bird. Let us go. Let us go. Choji was the most enthusiastic, hurriedly urging everyone to leave, after a lunch. Under Ino and Shikamaru's influence, meditation became a mandatory practice for them, especially for Tintin. Upon hearing Tsunade Essene seal, the spark in her eyes rivaled that of Ino's. When they returned to school in the afternoon, Niji appeared somewhat dazed that Hinata-sama can eat so much. Does that mean she's been training on an empty stomach all this time? He was well aware of the feeling of hunger. Moreover, Hinata, being overly kind, often refrained from using her full strength. Occasionally, she would even be punished by being forbidden to eat. He observed Hinata engaging normally with Ino and Tintin ahead, and he was once again astonished. Finally, he gazed intently at Naruto's back. He could vaguely sense that Naruto was far more complex than he initially appeared. In the afternoon, everyone meditated alongside Naruto. Most endured, forcing themselves to meditate throughout the afternoon. And they all reaped significant benefits. Especially Lee, who nudged Niji, still lost in meditation. Niji, I've grown stronger. For a brief moment, I felt the chakra within me. I think I can control even a tiny bit of it now. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. Smack. It wasn't Niji who interrupted his meditation, but rather the teacher at the podium. Sleeping in class is one thing, but disturbing others during lessons warrants standing outside as punishment. The classroom erupted in laughter. Even Niji, who had rarely displayed a smile since his father's death, felt the corners of his mouth lift slightly. While the benefits of meditation were numerous, for Naruto, the elevation of his mental fortitude was paramount. Sufficient for him to undertake certain endeavors. For instance, after school, Naruto lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and focused his mental energy inward, penetrating deep into his abdomen. Soon, he traversed through layers of barriers. Oh, Kurama, have you been sleeping comfortably all these years? When will you consider paying rent? Speaking of which, this is our first genuine meeting, isn't it? In the ceiling space within the sewers, Naruto gazed at the towering iron door, sealed with a lock of sealing. Behind that door lay a fox many times larger than himself. The fox stared at him in astonishment, its 9 tails curling up. After a moment, the 9 tails regained its composure, incredulously asking, Kid, how did you get in here? Naruto smiled. The day he discovered he could use his mental energy to shield against the 9 tails' shared vision and perception was when he ceased allowing Kurama to see or sense anything. Thus, the initial remark of having slept for so long. Day after day, gazing at the unchanging ceiling space while being unable to perceive what his Jinchuriki experienced. How could that not be boring? Without saying much more, I will only ask you, do you wish to live as a human? The 9 tails scoffed at Naruto's words. Though I'm not sure where you found the courage to speak such absurdities. I can only tell you that even that old sage of the 6 paths wouldn't dare to say, or even think that. Naruto replied calmly, just because you cannot, doesn't mean I cannot. And as for the sage of 6 paths, merely one of the weapons birthed from Kagaya Otsutsuki's asexual reproduction. What did you say? Of course, I mean the sage of 6 paths, whom you perceive as omnipotent, along with his brother. After all these years in the ninja world, You must have encountered White Zetsu, right? The Nine Tails fell silent. White Zetsu was indeed created by Kagaya Otsutsuki. Did you find it weak? That is perfectly normal, as it was merely its initial form. Perhaps the final form resembles the Sage of Six Paths. All of this was preparation by Kagaya Otsutsuki to confront the Otsutsuki clan. Unfortunately, those two fools were deceived by a mere frog. Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed on the moon, while the Ten Tails was divided into 9 parts. Yes, you are one of them. You should be quite aware of this. You wouldn't want to ultimately become nourishment for the Ten Tails, would you? Shut up, kid, the Nine Tails roared. But Naruto simply dug his ears, feeling somewhat exasperated, and said, "Could you not yell for no reason? If you were that powerful, you would have broken free from your seal. You have the wood release you fear the most." And, as he spoke, Naruto's eyes transformed into Sharingan. You. This time, the Nine Tails was so shocked that it couldn't form a complete sentence. So, do you think what I just said was a lie? Moreover, Otsutsuki Kagaya possesses the ability to create White Zetsu. I too can accomplish this feat, and indeed my creations would surpass hers. Naruto had already conceived a plan in his mind. Once he develops the forest fruit to a certain level, he would be able to directly absorb the nutrients from trees, thereby harnessing the purest essence of nature, which would grant him energy akin to that of White Zetsu. This energy could then be infused into his specially crafted wooden clones. With a physical form established, he would only need to channel his spiritual energy, allowing it to govern the specially created wooden clone, thus achieving a form of resurrection. Given that this world possesses spiritual energy, one wonders if the soul could indeed be considered a facet of this energy. The answer remains uncertain, yet Naruto feels that this path is viable. "Little brat, I must admit, you have repeatedly astonished me," the Nine Tails remarked, slightly begrudging. "You are unique. Hence, little brat, what ulterior motives do you harbor?" Once the Nine Tails had calmed down, it shot a fierce glare at Naruto before reluctantly inquiring, "What do you mean by ulterior motives? It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. My intentions are quite simple. You are familiar with the Sage of Six Paths' 2 sons, Ashura and Indra, correct?" The Nine Tails nodded, having significantly strengthened its mental fortitude. Their battle has persisted through the ages. After the first life ended, they reincarnated to continue their conflict. The previous generation consisted of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. While I am the current incarnation of Indra, the Nine Tails felt as if it had endured centuries of existence within the body of a mere Fox.B. Why merging our strengths, we could encompass all things and obtain the Sage of Six Paths' eyes. However, the Rinnegan can only be awakened when Madara is old and nearing death. If done correctly, with the combined powers and the assistance of the Sage of Six Paths Chakra guarding the Pure Land, the Rinnegan could be awakened prematurely. What on earth is happening? Naruto sighed, realizing he would have to recount a story. Thus, he detailed the profound bond between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Ultimately, the Nine Tails closed its eyes, digesting the vast amount of information, and expressed its dissatisfaction. "You have shared so much. While it's highly credible, there is no evidence that I cannot simply trust you." Noticing the Nine Tails' reaction, Naruto understood it was being petulant. "It matters not. We have ample time ahead, if that is the case. We shall revisit this matter another day. For now, ponder on it deeply. Furthermore, you have performed admirably these years, at least refraining from interfering with my chakra. I must take my leave, as my spiritual energy has been greatly depleted. Isn't it true that your abilities are quite limited, yet your pride is boundless? I had to rely solely on myself to enter." He muttered, "Humph." The Nine Tails remarked, eyes still shut, offering no rebuttal nor displaying anger, swaying its tail as if it were indifferent to the situation. After Naruto's figure gradually faded, the Nine Tails finally opened its eyes. Gazing at the spot where Naruto had stood, its pupils constricted sharply. Damn it! It had continuously referred to him as a little brat, yet had forgotten to assess him from a human's perspective. He was merely around 6 years old. Your points are indeed valid, and I am not a fool. I can discern truth from falsehood. However, Naruto, I have lived for millennia. I have encountered countless individuals, and I cannot afford to take a risk on you. I'm certain your eyes will eventually surpass even those of that Uchiha scoundrel." The Nine Tails sighed deeply, Well, even if you deceive me, at least I shall no longer be subjected to the curse of those accursed eyes. Meanwhile, Naruto's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Upon exiting the sealing space and returning to his body, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The practice of meditation must continue. The active consumption of spiritual energy had indeed taken a toll. Suddenly, he sensed that the chakra within him seemed more vibrant than before. As he regained control, the faint resistance that had previously hindered him vanished entirely. Truly a proud fox, he mused, not bothering to shield his thoughts from the nine tails. The chakra had increased by at least 4 units, no longer requiring to be expended on the sealing force. Subsequently, he fell into a deep slumber. Meditation and sleep serve as complementary practices. They do not conflict with one another. At dawn, after bidding farewell to his friend Tenten, he entered the classroom. Observing the group of young children, Naruto realized it was time for him to make his exit. The Umbu ninja monitoring him had become too wary to act openly. He now had ample time to train in other areas. Aware of this, Naruto returned to his seat. At noon, with the children of the great ninja clan providing cover, the Bearnin will not dare to act recklessly, even with his surveillance tools. Thus, I shall choose the lunchtime gathering as my opportunity. In the future, I will allow my wooden clones to attend school on my behalf, with the great ninja clan's children assisting in keeping me concealed. Eliminating the risk of exposure, I shall return at noon to cook personally, while also replenishing the chakra of my wooden clones, as they currently lack the ability to absorb nutrients from food. To prevent the Bearnin from succumbing to temptation and spying during lunch, it was imperative that he return. Today's lesson was a theoretical one, and Iruka had a semblance of authority in this domain. Their gazes met, and Naruto could still perceive the lingering disdain and resentment in Iruka's eyes, along with a hint of conflict. However, he was no longer the Naruto of the original story. He did not require Iruka's approval. Moreover, even in Iruka's absence, there was still the presence of another Iruka. Iruka's acceptance of Naruto and his recognition were merely the result of the Bearnin's relentless attempts to instill the will of fire into him. In the original narrative, Iruka only truly acknowledged Naruto when he graduated, which coincided with the first episode of the anime. During this interval, the Bearnin had undoubtedly exerted considerable effort in shaping Naruto's mindset. Shaking his head, Naruto simply laid his head on the desk, feigning sleep while continuing to practice chakra nature transformation in secret, awaiting the arrival of noon. It was time to prioritize the training of the Rasengan. Has everyone remembered the lesson on the will of fire taught today? Yes. Excellent. Then class is dismissed. See you all in the afternoon. Yes. The children rose in unison and dashed out of the classroom. Naruto intended to return and bribe a few of his young friends to initiate his plan. However, at that moment, Iruka called out to him. Naruto, wait a moment. Ino and Hinata had already taken their leave. Waiting for him at the door to Iruka-sensei. You are so verbose, Naruto thought to himself. Iruka. It was quite normal for Naruto to be summoned for a talk due to his frequent napping during class. Naruto, do you recall the lesson on the will of fire from today? Yes, I remember. Naruto, I know you have already mastered the chakra extraction technique, but your dream is to become a Hokage recognized by everyone. Thus, merely mastering the chakra extraction technique is insufficient to achieve that goal. To become Hokage, you must first become an outstanding ninja. Oh, Naruto replied nonchalantly that Iruka's brows furrowed instantly, and the suppressed disdain within him surged rapidly that I will do my best, but if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. After speaking, Naruto did not wait for Iruka's reply and turned to depart. Iruka watched his receding figure, feeling the urge to call out, but a voice within him urged. He is merely a little fox demon. There is no need to concern yourself with him. Nevertheless, in the end, Iruka sighed, realizing that Naruto was still his student, and his actions were far removed from what he aspired to embody as a teacher. Iruka, what troubles you? A gentle voice inquired Shizen-sensei. Iruka hesitated for a moment before sharing his concerns with her. Iruka, there is no need to blame yourself. You have done remarkably well in the face of a fox demon that caused the death of your parents. You have already done more than enough. It is simply not feasible. Hinata, your prowess is exceptional, and I am utterly unable to consume any more I dare say. Even if my father were to arrive, he might not surpass you. Dingji lay on the ground, patting his round belly, and gave a thumbs up to Hinata, who was still feasting voraciously, his eyes filled with admiration. Beside him was the diminutive Lee, clad in a gray practice uniform. He too expressed his respect, saying, "Truly, you are the pride of the Hyuga clan, Hinata. I've been thoroughly defeated." Shikamaru set down his chopsticks, somewhat helplessly patting Dingji and Lee. "After consuming your fill, do not lie down immediately. Soon, it will be your turn to wash the dishes." Nearby, Naruto chuckled as he responded to a few questions posed by the girls, then rapped the table and said in a serious tone, "Everyone, I require your assistance with a matter." Upon seeing Naruto's earnest demeanor, the others paused their eating. "The Ninja Academy has little left to teach me that I plan to use shadow clones to attend school as a ruse. Therefore, I need your help to cover for me." "What?" exclaimed Lee. "Naruto, have you truly mastered the shadow clone technique?" "Oh, indeed, you are my lifelong rival. Naruto, you are incredible." Naruto was somewhat taken aback by the reaction. The group was not astonished by his intention to skip school, but rather by his mastery of the shadow clone technique and his confidence in having a clone remain at school for an entire morning or afternoon. "Humph, do not be surprised. Everyone here is in the same boat. The Ninja Academy teaches us little of substance. However, this is merely a necessary step on the path to becoming a ninja, since you intend to use shadow clones. Lee, once I master the technique myself, I will rely on you to cover for me in class, day in and day out." Lee, initially eager to agree passionately, found himself bewildered. "Why? Humph, if I ask you for help, I fear I won't even manage to deceive the teacher for a single class." "Ugh." Lee lowered his head, a crestfallen expression on his face. "That is a splendid idea. I must train as well. I cannot fall too far behind Naruto." "Hinata, shall we alternate?" Hinata hesitated. Skipping class? That seemed rather inappropriate. During this period, she had ceased to suffer from hunger and would no longer faint from shyness. Yet, when faced with Naruto, she often transformed into a bashful steam maiden. "Hinata, do you not wish to skip class? How wonderful. I'm so eager to progress. I will rely on you in the future." "No." Hinata quickly shook her head. I occasionally entertain the thought." This sentiment felt rather rebellious to her. Meanwhile, Tintin admonished Naruto, "You foolish little brother, do you truly think we are oblivious to everything? You harbor many secrets that you have been concealing. Do not presume that just because we are all children, we are lacking in understanding. So go ahead and do what you desire." The group regarded Naruto with serious expressions. Did Shikamaru discover this? In an instant, they all averted their gazes. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. "Shikamaru, I underestimated you. You truly are the cleverest among us." Shikamaru rubbed his nose. Though he frequently received compliments, it was the first time Naruto had praised him. "Well then, I shall count on you." Shikamaru's cheeks flushed slightly, but he feigned exasperation, raising his hands in surrender. Sigh. "What a bother. I cannot find a reason to refuse." The others cheered in unison. However, at that moment, Shikamaru stood up and walked toward the restroom. Naruto followed him inside, knowing that Shikamaru had some confidential matters to discuss. "Naruto, I may not fully comprehend why things have come to this, but I want to express that if matters spiral out of control, I will strive to extricate the Inoshikacho trio. That is all I can do." Naruto smiled. "Just as I expected of you, Shikamaru. Rest assured, I have a trump card. Perhaps you will not have to bear such burdensome trials." This statement held multiple layers of meaning, and Naruto believed Shikamaru would grasp its significance, for he was about to unveil certain truths. Indeed, Shikamaru remained silent, merely observing Naruto. Naruto raised his hand. "Wood element. Wood clone." With a series of cracking sounds, a wooden arm extended into a form resembling his own. The clone transformed at a visible pace into his likeness. "Would Naruto, you?" Shikamaru's eyes widened in astonishment that he was undeniably intelligent. Yet his youth rendered him somewhat naive. He understood many things but did not grasp their implications. "Are you insane? Why would you show me this? Aren't you afraid?" Before he could finish, Shikamaru lowered his head. After a moment, he looked at Naruto's wooden clone and chuckled. "What a hassle. It's truly unbearable that I know what to do and when to do it. Naruto, you must have endured much over these years. Haven't you? Let us leave. We have lingered here too long." Naruto said nothing, merely allowing the wooden clone to accompany Shikamaru. Once they exited together, he took a deep breath. This day has finally arrived. I no longer need to tread cautiously in concealment. A relieved smile crept across his lips in an instant, he executed the body flicker technique and vanished from the restroom. Arriving at the pre-selected waterfall, Naruto spread his arms wide. That it has been far too long since I Fei as Naruto returned to his original state. He chose to remain silent and turned to walk back to his seat. Irika then glanced at his classmates, announcing, "All right, it is now your turn. Point one by one. Step up and demonstrate. There is no need to worry if you haven't team mastered it yet. As long as you can perform the technique, it will be deemed acceptable." Consequently, aside from the 9 notable talents, the other civilian ninjas appeared rather mediocre. The transformed Irika was either plumper or slimmer, and some even resembled Naruto's shadow clones from the original story. Among the 3 techniques, the transformation technique was the first to be learned. The shadow clone and substitution techniques presented a certain level of difficulty. Since they were merely first-year students, it was unreasonable to expect them to be assessed on this skill so soon. The cultural and theoretical exams were not expected to pose any surprises. Naruto began to accumulate points, managing to avoid being at the bottom, yet only just scraping the passing mark as for the will of fire. Achieving full marks was imperative. Techniques involving shuriken and kunai were merely introduced at a basic level, and assessments on them had yet to be scheduled or deemed as core subjects. Once everyone had showcased their transformation techniques, Irika announced the commencement of their holiday. Naruto-kun, goodbye. Ino's confidence continued to grow. Her hairstyle diverged from the original, opting for a clean and refreshing shortcut, which suited her far better. Hinata, on the other hand, heeded Naruto's suggestion and allowed her hair to grow long. Ino, however, still found her bun hairstyle adorable. And as for twin tails, Isarutobi Shiro, Ino mused, is there still a ninja daring enough to glare at me with such malice? Suddenly, Naruto sensed a not particularly intense malevolence. Turning to look, he saw Yamanka Inoichi, who had come to escort Ino home, gazing at him with an incredibly resentful expression. "Dad, let us go home." "But Dad, let us go home." Sigh, fine. Hinata also bid farewell to Naruto in a soft voice. Niji maintained his usual stoic demeanor, nodding to Naruto before following closely behind Hinata as they made their way home. "Honestly, aren't we supposed to go on a picnic together tomorrow? Why does it feel like we see each other for ages?" "Take care, Naruto. See you tomorrow." Shikamaru crossed his arms behind his head, walking alongside Choji towards Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Chuza. After casting a deep glance at Naruto, Nara Shikaku's lips curled into a gentle smile. Naruto returned the smile. "Well then, let us head back to him. Why Mom and Dad have been nagging about inviting you over for dinner. The last time I brought back some sweet and sour pork. They loved it. My mom even said she wanted to take you as her teacher. Then let us make sweet and sour pork together tonight." Yay! Thus, Naruto and Ino departed. However, just before leaving, Naruto abruptly turned back, casting a glance at the pair of eyes that had been quietly observing him from the shadows. Uchiha Itachi. He instinctively glanced at the cheerful and innocent face of Sasuke. The atmosphere fell off, and the expression in his eyes was somewhat unsettling. If memory served correctly, in the original story, Sasuke was around 7 years old, which would place him in the 2nd grade when the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Itachi, thank you for reminding me to be prepared. That vexing gaze. Naruto, can we go and give him a beating? Just then, the Nine Tails, who occasionally receive visual feedback, suddenly spoke up. "This is a troublesome brat. How about I find you an Uchiha who enjoys posing in the sun after the rain?" Aside from grandiose plans, is there no other originality? Naruto chose to ignore it, instead pondering some details. The downfall of the Uchiha clan had been predetermined since the establishment of Konoha. The Uchiha were all extreme egoists. This outcome was hardly surprising in fact. The moment Obito awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, the demise of the Uchiha clan was sealed. Were all Uchiha inherently evil? The answer is a resounding no. Firstly, regarding Itachi's character, it's best not to sully terms like divinity and righteousness. His illness and demise seemed more like poetic justice. Itachi in Japanese also refers to a weasel, a mysterious creature often associated with misfortune. Of course, The influence of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, cannot be overlooked. Within the Leaf Village, the Uchiha were labeled as inherently malevolent. This had become a deeply ingrained mindset. "You, the inherently evil Uchiha brat," Tobarama stated. In the original narrative, the Uchiha clan was utterly slaughtered. Whether they were born evil remains unverified and lacked persuasive power. The indoctrination of the will of fire, coupled with the death of Uchiha Shursui and the malicious defamation by the previous Hokage, Senju Tobarama, added layers to the narrative. Moreover, Itachi encountered those radical Uchiha clansmen. Thus, Obito diminished the Uchiha clan's image, combined with Konoha's discriminatory stance. Itachi, Naruto turned back, listening to Ino's lively voice, akin to a lark, observing the demeanor of the heads of the great ninja clans in secret. He noted their calmness. Indeed, as he had suspected, these leaders had likely been aware of the Uchiha clan's impending doom for quite some time, but on the night of the massacre, they unanimously feigned ignorance. Neither seeing nor hearing anything. They all understood tacitly. Moreover, they could only acquiesce to Konoha's actions against the Uchiha for how Obito could ascertain Itachi's truth. A slight smirk appeared on Naruto's lips. On the night of the massacre, those two are bound to cross paths. During the Five Kage Summit, Danzo also leaked information about Uchiha Madara. What cunning old foxes. Nonetheless, one must not underestimate Obito on his way home. Naruto attentively listened to the sounds around him. Sure enough, among the villagers, some had begun to incite hatred towards the Uchiha clan. Obito still remains unaware that his time is running out. He doesn't love Konoha as much as he claims. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken of leaking village information to protect Sasuke as he departed. As of now, he should be contemplating that the only remaining Uchiha are himself and Sasuke, one inside and one outside. After the massacre, he joined the rogue ninja organization, Akatsuki. Sasuke remains in the strongest ninja village, Konoha. Obito may not know what his ultimate plan is, but it's certainly one to be easily resolved. Thus, he's hedging his bets in both directions. No matter the outcome, he stands to gain something, ensuring that the Uchiha clan is not truly eradicated. However, once he realizes the issue with his body, he will have no choice but to alter his course. Placing all his bets on Sasuke, soon, Naruto arrived at Ino's home. Her parents immediately exuded a warm familiarity. Their hospitality enveloped him in a comforting atmosphere, reminiscent of his hometown. Moreover, Ino's mother seemed to grow fonder of Naruto with each passing moment. Turning back to glance in the direction of the Uchiha, he concluded that among them, only Sasuke appeared to be the most normal individual. However, he owed a debt of gratitude to Obito and Itachi. Without them, his future evolution into the Manjikyu Sharingan, or even the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and Rinnegan, would undoubtedly hinge upon the contributions of the Uchiha clan. The Rasengan and Sage Mode could be honed during the summer break. "What are you mumbling about?" Ino asked, tilting her head curiously. Just as Naruto was about to deflect her inquiry, he heard Ino's mother calling from the kitchen. "Naruto, come in and teach me how to make sweet and sour pork." A slight smile graced Naruto's face. Coming. The moment had arrived. It was time to begin. As night descended, Naruto left a wooden clone at home while his main body ventured to the waterfall where he usually practiced. Absorb. After once more drawing a sliver of nourishment from the surrounding trees, he directed their attention to the rustling of the leaves before closing his eyes. The training to absorb natural chakra commenced. No, it should be said that the training for Sage Mode had begun. Once he adjusted his physical state, he abruptly opened his eyes. Sharingan. Disrobe and take a deep breath. With a swift motion, the hand forms a seal. In the next instant, Naruto's entire back visibly transforms into a wooden texture at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, vibrant flowers and leaves sprout along his spine, as if a nutrient-rich log were adorned with a variety of flora. The nutrients absorbed coalesce into a small sapling on his back, which rapidly grows, soon morphing into a humanoid wooden figure that falls at Naruto's feet. In a blink, this figure takes on Naruto's likeness. This initial endeavor has successfully birthed a white Zetsu version of the wood clone. How splendid! My efforts in harnessing the insights of Uchiha Shursui to master and comprehend the shadow clone technique have not been in vain. After dedicating so much time to research, I have finally succeeded in creating a clone infused with boundless natural energy. Naruto nods appreciatively. This wooden clone does not require the equal distribution of chakra, as a shadow clone does. Instead, it is entirely nourished by the assimilated nutrient from the trees. In every regard, it surpasses the shadow clone, and when compared to the wooden clones developed by Senju Hashirama, it excels even further. This white Zetsu wooden clone possesses the remarkable ability to replenish its nutrients and convert them into chakra. It can even utilize the bloodline limits of Naruto's original body, including the Sharingan and the yet-to-be-unlocked Uzumaki body, as well as the adamantine sealing chains. Even when under attack, as long as it can move and the natural energy persists, it can continue to fight until its end. Moreover, it retains the characteristics of a shadow clone. When the jutsu is dispelled and it merges back with the original body, all memories and experiences will be shared. Although the wooden clone may not match my original form, it is a manifestation of pure natural energy. Theoretically, imbued with the essence of the forest fruit, it should not encounter petrification or rejection when absorbing natural energy and may indeed harmonize exceptionally well with it. If you were not my wooden clone, I might have difficulty detecting you without any malicious intent. Thus, I entrust you with the task of absorbing natural energy to cultivate Sage Mode. Leave it to me, the white Zetsu wooden clone replies, sitting cross-legged and closing its eyes to begin absorbing the natural energy from the environment. It attempts to merge its physical and spiritual energies, though without converting them into chakra, instead integrating the absorbed natural energy. If successful, we shall then explore whether we can directly fuse nutrients with natural energy to transform it into natural chakra. With that, Naruto places a hand on the wooden clone's shoulder, channeling his physical and spiritual energies into it. While the wooden clone lacks these two aspects, it is capable of absorbing nutrients and converting them. Soon, guided by Naruto's influence, the natural energy is successfully drawn into the wooden clone's form. It is a gentle force, devoid of any violent energy. Perhaps this tranquility stems from the faint essence of the forest fruit. Suddenly, the physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy converge harmoniously. The process is not complicated in the blink of an eye. A tremendous surge of energy erupts from within the wooden clone, incomparable to the chakra extracted from a corporeal form. This unfamiliar chakra effortlessly overwhelms the chakra derived from the physical body. It has succeeded. There is no petrification. This is natural chakra, and when this natural chakra is unleashed, it becomes Sage Chakra. This moment, the white Zetsu wooden clone undergoes a transformation. Instantly, its body is enveloped in an intricate tapestry of plants, flowers, grasses, trees, vines, and branches. Simultaneously, the features of the clone shift, a pale green hue appearing around its eyes, a visage unique to Sage Mode. Naruto senses that the surrounding trees feel a greater affinity towards him, with many even submitting willingly. Shortly after the clone's new countenance appears, the Sage Chakra within stabilizes, achieving a state of equilibrium. The flora enveloping its exterior retracts back into its form. The clone rises, a glimmer of joy illuminating its demeanor. The original body has found balance, discovering the equilibrium of Sage Chakra within. This Sage Chakra can also be utilized on plants, and Naruto feels as though he possesses the ability to heal a multitude of ailments with this vibrant Sage Chakra. The benefits are numerous. A smile spreads across Naruto's face. He has achieved a Sage Mode more advanced than even that of Senju Hashirama and the toads of Mount Myaboku. However, it is only fitting, as natural energy would not reject one who wields the highest level of natural power, such as the user of the forest fruit. Thank you for your hard work, that we are all on the same side. The clone responds with a gentle smile, extending its hand to rest on Naruto's shoulder. In an instant, Naruto's shoulder becomes ethereal. The clone, like a liquid wooden entity, merges back with the original. In the next moment, a torrent of Sage Chakra floods into Naruto's body. The memories and experiences of the clone also merge seamlessly. I see now. As the words leave his lips, Naruto's face also bears the markings of Sage Mode. With a swift motion, he employs the body flicker technique, appearing before a large tree that he had pierced with a Rasengan. Extending his hand, he concentrates the sage chakra into his palm and presses it against the tree. The gaping wound in the trunk begins to heal rapidly. Such incredible vitality. Naruto is momentarily astonished. His speed has surged dramatically as well. The Sharingan, nourished by the sage chakra, awakens the double Tomo Sharingan. An unexpected boon. Now I possess a double Tomo Sharingan in both eyes. How exhilarating. Is this the essence of Sage Mode? With a single punch, I could likely rival my own monstrous strength. Hiss, such heightened perception. The trees within the confines of Konoha resonate with me. This is the Sage Mode unique to the forest fruit. With a thought, Naruto exits Sage Mode and simultaneously manifests another white Zetsu wooden clone. He instructs it to absorb nutrients and merge with natural energy, to see if it can also enter Sage Mode, that if this proves successful, future clones could independently enter Sage Mode. However, his Sage Mode is distinct from that of Mount Myoboka, so he cannot be certain of success. Yet, upon the clone's attempt, he is astounded by merging the nutrients with the natural energy, it directly enters an alternate form of Sage Mode. Its body takes on a wooden shape, hair transforming into vines. Moreover, it possesses the ability to freely alter its form, elongating its limbs or disguising itself as a colossal tree. Among other variations, this Sage Mode, derived from nutrients and natural energy, resembles the Sage Mode of the forest fruit. The first form shall be dubbed Natural Sage Mode, while the second shall be named Forest Sage Mode. Naruto beams with joy. In this moment, while he may not yet be invincible in the truest sense, he has undoubtedly reached a power level surpassing that of a Kage. Following the Night of the Annihilation, I can elevate my prowess even further. Everything is proceeding so smoothly. With Sage Mode, I can also begin my training on the Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. Thus, Naruto manifests yet another white Zetsu wooden clone, channeling physical and spiritual energy into it to facilitate its entry into natural Sage Mode. He momentarily forgets that the Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, generates considerable noise. As fate would have it, just as he falls into a trance, someone arrives with a pillow that a smile tugs at the corner of Naruto's mouth. He is genuinely pleased. Why has it suddenly become still? Several meters away from Naruto's training spot, a large tree reveals a white head, which gazes curiously at Naruto and is a mobile clone in Sage Mode. What a peculiar little fellow, but that jutsu seems quite formidable. It is best not to linger and instead report back to the original body. The white head, reminiscent of a spore, slowly descends, merging back into the tree. Suddenly, an unprecedented force of resistance manifests. The white figure can only momentarily touch the ground. Why is this happening? Could it be that the little imp has discovered my presence? No, that's impossible. It makes no sense that MY technique, the Mayfly technique, is renowned as one of the finest stealth ninjutsu in the ninja world. Even sensory ninjas cannot easily detect my existence. Me? Just as the white figure was scratching its head in bewilderment, a massive carnivorous plant appeared behind it out of nowhere, swallowing the still chattering white figure in a single gulp, leaving only its head exposed. What on earth is happening? Naruto instantly materialized before the carnivorous plant, gazing at the terrified white head. I never anticipated such an unexpected bounty today. With the Mayfly technique and the art of disguise, my future endeavors will be much more convenient. I am grateful for the gifts of nature. By Jew. No. Please, not that. Wow, how impressive. Sasuke-kun is the most handsome. Nonsense. Naruto-kun is also quite handsome, but my mom and dad won't let me get close to him. The girls in the class chattered away below, with a few gazing adoringly at the second pillar. How troublesome. Should I just throw a shuriken when I get down there? It would be far more comfortable to meditate in the classroom. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, exasperatedly muttering, Naruto, you're definitely stronger than Sasuke that I know. That day Lee was constantly shouting about wanting to spar with you, and with a single punch, you left him speechless for 3 days. CHG, munching on chips nearby, whispered conspiratorially. Naturally, Naruto is far superior to that arrogant Sasuke. Ino was unyielding as she pulled Hinata over, determined not to let Naruto-kun lose. Ouch! Another knock on the head. How annoying. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. saying, "No fooling around." The new semester had arrived, and the days leading to the Uchiha clan's extermination were drawing nearer. During this time, the merchants who were originally disguised as Umbu ninjas downstairs had all closed shop. The second pillar was blissfully unaware, still pretending everything was normal. The scores from the previous semester had been released. Naruto had passed all his theoretical knowledge with flying colors, even under the condition that he controlled his scores. However, due to the perfect score in the Will of Fire, his overall grade had soared to the top of the class. This was something he had never anticipated. It can only be said that it is truly impressive under the third Hokage's leadership in Konoha. Next up, Uzumaki Naruto. In 01 understand the intricacies of shuriken like the Uchiha clan. His dynamic vision was unparalleled in the ninja world. If he were to awaken a Sharingan, he could easily become a special J, merely by mastering shuriken techniques. Having absorbed Uchiha Shurisue's talents, Naruto's aptitude in this regard was not in the least inferior to that of the average Uchiha clan member, including the second pillar, especially since his eyes had already awakened the Sharingan. Even without using it, his normal dynamic vision was beyond the capabilities of ordinary Uchiha clan members. Whoosh! 3 shurikens appeared in Naruto's hand. With a swift motion, the 3 shurikens flew out simultaneously. Bang! 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 As expected, all 3 shurikens hit the target, but none struck the bullseye. The second pillar finally relaxed his previously tense demeanor. Humph! Is this the level of the top student? I am the true top student. The second pillar held his head high, brimming with pride. Pass. Irika marked behind Uzumaki Naruto. Naturally, Naruto did not seek to draw attention like in the original story. After throwing the shurikens, he returned to his seat. If he so wished, he could hit the bullseye with his eyes closed. However, there was no need to show off, especially now that Konoha was rife with undercurrents. He needed to keep a low profile to navigate the murky waters. Irika did not treat Naruto as kindly as in the original story. In fact, when Naruto merely obtained a passing grade, Irika felt somewhat uncomfortable. The subsequent lessons transitioned from indoors to outdoors, occasionally involving survival drills. Naruto now attended school in his true form. The training could be handled by his Baiju clones that he primarily focused on meditation and maintaining awareness of the most peculiar atmospheres each day. Today, they would engage in practical training for taijutsu, calling forward those whose names were announced. Inazuka Kiba, Narashikamu, you 2 step forward, be mindful of your limits. TCH, why wasn't he at me? And that Uzumaki Naruto. I want everyone to know that the Uchiha clan is always the most exceptional. The second pillar, feeling inexplicably irked by Naruto's presence, was unaware of the underlying reasons for his irritation. This practical training in taijutsu was quite intriguing. The children of the great ninja clans typically sparred among themselves. Commoners versus commoners, of course. Challenges also occurred, but most commoners could not compete with the children of the great ninja clans. Soon, Ino and Hinata's match concluded. In terms of taijutsu, Hinata naturally excelled. However, after only a few exchanges, Ino conceded defeat, forming a bond with Hinata and cheerfully pulling the slightly guilty Hinata back. Sakura Haruno watched from the side, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Ino used to treat her so well. She still does, but feels as if I can never measure up to Hinata. Next up, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke-kun is about to go. Wow, he walks so coolly, and in the blink of an eye. The pink-haired girl has joined the ranks of infatuated girls. Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward. Irika hesitated for a moment. Although Naruto was currently the nominal top student, he had performed rather averagely in practical combat. If he were to face Uchiha Sasuke, he would likely be thoroughly defeated. Naruto, beat that arrogant brat. Show him what a letdown. Is this a secret conversation? Heh, I've finally been waiting for you. Just as he completed the hand seals, the second pillar sneered. What? Wait, buddy. I'm not the Naruto from the original story. I haven't provoked you, have I? You are the first and will be the last to hold the title of top student in a class with Uchiha. Naruto rolled his eyes. Kakashi. However, this title would soon belong to the Uchiha clan. Accept your fate. The glory of the Uchiha will be protected by me. What is that? Naruto was bewildered, seeing Naruto's expression. The second pillar felt as if he was punching a pillow. Stop babbling. I want to allow the glory of the Uchiha clan to be tarnished. Ah, he shouted something about glory, friendship, or some bonds. Charging toward Naruto. How utterly melodramatic. Naruto was genuinely bewildered. Could it be that my divergence from the original story has caused him to become so theatrical? No, perhaps he was let down by the filial piety and is now projecting his frustrations onto me. The unwilling top student M.Y. disposition truly makes it easy for others to transfer their contradictions. Watching the second pillar S-Punch come toward him in slow motion, Naruto pondered whether he should let him win. However, the excited voice of the Nine Tails kept urging him to first take down this little Uchiha and collect some interest at that moment. Naruto received a message from the trees, as well as from his Baiju clones. After the filial piety left the roots, he returned directly to the Uchiha clan and even encountered a masked man. The message from the clone indicated that Mini-Ru in the blink of an eye. The fist of the second pillar was upon him. Yet, what left everyone astonished was that the blow passed straight through Naruto's body. Shadow, clone technique? The second pillar, realizing the deception, wore an expression of sheer disbelief. How could he, a proud member of the Uchiha clan, be so easily fooled by a mere clone technique? Just as the onlookers anticipated the disappearance of Naruto's shadow clone, the phantom pivoted and delivered a swift kick to the second pillar's backside. The damage was negligible, yet the humiliation was profound. That's sufficient. The Nine Tails roared with laughter in the ceiling space. Naruto, feeling exasperated, turned to see Iruka, who was utterly flabbergasted. Can we declare the results now? The technique utilized was a mere illusionary body flicker technique. Iruka was no longer composed. Yay! Naruto looked incredibly cool. He was indeed the most formidable. Ino immediately cheered, while a throng of infatuated girls felt their hearts bleed. After all, he was their second pillar. How could you possibly know that technique? The second pillar was teetering on the brink of losing his composure. Having been humiliated, he resorted to the fighting style of his elder brother. Shursui, damn it! The second pillar recalled how his clan had suspected that his own brother was responsible for Shursui's demise. He quickly distanced himself from Naruto and began forming hand seals, preparing the fire style. Great fireball technique. As soon as Naruto noticed the upward motion of his hands, he understood his intentions. Iruka, astonished that Sasuke had already mastered ninjutsu, quickly intervened. Sasuke, this is merely a taijutsu training exercise. You've crossed the line. Form the seal of confrontation. With Iruka successfully halting the second pillar, he visibly exhaled in relief. How on earth did you learn Shursui's fighting style? Could it be that Shursui is still alive? Then why has he not shown himself, allowing our clan to remain under suspicion? The second pillar fell into a sudden silence. He refrained from forming the seal of confrontation, and naturally, Naruto would not proactively do so either. There was a reason for this restraint. Before long, the Umbu would undoubtedly come to investigate the situation. He could then explain that he had merely devised a spontaneous fighting method, making him realize that he had inherited the talents of his adoptive parents. Simultaneously, he would express his struggle with the shadow clone technique, questioning the multi-shadow clone technique. This ninjutsu was not the focus. The emphasis lay on the Book of Seals. Naruto could adopt a rather reckless demeanor. All of this was in pursuit of garnering the village's recognition, aspiring to become Hokage. Subsequently, he sought an opportunity to glean information about the Book of Seals from others, intending to pilfer it from the Hokage's office. Mizuki, it shall be you. While it could be termed theft, it would occur with the tacit approval of the Umbu. The technique of invisibility, while capable of enabling discreet pilfering, left him unaware of its exact location. Furthermore, there existed barriers. Should the Book of Seals be stolen, there would undoubtedly be alarms. Why then, chaos would ensue in the village, rendering it insufficiently safe. He pondered whether anyone had noted the scene in the original story where Naruto pilfered the Book of Seals, particularly with the Kimichi Choji present. Was he there to apprehend Naruto? No. Rather, it was to prevent other ninjas from finding and harming Naruto, thereby seizing the Book of Seals. Forbidden techniques are deceptively simple to learn yet quite potent. This was precisely why Mizuki had set his sights on the Book of Seals. That, of course, the paramount objective was to make the Umbu aware of his potential. Moreover, the will of fire had successfully brainwashed him. In the future, he would rather not have Umbu ninjas surveilling him. Otherwise, it would be akin to being spied upon by a live streaming device. He was thoroughly vexed, truly vexed. Today's lesson was rather extensive. Hence we shall dismiss later than usual. All right, let the combat training resume, Iruka proclaimed, continuing to call on students. Naruto, after exchanging a few words with Shikamaru and Choji, headed to the restroom. He returned as a wood clone. While the original utilized the technique of invisibility, hastening toward the Uchiha clan's territory, he awaited the fateful night, as a Sage Mode clone had already secured an optimal vantage point. For the sake of the village, this sacrifice was deemed necessary. He had resolved firmly. Tonight, the unstable factor within Konoha, the Uchiha clan, would be terminated by my own hand. Excellent, you have not disappointed me. I in front of the Southie Shrine. Uchiha Itachi stood expressionless, surveying his surroundings. Come forth, Madara. After a brief silence, the son of the clan spoke in a deep voice, ha ha ha. With a sound tinged with mockery, a distorted vortex materialized before him. A long-haired figure dawned and a mask appeared, with a single eye-hole revealing a Sharingan with 3 tomo. Gazing at the menacingly poised son of the clan, Uchiha Obito beneath the mask smiled. Steeped in sarcasm, so, you have chosen Konoha? Doesn't that suit your desires? The son of the clan retorted with a question. Obito remained silent, his Sharingan fixated intently on him. The son of the clan did not engage in further banter. I require your assistance. I won't take a Sharingan. Acknowledging that the son of the clan remembered the conditions, Obito refrained from idle chatter. Leave the guards to me. I have prior contact with them. I will resolve this swiftly. I hope you do not disappoint me. However, the son of the clan suddenly spoke with a note of warning. Do as you wish, but under no circumstances are you to harm Sasuke. That was the condition we agreed upon. I trust you will adhere to it. Obito activated Kamui, his form gradually vanishing. Time. An hour later, Obito entered the Kamui space. The son of the clan stood in a daze for a moment, then lifted his gaze to the sky. It was the night of the full moon. There was no need to worry about the school. Sasuke would not return so soon, granting him ample time to accomplish his tasks. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Forgive me. This shall be the last time. In an instant, he executed the body flicker technique. Departing from the Southie Shrine, he arrived above the Uchiha clan's territory, gazing down at the members below. Simultaneously, Naruto, employing the technique of invisibility, reached the Uchiha clan's domain, appearing at the very spot where Shursui had once leapt off the cliff. Main body. The 2 Sage Mode clones and the 4 Sage Mode clone rose simultaneously. Speaking in unison, Naruto turned, extending his hand, elementalizing it. The wooden hand swiftly made contact with a nearby tree, confirming that aside from Uchiha Itachi, no one else knew how Shursui had perished, and all traces had been meticulously erased. Naruto felt entirely at ease. Subsequently, the clone imbued with the power of nature spoke. Main body, it has been confirmed that the Uchiha clan has been surrounded by a multitude of ninjas. Judging by their chakra and attire, they are undoubtedly root ninjas under Shimura Danzo. A slight smirk crept across Naruto's lips. It appeared that the performance of the son of the clan was about to commence. Unless unexpected events occurred, those civilians were likely to be dealt with by him personally. Obito would also intervene, most likely to neutralize the strongest combatants among the Konoha Guard. There was still ample time. We had enough time to prepare. Prevent exposure of our identities. Let us utilize the transformation technique. With his command, the 2 clones simultaneously formed hand seals in an instant, they produced dozens of wood clones. The moment the wood clones emerged, their bodies began to morph soon. Every Naruto, including the original, took on different appearances. Their presence and chakra altered as well. Mission: absorb all the nutrients from the Uchiha clan. Leaving behind their eyes, I require a jolt to stimulate my Sharingan. Additionally, if there are any ninjutsu or valuables, leave nothing behind. With a single phrase, the wild geese passed, plucking feathers. The words fell, and in an instant, all avatars vanished into the ground. Mayfly technique. He swiftly delved towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Naruto glanced back at the direction of the Ninja Academy. Sasuke, from now on, you shall be left with nothing. Do not blame me, but rather direct your ire towards Kai Bai. Within the ceiling space, the Nine Tails reveled in its newfound freedom. Its laughter rang ceaselessly. It had already surmised the identity of the Uchiha Naruto had mentioned earlier. When the sky's clear and the rain ceases, point one word. Delightful. 3 words. Exceedingly delightful. This Jinchuriki was perfectly to its taste, devoid of any preachy notions of righteousness. Quite refreshing. Hiss, however, this brat seems to have mastered the sage mode of Hashirama's Senju, absorbing natural energy at a pace rivaling my OWN. In a way, I must devise a strategy. If his patience runs thin, I shall become nothing but a puppet for the Sharingan. But I cannot appear too eager. After all, I am the Nine Tails. I cannot afford to lose face. Unbeknownst to Naruto, the Nine Tails was lost in thought. The abilities of the forest fruit would shield him from the Nine Tails, ensuring that this prideful old fox remained oblivious. Subsequently, he surveyed the skies and employed the mayfly technique to burrow into the earth at this moment. He was impersonating the true Uchiha Madara. Nightfall descended upon the Uchiha territory, brightly lit yet, following a series of strange sounds. One household plunged into darkness. Swiftly, amidst the shadows, a figure appeared atop a utility pole within the Uchiha domain. Crouching with blood-soaked visage, a drop of crimson dripped from the ninja blade in his hand. His expression remained impassive, eyes already aglow with the crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. In the next instant, he vanished from the pole. Another household's lights extinguished. His face bore additional streaks of fresh blood. The disturbance was minimal, yet it caught the attention of a neighbor. Who goes there? Itachi. Ah, why? Dear clan leader, must it come to this? The blade flashed, illuminating the cold expression on the face of the filial son. No. Itachi, she is but a child. She has done no wrong. The sounds of despair echoed. The brightly lit Uchiha territory soon succumbed to darkness. Moonlight scattered across the ground. The blood-drenched Itachi Uchiha emerged from the last remaining civilian's home. Gradually advancing towards the core area, he resembled an emotionless NPC, consumed solely by the act of slaughter. Regardless of the circumstances or his opponent's actions, he repeated the same motion. The Sharingan had transformed into its kaleidoscopic form unbeknownst to him. Meanwhile, within the Konoha guard, the long-haired masked Tobi made his entrance. Among all the masked Tobi, this one exuded the greatest sense of oppression. Long hair, self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara, Sharingan, coupled with a frigid demeanor. Madara, you have arrived. Excellent. Do we have hope? Why? When has Jinjutsu ever been impossible? My eyes can see through everything. In a mere half hour, the Uchiha clan was left with scarcely a handful of survivors. Itachi, why? Do you require my assistance? No need. The filial son clenched his eyes, shut in agony, and in the next moment, awakened his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Tsuki no Mi. But the following second, a thud echoed, claiming the life of Uchiha Izumi. The ninja blade pierced her heart. Let us move on. There are many more to attend to. Tobi cast a cold glance at the blade embedded in Uchiha Izumi's body on the other side. Naruto emerged from the ground, arriving at the utility pole where the filial son had previously stood. Observing the dimly lit Uchiha territory, he noted the blades had become dulled from usage. Feeling the speed of Tobi, he instructed his avatars to flit in and out of the various homes recently vacated by Tobi. The sight of one lifeless body after another left the avatars of Naruto in shock. Naruto did not indulge in cruelty. Not a single defenseless civilian was harmed. However, not a single item of wealth or inherited ninjutsu was spared. Upon reaching the ninja households, he collected all the Sharingan, utilizing the powers of the forest fruit to bloom a flower wherein the eyes would be stored. All corpses were dragged underground, where the avatars would extract their nutrients while establishing a protective barrier over the surface. When the time came to return to his true form, none of these nutrients would be lost at AS for the children. Naruto did not lay a finger on them. While Tobi continued to reap the harvest, he followed suit in gathering the gains. The guard had also acquired a significant bounty, yet they could not pursue too closely. Tobi was indeed cautious. After each kill, he would harvest a little before moving to the next location, all to prevent unforeseen complications. After a moment of silence, Naruto suddenly vanished from his spot that he had found it, the wealth amassed by the Uchiha clan over the years. Ninjutsu, secret arts, forbidden techniques, treasures, eyes, all were present. Naruto opted not to use with clones, but rather shadow clones. Dividing 1,000 shadow clones was far easier than 100 with clones, given the abundance of items here. Utilizing shadow clones was undoubtedly more convenient. After establishing a temporary storage location for the materials behind a waterfall, Naruto vanished once more. When he reappeared, it was before the lifeless body of Uchiha Izumi, a 13-year-old girl with a 3-tomo Sharingan. Possessing considerable talent, Tobi had refrained from striking due to the presence of the filial son. Yet Naruto felt it was his opportunity to act. He crouched down, preparing to intervene personally. The white Zetsu version of the Sage mode suddenly spoke. "Master, she has just passed away. I can expend all my energy to revive her." Naruto fell silent. Meanwhile, within the residence of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto knelt in darkness. The lights remained off, and the room was shrouded in shadow, illuminated solely by the moonlight. From the darkness emerged a blood-soaked figure, wielding a ninja blade stained with the blood of the Uchiha clan. Did Uchiha Fugaku remain unaware of the clan's dire situation? He was well aware that it was not that this clan leader was ineffectual. Rather, resistance would spell the end for every last Uchiha. Did he not understand Itachi's strength as a father? All efforts would be futile. Perhaps by waiting for death, he could still protect his son who had not yet returned home. You have made your choice. Do not hesitate any longer. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The filial son, holding the blade, wept uncontrollably. Nearby, Naruto, who had absorbed every detail, nearly succumbed to laughter. Could this be termed crocodile tears? In the room, as the filial son pointed the blade at his biological parents, they merely knelt in silence, not daring to move. Uchiha Fugaku realized that his eldest son had no freedom of choice. Ultimately, he had chosen to sever ties and align with Konoha. What surprised him most was that this son, of whom he was most proud, lacked even the liberty to be a mere spectator. More despairing still was the fact that this executioner was his own eldest son, until the moment his son stepped into the room. He could hardly believe that his child would direct the blade towards family. The voice of the Nine Tails echoed in Naruto's mind. A slight smirk played at the corner of his mouth. He neither nodded nor shook his head. However, upon gazing at the faces of the two individuals before him, he noted their utter lack of expression, devoid even of tears. Subsequently, Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Obito, who was lurking in the shadows, observing the unfolding drama, and communicated mentally with the Nine Tails. This Uchiha Itachi is the ostensible savior of the Uchiha clan. Even as a double agent, those two likely still believe he is leading the Uchiha back to its former glory. The true savior from the shadows, however, is the one hiding in the dark, the self-styled Uchiha Obito Uchiha. The Nine Tails fell silent. It was all too familiar. This sensation of betrayal, It understood the feelings of the two numb parents before it. Did you not mention he possesses the mindset of a Hokage? Indeed, look at him. Apart from tears, does he exhibit any anger or remorse? He prides himself on striving for peace in the ninja world. Is that not a bit grandiose? One might wonder if his actions will be met with some leniency to, the righteousness that transcends familial ties. The Nine Tails laughed heartily. To kill one's own parents and massacre an entire clan. I sensed it just now. Even the newborns were not spared. Such lofty rhetoric. Did you not speak of that so-called Shunshin no Jutsu? If he truly possessed such noble intentions, why not seek vengeance against Danzo? And if, as you say, he chooses to defect from Konoha and threatens Danzo with intel to spare that little brat, what then? Moreover, the eyes of sure sway. Was it not called Koto Emit's Tsukumi? Did you not assert that he still wished for that child to protect Konoha? The Nine Tails mused, as I see it. It is all for his own sake. Naruto chose to block out the incessant ramblings of the Nine Tails. He realized that witnessing the tragic night of the clan's annihilation had struck a chord deep within the beast. It was also possible that it was overwhelmed by the weight of its previous words. Then came the most ironic phrase of that fateful night. Uchiha Fugaku's expressionless voice resonated. Itachi, promise me. You will look after Sasuke, I understand. The dutiful son grasped his blade, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Do not fear. This is the path you have chosen. Then came the words that would haunt the dutiful son for a lifetime. Compared to you, our pain is but a fleeting moment. With a swift motion, the moment Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha were slain, the dutiful son found himself unable to control his eyes. The three-tomo Sharingan automatically awakened into the Mangeki Sharingan. At that instant, Nisan, the disbelief etched across Sasuke's face was palpable, a profound fear glimmering in his eyes. He staggered back, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Why? Nisan. Sasuke nearly screamed. He yearned to convey to his brother the events of the day. Losing was one thing, but he wanted to tell Itachi that Shursui Uchiha might still be alive. Alas, at that moment, Sasuke's mind was a blank slate. Why did father, mother, and everyone else in the clan have to suffer? Sasuke's despair was genuine, his plight truly pitiable. Simultaneously, he was the most normal among them. Yet, the rain does eventually cease that on this day, Sasuke's emotions swung like a pendulum, rising and falling, only to plummet into despair. For they were all killed by my hand. That Itachi's face was shrouded in darkness, save for the pair of crimson Mangeki Sharingan radiating an icy chill. Upon hearing this, Sasuke froze in place. That it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. His brother could not have done this. There was no justification was there. The dutiful son, blade in hand, slowly approached the paralyzed Sasuke. Then let you witness it for yourself. With that, the Mangeki Sharingan began to spin. Tsukuyomi. In an instant, Sasuke's pupils constricted to their utmost limit, and he was thrust into the world of Tsukuyomi. He bore witness as Itachi slaughtered ordinary people on the outskirts of the Uchiha territory, advancing into the heart of the clan. Helplessly, he could only watch, his cries of fury falling on deaf ears. The child he had cradled just the day before was now brutally extinguished. Ultimately, the scene culminated with Itachi standing over their parents, blade in hand. Sasuke charged forward, shouting for him to stop. Yet, this was the realm of Tsukuyomi. He could not touch these images. With the swift descent of the blade, the dutiful son shared heartfelt words with his parents. Finally, Sasuke's rage reached its zenith. When he opened his eyes once more, they had transformed into Sharingan. In a fit of rage, he awakened a single Tomo Sharingan. It merely one Tomo. Even the dutiful son fell silent for a moment. It seems my efforts were insufficient. Once more, I beg your forgiveness, Sasuke. Tsukuyomi. Enduring this again, Sasuke was teetering on the brink of collapse. Once more, he witnessed his parents perish before him, and this time at the hands of his most beloved brother. He wept, shouting, "Do not make me see this again. No, I do not wish to see this again." His eyes remained a single Tomo. The dutiful son ceased at Tsukuyomi, gazing at his brother, who was on the verge of fainting from the overwhelming stimuli. Itachi uttered those classic words, "My foolish little brother, hate me, curse me, and then live on like a wretched ant until you possess eyes like mine, and then come find me." With that, Sasuke lost consciousness. The dutiful son cast one last, deep glance at his brother, unwilling to look back at the horrific sight of his parents, and activated the Shunshin technique to depart. Shortly after his departure, Naruto slowly began to rise from the ground. How goes it? The body has yet to grow cold. Well, let us take them. They may prove crucial in the future. Perhaps just one will suffice. Fugaku's essence is vital and may play a key role in my eyes. Understood. The shadow clones swiftly removed the still warm corpses of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. Naruto hesitated for a moment as he glanced at Sasuke. He divided himself into two shadow clones that go retrieve all the ninjutsu and forbidden scrolls. Leave some belongings for Sasuke. Received. Just then, news arrived from the clone. The root organization S Ninja had entered. White Zetsu had also appeared. Two groups were converging on their location, apart from the bodies of the civilians. Not a single Uchiha ninja remained, nor was there even a hair left behind. The disguised clone witnessed both the root ninjas and White Zetsu appear at the doorway. The playful smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he plunged the last kunai into the ground. Both parties were left grasping at as they surveyed the empty room. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Itsu X2 outside. Danzo had been swiftly stripped of his position as Hokage's advisor by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Look at that, I need not lift a finger. I simply waltzed in, claimed a few benefits, and snatched away my good friend's advisory position. What a windfall. Danzo, contemplating the vast number of Sharingan soon to be his, fell into a contemplative silence, turning away without uttering another word. Even as he departed, a smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth, more difficult to suppress than Akatsuki's. However, upon receiving a report from the root ninjas, his fury ignited. Not a single one. The bloodstains on the ground have yet to dry, yet all the bodies have vanished. Not a trace left behind. Damn it! Danzo roared, cursed Uchiha, you treacherous fiend, find them. Capture anyone you can. His backup eyes had been lost. Could it be that Hiruzen had played a role in this? Impossible. He is not so ruthless, and there's a possibility that the other eye of Jishue lies in his grasp. How infuriating! On the other side, Obito, after parting ways with Itachi Uchiha, similarly received news from White Zetsu. He was momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, he let out a cold chuckle. Danzo, you really are something. Fortunately, he had collected some during his previous encounter with the guard squad. Otherwise, he would likely return empty-handed this time. How should I put it? A smile does not vanish. It merely shifts upon arriving at the temporary storage point for supplies. Naruto could not help but laugh. Haha, as expected of the Uchiha clan, the foremost noble family of Konoha. They're truly rolling in wealth. Oh, Fugaku, how exceedingly affluent you are. Turning to the numerous wood clones, he felt the essence of Uchiha coursing through each one of them. There was an overwhelming abundance. Even after days of absorbing it, he might not finish. The mountain of Sharingan, the kaleidoscopic variety, was a certainty, and attaining the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan was not out of the question. However, soon Naruto furrowed his brow and glanced aside. In the corner, on a bed of flowers transformed from the forest fruit, lay Mikoto Uchiha and Izumi Uchiha, peacefully resting. Their wounds had all healed, and the steady rhythm of their heartbeats signified their continued existence. Yet, the final step to awaken them was still lacking. As for Fugaku, he had become the one with the most essence among the Uchiha clan. So rich that a multitude of storage scrolls lay before him at the temporary supply point, nearly overflowing the space. They contained vast amounts of wealth, along with mountains of ninjutsu scrolls, forbidden techniques, and secret arts. The sheer volume of riches astonished Naruto, who typically did not care much for money. And this was not even everything. The Uchiha clan could not possibly have only this. Much had already been claimed by the Konoha collective. If I could secure half of what remains, it would be remarkable. Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, encompassing everything from D-rank to S-rank techniques, including Yin release, Yang release, lightning, wind, water, fire, and earth techniques. And the forbidden arts as well. Naruto smiled. Perhaps he would not need to learn these scrolls, by merely absorbing all the essence. He could become proficient without a teacher, even inheriting everything the Uchiha clan possessed in life. This time, he also had eyes, speaking of which, he cast a glance at the location where the eyes were stored. Counting them up, there were 70 pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan, 100 pairs of 2-tomo Sharingan, and 300 pairs of 1-tomo Sharingan. Among them, the most unique was Fugaku's eye, which was infinitely close to the Mangekyou Sharingan. Truly, you must not be spared. It must be said that Naruto had originally intended to act stealthily and play it safe. However, the outcome would surely not have been as it was now. Thanks to the appearance of White Zetsu, without the technique of insect cloak and the art of impersonation, Naruto would not dare to act so brazenly. Sensory ninjas are not to be underestimated, and without the insect cloak, traces would inevitably be left behind. He need not rush to absorb the essence. The quantity was too immense, and it would take time. Thus, he decided to start with the eyes. It was time for his 2-tomo Sharingan to evolve. Regrettably, it seemed that his Mangekyou technique would not manifest, as it was not awakened by himself. But once he accumulated enough for the Rinnegan, what should come would indeed come. Taking a deep breath, Naruto adjusted his emotions and raised his hand. The trees storing the eyes sprouted vines, slowly delivering the Sharingan to him. The trees communicated that no one had come here for several years. So there would be no issues at this moment. Naruto's hand also transformed into an elemental form, becoming a hand composed of countless tiny vines. As he reached forward, numerous delicate vines surged towards the multitude of Sharingan, embedding themselves within and beginning to absorb the essence. Those slender vines quickly transmitted the essence of the Sharingan back into Naruto's body. An overwhelming and exceptionally pure ocular power surged within him. Naruto's eyes felt intensely hot. He closed his eyes, tears streaming forth uncontrollably. Soon, he became a figure of tears, yet the heat did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified. Before long, Naruto felt his mind clear considerably. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that one eye had evolved into a three-tomo Sharingan, while the other continued to whirl furiously. As the essence was absorbed, it soon transformed into a three-tomo Sharingan as well. Simultaneously, an indescribable burning sensation arose. His eyes felt swollen, and darkness enveloped his vision, rendering him unable to see anything but a quarter of an hour later. His sight returned. Naruto glanced at the prepared mirror beside him and found that his eyes had undergone yet another transformation. The Mangekyou Sharingan, an unprecedented pattern that at this moment, all the Sharingan had been drained of their essence and vanished. Although he had not fully digested all the essence, Naruto sensed that he was just a step away. Thus, he absorbed Fugaku's eyes as well. It seemed that the ocular power within him had reached a critical point. With the essence from Fugaku's eyes entering his body, he successfully broke through the threshold. A surge of unique chakra flooded his mind. The Mangekyou Sharingan began to whirl once more. The chakra expenditure was immense. No, with clones, return to me. Naruto closed his eyes, and his body directly transformed into an elemental state. All the wood clones standing by returned to his main body. Instantly, the essence within Naruto surged to its limits. He paid no heed to anything else, focusing entirely on absorbing the Uchiha's essence. Moments later, the patterns in his eyes grew increasingly intricate, yet they continued to spin. Gritting his teeth, Naruto maximized the rate of absorption. For a full half-hour, sweat soaked his clothes. When he finally opened his eyes again, he had attained the eternal Mangekyou. He had consumed a significant portion of chakra within him. Was it finally Ashura's chakra? It had been completely extracted and fully infused into his eyes that I have already fulfilled one of the conditions to awaken the Rinnegan. However, I will not contemplate the Rinnegan for now. My body is still too young, and I cannot further strengthen my eyes. Naruto plopped down, and a massive flower bloomed from the ground, serving as a seat. Just as I thought, this wealth of essence is sufficient for me to awaken the eternal Mangekyou. There are also many fragments of memories regarding ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. These will take time for my body to digest. One cannot rush to consume hot tofu that I need to lie down. I am utterly exhausted, and my body is too young, and the burden is immense. For now, I do not feel the ocular techniques, or perhaps I have absorbed so much essence that I can possess every ocular technique that appeared in the original story. That would be delightful. However, while the consumption is not significant for me, my body is indeed too young. Naruto abandoned the thought of attempting any further. At this moment, he wished only to lie down and rest. The wood clone at school had already escorted Tintin home. It was time for him to return and get a good night's sleep. With a thought, Naruto activated the ability of the forest fruit. Countless vines filled the entire temporary storage point. In the end, the entire space became airtight, and should there be any movement, Naruto would be the first to sense it. Time to go home. Just as he lifted his foot, he turned back. I almost forgot he approached Mikoto Uchiha and Izumi Uchiha, extending his hand to gently stroke their tightly shut eyes. Just now, I nearly couldn't resist absorbing you both entirely. You should be grateful for having such a good clan leader and husband, whose ocular essence was just sufficient. A playful smile curved Naruto's lips. With Ashura's chakra resolved, he finally felt free from that intangible mental tether. I will take care of you both, providing the purest essence. While you offer me the most refined Uchiha essence. As the last words fell, Naruto withdrew his hand and gazed upon the two iconic beauties of the Uchiha clan. Two carnivorous flowers sprouted from the vines behind them, swallowing the pair whole, leaving only their heads above ground to breathe. After attending to this aftermath, Naruto immediately invoked the technique of the mayfly, submerging himself beneath the earth as he stealthily made his way home. Moments later, he returned home, his wooden clone merging back into his true form. After a refreshing bath, he sat down, actively merging a portion of his memories before succumbing to slumber. I could see that moment. A knock echoed at the door. Is anyone there? Quickly arriving, it seemed someone was rather impatient, perhaps due to a lack of engagement. Upon receiving the memories from his wooden clone, Naruto indeed discovered that throughout the entire afternoon, and even until now, Shino had not utilized the live-streaming artifact to check in again. Who is it, Grandpa? What brings you here? Come in and have a seat. Naruto had initially feigned a sleepy and somewhat displeased demeanor. However, upon recognizing the visitor as Shino, his expression transformed instantly. Haha, splendid. Shino appeared quite pleased. After entering, he inquired about Naruto's recent happenings. Naruto naturally responded with trivial matters, diverting the conversation to inviting everyone over for a visit. It seems you've made quite a few friends, Shino remarked. Naruto, I heard you defeated Sasuke today. Truly impressive. Sasuke is a member of the Uchiha clan. His ninja foundation is not something an average child can rival. Shino smiled warmly, yet there was a hint of deep probing in his gaze. He scrutinized Naruto's facial expressions with meticulous attention. Naruto maintained a natural demeanor, lifting his chin proudly as he declared, Of course, I am a young sapling personally nurtured by my grandfather. One day, I shall grow into a mighty tree that shelters all, just like you, and become Hokage. Indeed, Naruto, you have grown significantly and endured much hardship. Haven't you? As Shino's old face beamed with joy, Naruto suppressed a wave of nausea, shaking his head with a smile. Not at all. The hardships I face in becoming Hokage are nothing. The old fox. You prefer not to mention it, do you? Very well. I shall bring it up myself. That be by the way, Grandpa. You once said that in battle, one must be adaptable and leverage their strengths. Today, when I fought Sasuke, an idea struck me, and I combined the shadow clone technique with the body flicker technique during the battle that I never expected it to yield such remarkable results. Sasuke was completely caught off guard. Saying this, Naruto looked at Shino with eager anticipation. Naruto, you are exceptionally clever. Such a combat style is indeed impressive, isn't it? Naruto beamed with joy, akin to a child receiving praise. Shino also felt pleased, affirming that his teachings in ninjutsu were not in vain. Suddenly, Naruto expressed some frustration, but Grandpa, my shadow clone technique seems to be lacking. It fails quite easily, often producing mere illusions that vanish swiftly. Isn't that obvious? The Nine Tails resides within you, so it is normal for your chakra to be disrupted. This will require you to practice diligently. I have heard that beyond the basic clone technique, there exists the shadow clone technique. Moreover, I have come across a teacher mentioning certain forbidden techniques that can grant immense power. Grandpa, I wish to learn those as well. I yearn to grow strong swiftly, to become the Hokage that everyone acknowledges. Shino's smile froze for a few seconds, his gaze towards Naruto filled with complexity. It appeared that Naruto had fully embraced Konoha and deeply inherited the will of fire. He also possessed the innate perceptive abilities of the Uzumaki clan, a legacy from both Kushina and Minato, rendering the need for surveillance unnecessary. In school, the only one under suspicion was Mizuki. Orochimaru, are you still not giving up? No rush. You are still young, and in the future, Grandpa will present you with a grand gift. All right, Grandpa's the best. Well then, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I must return to continue contributing to the village. Okay, goodbye, Grandpa. Once Shino departed, Naruto's smile vanished in an instant, his expression growing ice-cold. Old fool, laugh while you can. Soon enough, you shall weep. The news of the top student Naruto defeating the Uchiha clan's genius, Sasuke, swiftly spread throughout the school. Those previously enamored by Sasuke were incensed, yet upon seeing Naruto, their anger dissipated significantly. Coupled with the title of top student, many admirers flocked to him. In this context, the ever-reliable Sasuke requested an unprecedented leave of absence for several days, causing even more admirers to turn their backs. Ino, like a protective mother hen, fiercely warded off those infatuated with Naruto, while Tintin seethed with anger. That is my annoying little brother. I discovered him first. I was the one who nurtured him. He is mine. Mine. If there were but a floor between them, Tintin would gladly guard Naruto's side all day long. Naruto, however, paid little heed, often meditating whenever he found the time. This greatly irritated Kiba and his friends. who perpetually clamored to become Hokage. That guy truly is full of himself, Kiba exclaimed. How did I not notice before? Aside from Sasuke, he is the most conceited of them all. Woof. Kiba and Akamaru expressed their displeasure. Meanwhile, Shino, with his trademark stoicism, interjected, No, Naruto is different from Sasuke. What is different? Aren't they both full of themselves? Sasuke is handsome and arrogant, looking down upon others, relishing the spotlight. Naruto, on the other hand, is equally handsome but not arrogant. He is approachable. Just look at how Shikamaru and Choji gravitate towards him, and even several upperclassmen maintain good relations with him. Moreover, I find he bears a striking resemblance to someone. Who are you referring to? All right, everyone quiet down. It's time for class. Irika's voice suddenly rang out. Shino fell silent, turning his expressionless face away, donning his sunglasses. Kiba exclaimed, Wait, don't leave me hanging. Do you have a problem, Kiba? Or do you wish to assist the teacher in conducting the class? Irika suddenly remarked. Flustered, Kiba could only sit down with a flushed face. Irika-sensei, is Sasuke-kun unwell? He has tea come class today. Tea this moment. The anxious pink-haired girl finally mustered the courage to speak. Upon her inquiry, several girls quickly followed suit, inquiring about Sasuke's condition. Irika paused for a moment, managing a smile. Sasuke is fine. There were some issues at home that require him to stay for a few days. There is no need for everyone to worry. He will return soon. Those with concerns were mostly civilians, while the children of the ninja clan were already aware of the unfolding events. Secrets are hard to keep among children. Soon, the news of the Uchiha clan's annihilation spread throughout the school overnight. Some nearby civilians even noted that the Uchiha clan's territory had been cordoned off with warning tape. What? The Uchiha clan? How could they be wiped out overnight? Indeed, the Uchiha are formidable. Who possesses such power to achieve that? Let them die. They were always disliked. Yes, my parents never liked them either, with the Uchiha clan gone. The faces of the villagers have brightened considerably. Hush, my parents said we must not discuss this matter. It seems the Hokage has issued a ban on talking about the Uchiha clan. A week later, the aloof Sasuke made his reappearance. The usually detached Sasuke was greeted by several girls who approached him with concern, having heard about the Uchiha clan's misfortune and expressing their worries for him. Sasuke-kun, are you all right? The pink-haired girl, seated closely, naturally took the initiative to offer warmth first. However, the aloof and obsessive Sasuke, consumed by thoughts of vengeance, was markedly different from before, his brow furrowed tightly as he turned his head. Casting a cold glance at the bothersome pink-haired girl, the moment those frigid, piercing eyes swept over her, she froze in place. The other girls instantly stifled their words of concern. Sasuke paid them no mind. Squinting as if lost in contemplation, his icy demeanor created an aura of impenetrability that instantly robbed the pink-haired girl of any courage to speak further. Truly, he was remarkably resilient, having moved on so swiftly. Shikamaru, resting his hands behind his head, remarked beside Naruto, Class is starting. Everyone return to your seats. Irika entered the classroom. After instructing the students to settle down, he was somewhat surprised to find that Sasuke had returned without a word. Welcome back to class, Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke remained silent, seemingly oblivious to Irika's greeting. Irika, undeterred, turned to the blackboard and began to write the day's lesson. Before long, the second-year assessment arrived. Unsurprisingly, yet surprisingly, Naruto retained his position as the top student. Sasuke, having lost to Naruto in the practical class, had points deducted. Although his scores in the foundational subjects remained unchanged, he had lost his qualification as the top student, in a surprising turn of events. The pink-haired girl made remarkable progress, achieving near-perfect scores in theoretical exams, AS for the practical class. It was less impressive, ensuring that she could not claim the title of top student. Naruto had manipulated the scores to his advantage. However, during the assessment of the Will of Fire, he once again achieved a perfect score. Coupled with the prowess of the genius Sasuke, who had defeated the Uchiha clan, the grading instructor awarded Naruto the top overall score. He had no desire to be so ostentatious, yet the insufferable grading instructor was undoubtedly a shameless individual personally chosen by the bear-like ninja. During the break, Naruto completed his training for the Rasengan and developed a more subtle version that, despite its quieter nature, emanated an even more intimidating chakra. Fortunately, he was able to elementalize it. Despite inheriting much of the Uchiha clan's talent, he still faced challenges in developing ninjutsu. In this aspect, the second Hokage was indeed formidable, managing to keep the likes of Jinchuriki at bay. When discussing the training of the Wind Release Rasengan, one cannot overlook Kakashi. He was unable to teach Naruto, as Jiraiya was well aware that all Hokage had their own disciples. Therefore, he would not encroach upon Jiraiya's role that as for the pink-haired girl, without Naruto and Sasuke present, and absent the bear-like ninja's reminders to take things seriously, she would likely have been kicked back to the Ninja Academy long ago. Thus, only Sasuke remained. Given that Sasuke bore some resemblance to his former self, he felt a flicker of compassion. As for the original narrative, Naruto and Jiraiya trained for an extended period, yet Naruto struggled to control the chakra of the Nine Tails. This was primarily due to Jiraiya's approach, which seemed less like that of a teacher and more akin to a mentor wishing to spare his pupil from suffering, having endured so much himself. Moreover, influenced by the so-called prophecy of the Old Toad, he firmly believed in the existence of a prophesied savior, albeit Naruto did not possess that identity until much later. Subsequently, Naruto went directly to Mount Mayaba, entering Sage Mode and engaging in a fierce battle with pain. Before that, however, Naruto sought to enhance his strength. Kakashi quipped, "To improve your strength? Well, isn't that just a way to inflate my own achievements?" And how did Naruto transform as a result? He became utterly exhausted. The shadow clone technique never ceased, with the training ground being an experiment provided by Yamato. Where was Kakashi during this time? Reclining with tea, watching a drama. Given Naruto's constitution, he had to exert himself excessively just to develop the Rasengan. Were it not for Sage Mode, even casting the Rasengan once would leave him bedridden for quite some time. Kakashi pondered, what does it mean that I don't teach Naruto? What does it mean that I am ungrateful? Am I able to intrude? The bear-like ninja keeps a close watch, and I had led that child into darkness in the past. Well, I certainly do not dare face Kushina-sensei, that I would surely be beaten to death. As the seasons changed and time flew by, Konoha experienced no major incidents. Naruto continued his training diligently, patiently awaiting his physical growth. The proud Nine-Tails no longer resisted, though it would never take the initiative. Occasionally, it would act on its own, fully aware that Naruto's current strength surpassed its imagination. Nevertheless, Naruto had yet to employ the Manjiki Sharingan to control its actions, which moved the beast. Simultaneously, it sparked a hint of curiosity within it. Was the enemy they would face truly that formidable? Observing the little one, who had consistently strived to grow, now transformed into a formidable presence. After all these years, there were no signs of complacency, which stirred concern within the beast. During this time, Naruto frequently visited the supply storage point. Under his nurturing, Mikoto Uchiha and Izumi Uchiha experienced significant changes. Izumi ceased to grow, nurturing her body, while Mikoto directly benefited, appearing much younger. This prompted Naruto to entertain other ideas. Sometimes, he would infuse nutrients into the vegetables while cooking. The effects were evident, especially on Hinata and Ino. Before long, it was the year 60 in Konoha. This year marked the annual graduation exams for the Ninja Academy, a season of graduation for the new generation. Lee and Niji graduated a year early. Becoming Genin, Lee donned a classic look, while Niji remained icy. Yet a smile would occasionally grace his face during gatherings. Tenten would often lament, only to laugh when surrounded by friends, then turn to Ino and Hinata to share her troubles. With only a few days remaining until the graduation exams, Ino was in low spirits, feeling the weight of the inseparable bond between the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, particularly after hearing Naruto mention that their future superior would be Asuma, who paved the way for his son under the tutelage of the bear-like ninja. Her mood worsened. The image of the bearded man smoking, the uncle figure, was one she loathed. Hinata also felt similarly disheartened. Although the teacher had recently become a special Jainin due to Asuma's pursuit, she held no grievances against him. However, she was concerned about her future teammates, likely to be dog and insect caretakers. and was notably upset at the thought of not being able to see Naruto frequently. Shikamaru quickly discerned the underlying issue. Naruto, what should we do? What do you mean by do? Haven't you already figured it out? Yet you cannot change it, can you? Shikamaru fell silent, sighing in annoyance. The IT was truly troublesome, always calculating these matters. After finishing their meal, everyone returned home. Days passed swiftly, and the graduation exams were upon them. Students returned home to review the competition material diligently. Furthermore, the focus of the exam would likely be the basic techniques, so everyone prepared accordingly. If there were any uncertainties, they could approach the teacher, who would be available throughout the day. Before the entrance of the ninja school, as I gazed upon the place after 6 years, I could not say it remained entirely unchanged, for new facilities were indeed under construction. Reflecting on my past self, standing at the gates of the ninja school like a mere pawn, I was suddenly interrupted by a girl's voice. "Dear," she called, breaking into my reverie. I was about to respond when I sensed something amiss. While she was bold, her directness was unexpected. Before long, the girl had wrapped her arms around mine, her soft weight pressing against me. This scene elicited expressions of envy from several peers. "Why didn't you respond to me?" The blonde girl pouted, visibly displeased that I could only smile wryly. "With you addressing me like that, how could I dare to respond?" Just as anticipated, a chill swept over me from behind. Without even turning around, I knew that Yamanaka Ino was glaring at me with a look that could cut. "Did you argue with your father again?" "Don't mention it," Ino replied. Her lips pursed even higher. "It's so frustrating that I said I wanted to be in the same class as you, and he said there's no precedent for that. The Ino Shikicho trio must be in the same class." Then he went on with a whole lecture. It's maddening. If he can't accommodate my wish, why the lengthy explanation? Ino's voice was unrestrained. Yamanaka Kaiji fell silent. "Huh, your daughter does have a point." Yamanaka Rika chuckled quietly, casting a glance at Naruto, who towered over her daughter. "He really does resemble Minato. No wonder Ino is so infatuated with him." "Shoo, this isn't the place for such discussions." Kaiji quickly interjected to silence his wife. "Your father is quite helpless in this matter, for even if the Ino Shikicho families agree to separate their children, the third Hokage would never permit it. Have you forgotten what I told you that day?" Ino finally quelled her emotions, shaking Naruto's arm. "Please, I really want to be in the same class as you. Let us go home. I can't bear to watch this any longer," Kaiji said, his face turning green. "How can this be? You're a girl, and why do you obediently listen to that boy after just a few words?" After a short while, Hinata arrived, and the group entered the school together. Upon reaching the classroom, most of the students had already gathered. Yawn, Shikamaru stretched. "We're probably going to be tested on the shadow clone technique soon." "Why is that?" Choji chimed in eagerly. "Because among the 3 techniques, the shadow clone technique is of moderate difficulty." Would you like some chips?" Shikamaru turned to Ino, who was seated beside Naruto. "Ino, are you still holding on to hope?" Ino could only sigh. There was no other choice. Besides, as a genin, I'm not too busy, and if I want to see him, it's quite easy. "Right, Hinata?" Hinata nodded slightly and replied softly, "Naruto-kun performs excellently. We will strive to keep pace with him." Upon hearing this, Ino immediately pulled Hinata into an embrace. "Hinata, being so understanding makes me seem unreasonable." Ino, I won't dare next time," Hinata replied, after some playful banter. Irika finally entered the classroom. "Everyone, please quiet down. The exam content has been finalized. IT will be the shadow clone technique. From now on, maintain silence. When your names are called, proceed to the adjacent classroom for the examination." With that, Irika glanced at the roster and called out 2 students. Immediately, the classroom erupted into chatter, with many speculating about the exam content being the shadow clone technique. However, few displayed any signs of distress. Even within the original story, only Naruto wore a frown. The 3-body technique is fundamental for ninjas in the elite class. No one is unfamiliar with it. The exam wouldn't take long. Soon, over half the class had exited and passed their tests. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, and Hinata had all gone out. Only a few students remained, including Sasuke. He suddenly turned to glance at Naruto, who was lost in meditation. Recalling the battle from 4 years prior, he thought, Brother Shursui must have been killed by that man. Naruto might have been taught by Brother Shursui. It makes sense he can perform that technique. Rising from his seat, it was his turn now. His gaze was icy. Finally, I can leave this school that only plays house. I will become a ninja and ultimately bring that man down. At last, only Naruto remained. He looked at his classmates, gradually returning with their forehead protectors, and pondered whether to follow the original plot. There were no variables. The proctoring teachers remained Irika and Mizuki. Uzumaki Naruto, it's your turn. Mizuki said kindly, Naruto, start whenever you're ready. All right. Naruto nodded and immediately formed the necessary hand seals, maintaining his standard speed. He declared, Shadow Clone Technique. With a series of pops, thick white mist enveloped him, and as it dissipated, two identical clones appeared beside him. Not bad. Irika exclaimed, Congratulations. Naruto, you've passed. From this day forth, you are a true ninja. Stepping forward, Irika presented Naruto with his forehead protector. Accepting it, Naruto merely nodded indifferently before turning to leave. Upon his return, he found a female classmate watching him intently as he revealed the forehead protector in his hand. The classroom erupted in cheers. They had all passed. Naruto and Sasuke had both succeeded. As long as those two were not in the same class, they all had a chance to be with one of them. One class. Ino felt somewhat gloomy, shooting a fierce glare at the infatuated girls. Hinata, on the other hand, kept her head down, softly saying, That's wonderful. Naruto-kun has also passed. Just as she finished speaking, a hand pressed down on her head. Do you lack confidence in me? Hinata's hair had grown long over the 6 years, matching the length from the original story when she matured. It looked much better than her short hair. Ino, with her short hair, had completely shed the constraints of her appearance. In the original story, she had sported short hair. It was unclear which infatuated girl had mentioned that Sasuke preferred long-haired girls. The pink-haired girl had grown her hair long, prompting the competitive Ino to do the same. Shortly thereafter, Irika re-entered the room. First, congratulations to everyone on successfully graduating. Now, I have one final task for you. In the coming week, each of you will go to the Hokage's office to have your graduation photos taken. Remember to take good care of your forehead protectors. After gathering their information, they would be divided into classes, and then they would wait in their respective classrooms. After saying a few simple words, Irika wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. All right, congratulations once more on your successful graduation. Dismissed, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted from the freshly graduated children. After leaving the ninja school, the trio of Tintin, Neji, and Lee had arrived early at the school gate to await Naruto. Upon seeing the forehead protector in Naruto's hand, Tintin joyfully sprinted over. Congratulations, smelly little brother, on your graduation. To celebrate, my parents have asked me to invite you over for dinner tonight. Humph. Neji scoffed lightly. In his eyes, Naruto's graduation was a foregone conclusion, requiring no surprise that expected of the rival I have regarded for a lifetime. Neji, I will defeat you first before challenging Naruto. With that, Neji's forehead muscles tensed. All right, didn't we agree to go on a picnic today? Let us go. There are plenty of wild rabbits in the mountains lately. Naruto interjected, steering the conversation back on track. Rabbits are so cute. Naruto, can we add more cumin later? The following day, Hinata and Ino visited Naruto to join him for a graduation photo shoot. Naturally, Naruto did not decline their invitation. However, he felt a tinge of regret that the Book of Seals could not be acquired through the original methods. The day prior, he had instructed his shadow clones to keep a close watch on Mizuki's movements and had observed that, for some inexplicable reason, Mizuki had become remarkably docile. This change persisted until he sensed the arrival of the Umbu ninjas on duty nearby. Well then, the bullets from a few years ago have returned. All that remains is to await the feedback from the bullets aimed at the ninja bear from years past, a grand gift following graduation. It should indeed be the Book of Seals. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, they smoothly proceeded with the photo shoot and the registration of their information. The three of them knocked on the door of the ninja bear's office. After handing over the documents to the ninja bear, just as they were about to leave, a youthful voice rang out. Grandpa, let us settle this once and for all. Inoichi's son, Konoha, made his entrance, only to trip over his own feet. Ouch! The lecherous teacher, Shizen, also made an appearance, i.e. the Hokage's grandson. Naruto's gaze inadvertently caught sight of a photograph of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. What a splendid treatment he receives. Without giving it much thought, he was about to take his leave when, with a tearful expression, Konohamaru accused, "It's definitely your fault. You three. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen for no reason." He pointed an accusatory finger at Naruto and his companions. The Nine Tails? Shizun's attention was immediately drawn to Naruto's face, where the three distinct whisker marks were unmistakable. "What did you just say, you brat?" Ino glared fiercely, causing Konohamaru to retreat in fright. His gaze then shifted to Naruto and Hinata. The woman appeared formidable, while the other, seemingly gentle, would surely be easy to bully. "How dare you plot against me?" Fueled by indignation, he brandished a shuriken, sprinting towards Hinata. However, before he could get far, Shizun effortlessly lifted him off the ground. Bowing respectfully to Naruto and the others, she said, "My apologies." Then she turned to the ninja bear. "I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. It's my oversight. It's fine. Take Konohamaru and step back," the ninja bear replied. "Naruto, your documents are in order. You may return now." That as he watched Naruto's departing silhouette, the ninja bear exhaled a puff of smoke. "I seem to recall promising him a grand gift. His shadow clone technique is quite standard. There's no rush. It would be best if this gift serves as timely assistance." Once everyone had departed, the door was abruptly flung open. The newcomer was a familiar face, late, but here at last. "Hiruzen, what on earth were you thinking? Allowing the Jinchuriki to become a ninja? Do you intend to have him leave the village as well? You're no longer the Hokage's advisor. I hope you consider your words more carefully before speaking them." This time, Danzo would not be so easily dissuaded. Having lost his spare eye, he could not afford to use Kodoemitsu Tsukimi recklessly. Furthermore, he was uncertain if Hiruzen had indeed mastered Shusui's other eye. Allowing him to become a ninja is acceptable, but I have one condition: appoint a root ninja as his guiding jonin." Hiruzen remained silent, merely lowering his gaze to the documents recently submitted by Naruto and the others. As he gazed at Naruto's photograph, he was momentarily lost in thought. "Minato, this child resembles you so much, possessing the same astonishing talent. Most importantly, he embodies the true essence of my will of fire." If Naruto were to soon test his chakra attributes and possess 5 natures, Hiruzen exhaled another plume of smoke. That would mean he truly inherited my legacy, aspiring to become Hokage. Not just yet. Perhaps having him assist Asuma would be beneficial, but the position of Inoshikacho is too crucial. "Hiruzen, say something." Seeing Hiruzen completely disregard him, Danzo could no longer contain his frustration and capitulated. He slammed his palm on the table, causing Hiruzen's cigarette to fall to the floor. "Danzo, remember, I am the Hokage. Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Danzo's expression darkened instantly, akin to having swallowed a fly. "Yet, this matter must be fought for." "Hiruzen, do you not? I've already said, I am the Hokage. Furthermore, instruct your root members to behave and not overstep their bounds." Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, having not adopted such a serious demeanor with his old friend in quite some time. "You will regret this, Hiruzen." Danzo recognized that this matter would likely yield no results. "Pick up the cigarette. Pick it up," he shouted at a nearby root ninja. Then, casting Hiruzen a glare, he turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Naruto arrived at the supply storage area. He extended his hand and placed it upon the shoulders of Mikoto and Izumi before him. "Having consumed so many of my nutrients, it's time for some reciprocity. Though the gains may seem minimal, it is better to have an abundance of nourishment than a scarcity. Otherwise, falling just short could be quite awkward." Over the years, Naruto had consistently followed this practice, becoming quite adept at it. Just as he was drawing nutrients, Uchiha Mikoto suddenly stirred, her youthful features shifting slightly, startling Naruto, who had grown accustomed to the surroundings. That is she about to awaken? This shouldn't be. Have I been absorbing too vigorously lately? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it too much. That if she awakens, then so be it. The extraction must continue. After drawing a portion of the nutrients from Uchiha Mikoto's body, he noticed her rosy lips becoming somewhat pallid. Feeling it was sufficient, he shifted his focus to Uchiha Izumi. Both of these individuals possessed considerable talent, despite Uchiha Mikoto's appearance as a devoted housewife. She was in fact a formidable jonin. Uchiha Izumi, Having awakened the three-tomo Sharingan at such a young age was undoubtedly powerful. Over the years, Naruto even felt that Uchiha Mikoto had provided him with at least 6 times the nourishment of Fugaku. Uchiha Izumi, however, had contributed a lesser amount, roughly 3 times that of Fugaku. Suddenly, he noticed Uchiha Izumi's long eyelashes fluttering. Frowning, he pinched her cheek, yet even after reddening her face, there was still no other reaction. By the looks of it, she would require at least another 2.5 years to awaken. That should suffice. After supplementing them with additional nutrients, Naruto utilized the insect technique to depart. Shortly after he left, Mikoto and Izumi, nourished by his energy, visibly flushed, emitting peculiar sounds from their throats, akin to a form of communication. Wow. Hinata, how do you always manage to catch such big fish? Ino cried out in despair. Glancing at her meager catch, a single piece of water grass, while casting a glance at Hinata's overflowing basket. Nearby, Shikamaru lay sprawled on the ground, chewing on an unknown blade of grass. Fishing requires patience. There's no need for such fuss. One simply needs to wait. Suddenly, Choji fell into the water with a splash. In the next moment, Shikamaru leaped into the water as if he had spotted a fish. Watching them embrace their catch, Ino felt tears welling up in her eyes and could only run to Naruto's side. Darling, may I give it a try? Here you go. Naruto chuckled as he handed her the fishing rod. The bobber, which had been dancing in anticipation, immediately settled into calmness. It was time to start a fire and prepare a meal. In an effort to spare her any embarrassment, Naruto uttered a word. Little did he anticipate that before he could take any action, Ino swiftly darted past him with a whoosh. Moments later, her fist struck a massive boulder with tremendous force, resulting in a thunderous crash as the stone shattered into countless pieces. I'll take care of the makeshift cooking station, Ino remarked, turning her head with a sweet smile lingering on her lips. Your mastery of brute strength is commendable, yet your chakra control could benefit from further refinement. At that moment, Lee, who had been doing push-ups, paused and cast a wary glance at Ino, who was playfully flirting with Naruto. Niji, do you think you could withstand one of Ino's punches? I doubt it. The last time, I had a rib broken from a single blow, but thankfully Naruto was there to tend to my injury. Niji scoffed as he emerged from his meditation. You could handle it now. Why not go and deliver a new set of battle attire to Naruto? Lee remained silent. By the way, Niji, thanks to Naruto's training methods, I can now use the shadow clone technique, which diminishes the threat your gentle fist poses to me. Glancing at the crooked clone sprawled on the ground, Niji closed his eyes once more to resume his meditation. Days swiftly passed, and at long last, the day of class assignments arrived. After freshening up, Naruto donned his forehead protector and ensured that his basic ninja tools were packed within his pouch. After a moment of contemplation, he secured an additional bulging pouch to his thigh, convinced that its contents would prove useful. I am rich enough to rival nations. After swallowing Kato's wealth, rebuilding the land of waves would be more than feasible. As he opened the door, adorned with his forehead protector, he was immediately met with Ino's disapproval. Hinata, however, appeared to be sparkling with excitement. Throughout their journey, Ino clung to Hinata, feeling rather glum. Naruto, on the other hand, had no particular thoughts on the matter. The advantages of being in Team 7 remained intact. Upon entering the classroom, an image suddenly flashed in Naruto's mind, prompting him to roll his eyes. There's no need for that. Truly, it's unnecessary for such a memorable scene to unfold during class assignments. Now, he was Uzumaki Naruto, and the iconic moments with Sasuke were not even worth contemplating. As Naruto and the others entered, they immediately captured the attention of the entire class, including Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and suddenly felt a strange unease wash over him. Tisich, he internally scoffed. What's wrong, Sasuke-kun? Inquired the pink-haired girl seated not far from him. When Sasuke ignored her, she seemed unfazed, oblivious to her own sentiments. Unlike the original narrative, there was no competition with Ino, nor was there a falling out. Much of her attention was diverted by her idol, Ino. After years of indifference from Sasuke, she turned to see Ino cozied up next to Naruto. It was impossible to claim she felt no emotion, particularly as Ino continued to treat her like a big sister. Yet the pink-haired girl recognized that the affection that once belonged to her had been claimed by Hinata, who now stood in a position far superior to her own. Without comparison, there is no pain. She cast a glance at the throng of infatuated girls surrounding Sasuke. "Oh, foolish," she muttered, her words escaping her lips before she could contain them. "Classmates, please quiet down." Irika appeared punctually. "From this day forward, you shall all be ninjas. However, you are still but genin, and as newcomers, you lack experience in many matters. The village has assigned you a guiding jonin, and future missions will be conducted in teams of 3. Led by your guiding jonin." Irika spoke at length from the podium before finally retrieving the class roster. He began to announce the assigned teams one by one. Team 1. Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. The pink-haired girl froze, failing to rise in celebration. Turning back, she cast a worried glance at Ino. Ino, momentarily taken aback, soon met Sakura's gaze. With a cheerful smile, Ino communicated a few words through lip movements before hearing Hinata's name called. "Hooray, Sakura! You'll be teaming up with Sasuke from now on. Congratulations, and please keep an eye on Naruto. During missions, do not allow any other women to approach him." The pink-haired girl simply stared in silence. "Umph." Sasuke pressed his hand against his lips, snorting coldly as he maintained his aloof demeanor. Team 8. Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Team 10. Nara Shikamu, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. Not unexpected, Ino sighed helplessly. "It's alright. Ino, during breaks, you can still seek out Naruto-kun." Hinata attempted to comfort her, despite her own spirits being low. This prompted Ino to embrace Hinata and ruffle her hair playfully. "Alright, class, please wait here for a moment. Your guiding teacher will arrive shortly to escort you." With that, Irika cast a final glance at everyone before turning to leave. Before long, the guiding jonin arrived. "I'll be leaving now. Naruto." Ino hugged Naruto briefly, reluctantly following Shikamaru and Choji out. Asuma took a puff of his cigarette, chuckling. "Let us go." The trio rolled their eyes in unison. Asuma, somewhat bewildered, nonetheless proceeded to lead the trio away. "Now, Team 8, it's time for us to depart." At that moment, a striking figure appeared at the door. "Kurenai." "Yes, why hi," Kurenai replied with a slight nod. "Yay, it's our turn for Team 8. Huh, now that we're ninjas, we can truly showcase our talents." Kiba exclaimed excitedly. Shino stood up, hands in his pockets, following Kiba toward Kurenai. "Naruto-kun, I'll be heading off now. If you feel hungry, buy something to eat. If you don't have any money, come to me for some. You eat a lot, so don't let yourself go hungry." Hinata's words were abruptly silenced by Naruto's hand over her mouth. "Don't say any more." Hinata transformed into a flustered steam princess. "You're quite impressive, managing to juggle so much at your age." Hinata, blushing, approached Kurenai. After receiving a teasing remark from Kurenai, she felt as though she might just combust. Yet, soon her words faltered as her gaze fixated intently on Naruto's face. "Teacher Minato, Sensei, we should be leaving," Kiba reminded, prompting Kurenai to realize her momentary lapse in composure. Before departing, she cast a lingering glance at Naruto. He resembled Minato so closely. Perhaps this was how he looked in his youth, a truly handsome boy. What followed was a lengthy period of waiting. Naruto entered a meditative state. Sasuke's cold expression quickly morphed into one of impatience. The pink-haired girl thought to herself, "How captivating. Both of them are quite pleasing to the eye. This is hardly boring." Ino was absent, allowing her the boldness to observe Naruto attentively for the first time. Guilt washed over her, rendering her self-conscious. Yet, approximately an hour later, the classroom door swung open. The white-haired boy cradling a small crown finally made his appearance. "Apologies, I lost my way on the path of life. You're quite tardy." The trio expressed their reactions in stark contrast to one another. The white-haired boy stowed away the small crown, revealing a mask that obscured his face, along with a forehead protector that was askew, exposing only one eye that appeared devoid of any enthusiasm. Despite his verbal apology, his eyes conveyed no hint of regret. Humph. Naruto stirred from his meditative state, slowly opening his eyes, while Sasuke let out a customary cold huff. Rising to his feet, Naruto made his way towards Kakashi. Initially intending to voice a complaint or two, the impatient pink-haired girl hastily followed suit. Sasuke, with a gloomy countenance, trailed behind without a word. Kakashi raised a hand, seemingly poised to speak, but Naruto bypassed him entirely. The pink-haired girl hesitated momentarily before joining them, while Sasuke didn't spare Kakashi a glance. "Where do you intend to go?" The trio, two rebellious spirits and one mere shadow, was indeed a troublesome assembly. Seeking a suitable gathering place, the rooftop appeared quite appealing. Kakashi exited the classroom, pondering that he was, after all, the guiding Jonin, the one who issued commands. Naruto chuckled, abruptly halting his steps. As he did so, Sasuke and the pink-haired girl also came to a stop, Kakashi, initially believing this to be a sign of deference, soon turned to discover the trio still standing in place after a considerable distance. "Well, if you're unwilling, you may speak to Lord Hokage. Otherwise, kindly keep your mouth shut and follow along if this attitude persists. I might just request a different Jonin instructor from Lord Hokage. Arriving late without a sincere apology gives me little faith in your ability to teach us anything. I am destined to become the 5th Hokage, and you will only hinder my progress." Sasuke trembled at Naruto's words, his gaze towards him shifting significantly, while the pink-haired girl's complexion drained of color. How audacious to assert such dominance over a Jonin instructor. Yet, oddly, it exuded a certain charisma. Kakashi's perpetually vacant gaze finally flickered with emotion as he regarded Naruto intensely. "Little brat, do you not realize that your Jonin instructor possesses the authority to send you back to the academy, or even revoke your lifelong status as a ninja?" His chilling gaze, coupled with his somber voice, left no room for doubt. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. "Do as you wished. I could always retake the exams, though I cannot say whether Lord Hokage would acquiesce." With that, he turned back into the classroom, choosing to remain there. Why engage in this farce with Kakashi? There was no other reason than sheer displeasure. Moreover, Kakashi was truly not a relatable figure, in truth. The final straw that broke the back of White Fang was the realization that even his own son believed he was in the wrong. Adding to this, Kakashi had never once come to see him, not even in secret. Naruto was certain that before his arrival, the bear had accompanied Kakashi to his home. His mission was to monitor and oversee Naruto, with Sasuke being a mere afterthought, as the sole Uchiha remaining in Konoha. One might wonder why the higher-ups had not resorted to surveillance or brainwashing tactics. The answer was simple. Sasuke required none of that. Itachi had done an excellent job before his departure, had it not been for Obito's interference, which led to Sasuke's animosity towards Konoha. The outcome might have been very different. Thus, Kakashi's responsibilities were quite clear as for fostering Naruto's growth. That was not part of his job description. Techniques such as Rasengan and summoning jutsu, were they beyond Kakashi? Surely not. That would be quite foolish, for these were the works of Jiraiya, who was none other than the beloved disciple of the bear, and one of the legendary Sannin who knew of Konoha's darkness yet still cherished it. Additionally, Naruto's sharp retort carried another layer of meaning, one related to his future plans. Without hesitation, Sasuke followed Naruto. He articulated his thoughts. Rather than waste time following a Jonin with no future, it would be more prudent to wait another year. With Naruto around, he would never lack for worthy rivals. "Wait for us, teacher." Kakashi stood frozen in place. "Oh dear, my apologies. I assure you it won't happen again." Without hesitation, Kakashi employed the body flicker technique, blocking the doorway. "I promise." Noticing the trio's evident skepticism, he quickly raised his hand. Sasuke had already sensed something amiss. The disparity in attitudes was too stark. "Regardless, let us proceed to the rooftop. Come along. Someone has already made a promise." Naruto stood firm, ensuring the others remained still. Thus, he led the way, slowing his pace after a short distance while Kakashi mirrored his slowness. "I am unlike him. I am no little son." This statement resonated in Kakashi's mind like thunder. What did it mean? Could he possibly know of Minato-sensei? No, that was impossible, right? Kakashi-sensei, you wouldn't be late for the rooftop as well, would you? Exactly. Naruto-kun is right. The pink-haired girl interjected, seeking validation. Naruto-kun, how did you come to know the teacher's name? "Oh, I looked up some records. The previous team, 7, had his name and photo. Impressive. Naruto-kun. Kakashi's breathing quickened, his emotions swirling chaotically. He realized the truth. Had he known this earlier, he might have acted differently. A bitter smile escaped him as guilt surged within. This child had endured more than he had ever imagined over the years. What of the will of fire? It was all a fa ade. Minato-sensei, he truly resembles you. Perhaps he even surpasses you. Oh, I truly deserve to be his Jonin instructor? Is he resenting me? Or perhaps wishing to convey something? No, that was not right, Kakashi jolted, recalling the bear's assessment of Naruto. Combined with Naruto's current demeanor, he is orchestrating a scheme against Konoha. No, rather, it is directed at the higher-ups. Having researched his background, he knows his identity, has gained the Third S trust, maintains good relations with the heirs of the great ninja clans, and willingly shares information about his father's former subordinates. A chill ran down Kakashi's spine. Yet, seeing Naruto's nonchalant demeanor, he understood. This was a signal from Naruto. Let us not make a fuss. We shall proceed as planned. Was that sharp retort a warning? To assist? Or to expose? Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Standing in the middle, should things take a turn for the worse, he would ensure this child withdrew in time. Once he steadied his emotions, Kakashi resumed his routine. Well, despite some unpleasant occurrences, there remains an opportunity for a fresh start. This was, of course, directed towards Naruto, carrying a dual meaning. Now, let us begin with introductions. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. My likes and dislikes are temporarily classified as my dreams and hobbies. The trio was left in silence. The pink-haired girl appeared exasperated. Now, it's your turn. Kakashi maintained his smile. Humph. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I possess no likes or dislikes, only ambition. My ambition is to kill that as he spoke. A palpable aura of menace enveloped Sasuke. Kakashi squinted slightly, realizing why the third had mentioned this boy as someone to be watched over. It was indeed the case. With experience comes clarity. Very well, next up, I am Vernosa. As for what I like, I'm not quite sure what to say. The pink-haired girl stuttered, struggling for words before covering her face and letting out a scream. For goodness sake, your face isn't even flushed. It's hard to tell if you're embarrassed or shy. Kakashi rolled his eyes before turning to Naruto. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I adore spicy red peppers. Detest carrying rice. And my dream is to become Hokage. You say? Kakashi gazed at Naruto, who seemed to casually add a remark, utterly speechless. Brother, I comprehend. I truly do. There's no need for further elaboration. You need not hint at again. I too am merely a struggling worker. Let us conclude this self-introduction here. Now, let us discuss tomorrow's mission. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and spoke gravely. The outdoor survival exercise. This is not just any ordinary survival drill. Indeed, be prepared mentally. Additionally, refrain from having breakfast. Otherwise, you shall surely regurgitate it. After uttering this, Kakashi emitted a strange chuckle. The pink-haired girl was so frightened that goosebumps rose on her skin. Here is the detailed information, one for each of you. What? Such a high elimination rate. The pink-haired girl exclaimed in shock after a glance. As she intended to leave, Kakashi, secretly researching recent information about Naruto, suddenly recalled a promise made not long ago. Ah, there's one more thing. The information sheet states that you must gather at the training ground at 6 in the morning, but in reality, the exercise commences at noon. You may choose to arrive at 6 to observe the terrain thoroughly, or you can opt to come at noon. But remember, absolutely do not eat breakfast. Gana, Kakashi waved his hand, glancing at Naruto before vanishing from sight. I believe we ought to discuss how to best coordinate for tomorrow's outdoor survival exercise. Not interested, I'm leaving first. Humph. Watching the two figures depart, the pink-haired girl stood frozen in place. After a moment, she sprinted towards Naruto's direction, certain that following him would lead her to Ino, or that Ino would find Naruto on her own, despite her mind being filled with thoughts of Sasuke. The pink-haired girl still understood the importance of gathering intelligence. The outcome, however, was disappointing. In the blink of an eye, Naruto had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Kakashi stared at the documents in his hands, utterly astonished. The same score he was controlling, the will of fire, scored perfectly. He was merely showcasing it for others that, in the second year, he had battled the genius Uchiha Sasuke, employing the instantaneous body technique and the water-stopping illusion combat style, which he had comprehended himself. After a long pause, Kakashi closed his eyes and spoke solemnly. This talent and wisdom far surpassed that of my former teacher, Minato. He concluded that the timing was not yet ripe. Thus, he should continue with his current approach. Kakashi felt an overwhelming headache that it was clear that Naruto was intentionally trying to vex him. He found himself utterly powerless, with no temper left to muster. Whatever, doesn't matter. Kakashi returned to his usual deadpan expression, pulling out his beloved paradise that I am feeling quite irritable right now. The following morning, Naruto-kun, we're heading out first, and why, dear, I do not wish to part from you. Understood. I shall find you after completing the mission. As he had just become a ninja, there was no need to leave the village for missions. In the morning, Naruto still invited them over for breakfast. After finishing his meal, he rested for a while before resuming his meditation. As for the outdoor survival exercise, he had mentioned that it was best not to eat anything, otherwise they would vomit. He never stated that eating breakfast was strictly forbidden. On the other side, the pink-haired girl encountered Sasuke while preparing early in the morning. Good morning, Sasuke-kun. Are you also going to scout the terrain for intelligence? She greeted. Sasuke's expression was icy, seemingly unwilling to respond, and he simply walked past her. The pink-haired girl stood awkwardly in place. After a moment, she sighed and followed him to the training ground. Upon arrival, they observed for a while, realizing that the training ground was rather small, and they could collect all the intelligence in mere minutes. For a time, both found themselves without any tasks. Sasuke simply sat down, forcing himself to meditate. Ino and Hinata. The pink-haired girl initially wanted to share the intelligence with Sasuke, but seeing his cold demeanor, she decided against it. Turning around, she spotted Ino and Hinata, who had just finished breakfast at Naruto's house. She jogged over, and Ino and Hinata looked at her with great curiosity. Sakura, why are you here so early? Didn't Naruto say it starts at noon? Oh, so Sasuke is here too, Hinata remarked with admiration. Sakura, you truly are diligent, and aren't you in a different class? How did you end up coming together? Upon hearing this, the pink-haired girl felt a bit embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Just coming from Naruto's house, she gasped, realizing that her words might have led to misunderstandings. No, Sakura, don't get the wrong idea. We just went over for breakfast. Indeed, Hinata, you should be careful with how you say things. It can easily lead to misunderstandings, Ino teased, holding Hinata's hand and smiling. Sakura then recalled that during their time in the Ninja Academy, Ino and her friends would often visit Naruto's house. There was one time when she forgot to bring her lunch, and Ino had brought her a bento that was delicious, better than what her mother made. The mere thought of food made Sakura's stomach growl audibly. Remember, do not eat breakfast tomorrow, or you will surely vomit. Kakashi's words echoed in her mind. Sakura, Ino, and Hinata, having been nurtured over the years, were keenly aware of the sound around them, their senses far sharper than in the original story. Moreover, considering the noise Sakura made, her face turned bright red. I've been on a diet recently. Haha. Just as she finished speaking, a rumbling sound echoed from nearby. The three turned in unison. Sasuke's cheeks turned a rare shade of red, and he huffed, turning away. During this period, Sasuke was not much different from his original portrayal. Naruto had left him some assets, sufficient for him to live just as he had in the original story. Oh no. Time's up. We must leave now. Sakura, good luck. Ino, fearing Sakura would feel embarrassed, hurriedly took Hinata and left. The training ground fell silent. Sakura's toes were nearly digging into the ground. Sasuke had his back turned to her. I can't take it anymore, that I wasn't feeling anything before, but Naruto is still resting at home and had breakfast. I should go eat too. After all, it starts at noon. I can just vomit if need be, and no one will notice me. Sakura was internally persuading herself. She pouted, but upon reflection, she remembered that Ino had invited her before. Returning now would surely lead to inquiries, which would be bothersome. However, since they would all be teammates in the future, it should be fine. Just as she raised her foot, intending to head home, she suddenly turned and walked towards the direction Ino and Hinata had just come from. Almost forgot. Sasuke, I'm going to share some intelligence with Naruto and grab breakfast at the same time. I'll come back at noon. Do you want to join? Sasuke ignored her, but his usual demeanor compelled him to remain silent and still. Rumble, rumble, if you're not going, I'll go by myself. I've heard that Naruto's cooking is exceptional. Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly. I'm going to share intelligence with Naruto, saying I haven't had breakfast yet. Now that I'm here, he surely won't refuse me, right? After all, we are classmates and teammates, and I have a good relationship with Ino. Feeling somewhat anxious, Sakura was completely unaware that Sasuke had already stood up. When she realized it, Sasuke had already walked past her. Sasuke, where are you? Stop chattering. If we're to fight together, we cannot allow someone who knows nothing to hold us back. We need to devise a strategy in advance. No. I meant to say, you're heading the wrong way. Naruto's house is that way. Arjuzi. Thus, when Naruto opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of two individuals standing at his doorstep. What a delightful aroma. X2, the fragrance wafting into Arjuzi and the pink-haired girl's nostrils was intoxicating, momentarily overwhelming them. It turned out that Ino and her companions dined so well on a regular basis. That Naruto, we just returned from the training ground, gathering a wealth of intelligence, and we intended to discuss it with you. Before the pink-haired girl could organize her thoughts, Arjuzi's stomach audibly protested. Upon noticing this, Naruto quickly grasped their intentions. Come in. Today, I've prepared Jianbing Guozi and Xilong Bao. Have you had breakfast yet? Both shook their heads in unison, especially upon hearing of a breakfast they had never even encountered before. With remarkable speed, they removed their shoes, entered, and seated themselves at the dining table in one fluid motion. Naruto couldn't help but smile, shaking his head. In truth, he held no animosity towards the pink-haired girl. Leaving aside how Naruto managed his own image in the original work, upon first seeing Sakura, he had already contemplated a name for their future child. The pink-haired girl was entirely focused on Arjuzi. How could she not be annoyed by Naruto's daily intrusions? Viewed from this perspective, it seemed the pink-haired girl was quite gentle in the original narrative, refraining from outright violence against Naruto. Although she uttered some thoughtless remarks and then engaged in a bit of emotional manipulation. Well, let the professionals handle the justification. Would you like some hot and spicy soup? Naruto called from the kitchen. The two exchanged glances before nodding in unison. They had caught a whiff of the aroma, now even more tantalizing. Moments later, Naruto sat beside them, observing as they began with a semblance of decorum, only to abandon all pretenses and indulge heartily, a smirk playing on his lips. And one could resist delectable cuisine, particularly those who had never tasted true delicacies. After satisfying their appetites, they noticed Naruto gazing at them with an amused expression. The pink-haired girl, feeling emboldened, decided to approach him. By the way, Naruto, here is the intelligence I just noted down. Take a look. Arjuzi turned his head away. How much do I owe? I have some on me. At this moment, Arjuzi had already deduced why Kakashi advised them against having breakfast. Surely, there was something unappetizing involved. One could only say, it was no wonder Arjuzi had been entangled with Orochimaru for so long. With only a small sum, he truly wished to contribute. Perhaps during lighter missions, he could take a break. Naruto smiled as he tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, silently expressing gratitude for the generous hospitality of the Uchiha clan. The pink-haired girl hurried to assist him, while Arjuzi remained seated alone, beginning to take in Naruto's home. It was small, yet impeccably clean. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed an unclosed bedroom door, revealing a soft pink interior. Naruto if we've eaten too much, we end up like Kakashi-sensei said. Being alone with Naruto made her heart race, and the mere thought of certain images made her cheeks flush. No, don't worry. Your theoretical and analytical skills have always placed you at the top of the class. It's simply that you are too easily swayed by your emotions. If you think it through, you'll realize there are many flaws within. The opponent being Kakashi-sensei during the survival exercise, the pink-haired girl, upon hearing Naruto's words, recognized the oddity of the situation. How obvious of a distraction. How could I have only realized it now? But Naruto-kun, you're quite impressive, pinpointing the contradictions so swiftly. Sakura, where's your Sasuke-kun? No wonder he mentioned formulating strategies in advance. It seems he might have sensed that this assessment would likely evaluate teamwork. If they were not cohesive, united, or willing to collaborate. Success would be unattainable. That no, I didn't tea. I'm not. Irajuzi stood at the kitchen door without knowing when he had arrived that I sensed something was amiss. But I couldn't analyze it so thoroughly. Naruto, you're remarkable, the valedictorian for 6 years. You truly deserve it. I in that moment. Irajuzi genuinely noticed the warm, comforting aura emanating from Naruto, reminiscent of a fatherly presence. Around 11:30, outside the training ground, the 3 from Team 7 arrived punctually. After waiting for approximately 20 minutes, Kakashi, cradling a small package, finally appeared. Noticing that the trio displayed no signs of impatience or lethargy, he realized that his little ruse had seemingly been uncovered. Ah, good afternoon, he greeted with a cheerful smile. The pink-haired girl rolled her eyes. That white-haired uncle certainly seemed untrustworthy. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. All right, let us skip the small talk. Today's assessment task is quite simple. Saying this, he retrieved 2 bells from his pocket. In 1 hour, if you can snatch these 2 bells from me, you will be deemed qualified. Wait a moment, Kakashi-sensei. There are 3 of us, yet you've only prepared 2 bells? The pink-haired girl questioned. Kakashi squinted his eyes. Do you see those 3 wooden posts behind you? Since this is an assessment, there will naturally be consequences. The one who fails to seize a bell will be tied there to watch us enjoy lunch. Grabbing 1 bell counts as passing, but with only 2 available, one of you will inevitably be left without. The one who fails will not only miss lunch, but will also be eliminated, sent back to the Ninja Academy to start anew. Regrettably, the internal collapse he envisioned did not materialize. In fact, the trio displayed no signs of surprise whatsoever. The pink-haired girl stole a glance at Naruto, her eyes sparkling. Sakura's voice echoed in her mind. Darn it, Ino has been feasting on such delicacies all these years. Naruto simply smiled. This sort of exercise was quintessentially in line with Konoha's modus operandi. Claiming that eating would induce vomiting ensured no one would partake. Seizing a single bell sufficed, yet with only 2. One individual would inevitably be left bound to the post. Moreover, failing to grab a bell equated to mission failure, resulting in a failing grade. This traditional exercise was both cruel and have you already formulated a battle plan in advance? Then let me see just how exceptional the offspring of Mizuki-sensei and Kushina-sensei truly are. Kakashi had already begun to entertain thoughts of seizing the opportunity to claim Jiraiya's students for himself. Well then, let us commence. Henceforth, whether you choose to employ shuriken or not, unless you harbor the intent to kill me, it is utterly impossible for you to snatch the bell from my grasp. Is this not rather perilous? The pink-haired girl felt a flicker of concern. Was the intensity of the assessment truly so high? Fear not, it is you who will exhaust every means at your disposal. Not I. For you, there is no real danger at all. Speaking to Sakura, Kakashi reverted to his characteristic deadpan expression. This detail immediately caught the attention of the pink-haired girl, who had been alerted by Naruto. She felt a twinge of imbalance, but oddly regained her composure upon noticing that Sasuke was similarly affected. Can we begin right away? There's too much needless chatter, Sasuke coldly inquired. Kakashi merely cast a glance in his direction before raising his hand. Now then, Naruto, Sakura, are you prepared? Ready, the pink-haired girl declared, fists raised. I am no longer the same. With Naruto's reminders, I have come to deeply recognize my past errors, that I will surely leverage my strengths. Kakashi-sensei, just watch. My contributions will be as valuable as theirs. The mission begins. Scatter. Whoosh. The moment the words left his mouth, Kakashi's hand descended simultaneously. In an instant, the 4 of them vanished from their original positions. But soon Kakashi reappeared, now standing on an expansive, barren field. Indeed, as ninjas, concealing one's presence and hiding are fundamental skills. The decision to disperse was also wise. Otherwise, I would have taken you all out in one fell swoop at that moment. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were quietly communicating amongst themselves. Many tactics were taught in the Ninja Academy, including temporary communication methods during combat. They even learned to use fine wires akin to steel to tap out Morse code. Yet, the simplest method remained to know each other's positions and to communicate through lip movements. Is this really feasible? Rest assured, such an attack is trivial for him. Then I'll provide cover. The plan was straightforward, and no sooner had they finished their exchange and Sasuke charged ahead, confronting Kakashi head-on. much like Naruto in the original story. Over there, Kakashi instantly spotted Sasuke's figure, but paused momentarily to, "Is this the Uchiha?" No, not all Uchiha are necessarily elite, as evidenced by certain individuals. Regaining his composure, he charged directly at Sasuke. Here it comes. Sasuke's heart quickened as he pulled a few shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them forward. Witnessing the shuriken hurtling towards him, Kakashi felt an increasing sense of disappointment. If this is all he can muster, Sasuke will never surpass that man in his lifetime, without granting him further contemplation. The shuriken arrived, that he merely tilted his head, evading the unremarkable shuriken attack. Can shuriken even kill? Hiss, wait, you claim to be going all out, yet this is your full power? Boom! The explosive tag detonated right at the center. Kakashi stood amidst the explosion. Now's my chance, Sasuke. I'm coming to assist you. At that moment, the pink-haired girl suddenly appeared on the flat ground, not far from Kakashi's position. You fool! That's a substitution jutsu, Sasuke shouted. The pink-haired girl stood frozen. Phew, that was close. Well, you may as well take a nap now. Kakashi formed a one-handed seal, and when the pink-haired girl turned to deliver a punch, Kakashi's genjutsu was already in effect. Her expression instantly dulled as she leaned towards Kakashi. Kakashi reached out, intending to catch her. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, it passed right through her body. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by the turn of events. But upon seeing the pink-haired girl pass through him, he swiftly realized a clone jutsu. So this is what a J-nin is like. Meanwhile, Sasuke had begun to put on a show, yet he was internally astonished by Naruto's strength. Such an impressive clone technique. He has indeed mastered his brother Itachi's combat style. As Kakashi lifted his gaze once more, he found himself completely bewildered. At some point, he had been surrounded by Naruto's clones. Quite impressive. Sakura's role is not that of a frontline fighter, and she wisely concealed herself at the first opportunity, lurking in the shadows to wait for the right moment to strike, deliberately exposing Sasuke. She incited an emotional response from me, allowing her to shift her hiding spot. I must admit, your plan bears a semblance of coherence. Observing Sasuke's performance, Kakashi also retrieved his Ica Paradise. But do you truly believe this will be enough to defeat me? In the face of absolute strength, reckless charges are futile. Perhaps altering the final attack strategy might yield a higher success rate. Stop blabbering, Sasuke declared, forming seals with both hands and producing two clones. In an instant, they launched a triangular assault, hurling shuriken at Kakashi. If it were merely explosive tags, such tactics would be of no use against me. Kakashi casually flicked his wrist, sending several shuriken to alter the trajectory of the incoming projectiles. Noticing the absence of explosive tags, Kakashi chose not to evade any further, flipping a page instead. Indeed, overconfidence can be one's downfall. The three Sasukes simultaneously gritted their teeth and emitted a crisp sound. Fire erupted forth along the wires. This is not the great fireball technique. It's the fire release. Dragon fire technique? Quite commendable. He has mastered ninjutsu to this level that in that case, I suppose I should take things a bit more seriously. Naruto, I'm about to break through. Kakashi tucked away his Ica Paradise and appeared right before Naruto in a flash. He aimed a punch, yet struck nothing but air, while Naruto's fist barreled toward his face. As for the clones, no matter how many there are, they will not serve as an effective distraction. I had assumed you were employing shadow clones. It seems this clone technique serves merely as a diversion. Kakashi suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. From the beginning to now, in such a brief span of time, he had witnessed the emergence of a remarkably powerful team. Individual strengths shone brightly, complemented by teamwork and a core member in place. Such a squad would undoubtedly grow to astonishing heights in no time. Ugh. Then Kakashi found himself doubled over, curled up on the ground. He had forgotten about the Phantom technique and the combat style of instantaneous movement. It is no wonder Kakashi was caught off guard. He was acutely aware of his own strength. If he were to take Naruto and his companions seriously, it would be all too easy to hold back. His primary objective was to assess their collective combat capabilities, so overlooking some uncommon scenarios was only natural. This is dire. There are so many clones. It's truly astounding. Boom! The dragon fire technique from Sasuke also arrived. Kakashi retreated repeatedly. Dodging countless Naruto clones and the experienced Kakashi quickly discerned that many shadow clones were hidden among them. At that moment, Kakashi let out a wail. The pink-haired girl laying on the ground had somehow appeared behind him. The insect jutsu, absolute concealment. Crouching down, she formed seals, secret technique. 1,000 years of pain. Kakashi was sent flying. Kakashi had leaped into the path of the dragonfire technique. Kakashi was engulfed in flames, shadow clones. Ah, what a despicable tactic. Fortunately, I had preemptively utilized shadow clones myself. Hiding behind the great tree, Kakashi inhaled sharply, a chill running down his spine from the experiences relayed by his shadow clone. However, was the shadow clone mingled among the phantoms truly Sasuke's? Indeed, just then, a kunai bound with an explosive tag hurtled towards him. Kakashi swiftly evaded. The explosion roared, a magnificent display of power. Returning to the open ground, he voluntarily stepped back into the encirclement of Naruto's shadow clones. Congratulations, you have successfully made me serious. Kakashi retracted his dead fish eye, casting an appreciative glance at Naruto's clones. Now, let me observe how your shadow clone technique differs from the instant body technique. Perhaps Konoha might just produce another instant body Naruto, or even a yellow flash. Sasuke chuckled coldly, quietly retreating. Kakashi sensed something amiss. Why was Naruto not taking the initiative to attack? It was then he realized he was ensnared in a Jinjutsu. Release. This illusion was merely the simplest and most fundamental one, disturbing the target's vision and hearing. The interference was so minimal that Kakashi failed to detect it initially by the time he recognized it. He was already on the verge of dispelling it. Just as he pondered the purpose of such a seemingly ineffective Jinjutsu, the sound of crackling flames reached his ears. It turned out that the pink-haired girl was not without purpose. Her chakra control was exceptional, allowing her to execute an imperceptible low-level illusion, making her the ideal candidate. All of Naruto's shadow clones wore smiles. Kakashi-sensei, I trust you can handle this splendid gift? Explosive tags. They were all explosive tags. Each shadow clone stood upon several burning explosive tags. So, the ninja tool pouch was filled solely with explosive tags. How extravagantly wasteful. Kakashi ceased to struggle and raised his hands in surrender. You have won. The pink-haired girl, hiding in the shadows, was the first to leap up. Her rosy face flushed, her eyes fixated on Naruto beside her, seemingly seeking praise. Sasuke, with a faint smile, also descended from the tree. Well, this is indeed unexpected. I never imagined you little brats could be so affluent, treating explosive tags as if they were free. Kakashi-sensei, please do not be surprised. I could not prevent so many explosive tags from detonating. Just as Naruto finished speaking, Kakashi's smile froze. The thundering explosions ensued. Surely Kakashi-sensei would not perish. The pink-haired girl, frightened by the continuous cacophony, hid behind Naruto, her voice trembling as she spoke. Even Sasuke felt a shiver down his spine. If he dies, then that's the level he was at. Besides, he did declare he would fight with the intent to kill us. We are not to blame. Indeed, you performed admirably. Kakashi appeared like a specter behind Sasuke. A hand resting on his shoulder, Sasuke's face turned pale in an instant. The three turned to see a disheveled Kakashi, his white hair singed and smoking. If that earlier clone had not been a shadow clone, he might have been clutching his backside right now. It was a thoroughly exhilarating display of teamwork. Congratulations, you have qualified. Yet Kakashi's eyes narrowed, a peculiar smile emerging. There are only 2 bells, yet we are 3. This means we must make a choice. Eliminate one of us, correct? Kakashi paused, surprised. I assent that my line. So, have you decided whom to eliminate? It's simple. I shall become the esteemed guiding Jonin, and that shall suffice. Yes? Kakashi gazed skyward. Can we follow the usual protocol? I know all of you are aware of the purpose of this assessment, but could you at least pretend to go through the motions? It would spare me some embarrassment. None of us will be eliminated, for we are a team. The pink-haired girl stepped forward earnestly. Fixing her gaze on Kakashi, she extended her small hand, attempting to grasp Naruto and Sasuke's hands, as if to demonstrate their unity. Unfortunately, her little scheme fell flat. Naruto swiftly retracted his hand, leaving her grasping at air. Sasuke did the same. The atmosphere became oddly silent. Congratulations again, you have all qualified. Kakashi squinted. His smile tinged with mischief. He then congratulated them once more to dissipate the awkwardness. The pink-haired girl blushed, lowering her head. You all did exceptionally well, AS ninjas. One must remain calm and composed, responding cautiously to various situations during missions. In the world of ninjas, those who defy rules and principles are deemed worthless. Yet, those who disregard their comrades are the most useless of all. The Sharingan not only replicates jutsu, but also the words spoken. How ironic it was to recite a killer's words in front of the victim's son. Since you have passed, there should be a reward, right? Naruto inquired. The pink-haired girl and Sasuke gazed intently at Kakashi. Kakashi, unfazed, recognized that this child truly never missed an opportunity to enhance his strength. Of course, what would you like? Ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique. Kakashi frowned. Do you not already know the shadow clone technique? Of course. That was Sasuke's shadow clone just now, wasn't it? Kakashi nodded, acknowledging that their future performance would determine the matter. He then smiled, saying, Well, today's task concludes here. I shall take my leave. Yes, he vanished with a body flicker technique and distanced himself. He realized that Sasuke's chakra could not sustain so many shadow clones. Thus, it must have been Naruto who created shadow clones to assume Sasuke's form. However, the mastery of that transformation was astonishing. He had not seen through it. How did he know about the multi-shadow clone technique? Kakashi pondered for a while, finding himself utterly perplexed. Forget it. The boy evidently intended for me to conceal something when reporting to the third Hokage. How utterly surprising. Kakashi, unbeknownst to him, wore a relieved smile. Well then, the assessment is complete. I shall take my leave. Today, Shikamaru and the others will also arrive. I should go prepare. Wait, Naruto, can I join as well? I heard Ino say everyone would be gathering ingredients, and I want to go too. Please, we are all on the same team. The pink-haired girl swallowed hard, mustering her courage to ask. Sasuke, who was about to depart to continue his training, also paused. I want to go too. There are some things I wish to inquire about. Naruto did not refuse. Very well, let us go. Before long, they arrived at another training ground. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment. X3 now. Shall we celebrate with some grilled meat? No, Asuma-sensei. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Shikamaru shrugged, while Ino casually bid farewell and exited. Choji, however, was filled with enthusiasm. Grilled meat, upon hearing this. Asuma expected Choji to join him for some grilled meat to foster camaraderie. To his surprise, Choji turned and dashed away with remarkable speed. What a hassle. See you tomorrow, Asuma-sensei. After Shikamaru's unremarkable farewell, he too hurried after him. Naruto, let us have grilled meat today. Sakura and Naruto widened their eyes in astonishment. They watched as a massive meatball hurtled toward them, seemingly on a collision course with Naruto, and they instinctively shouted a warning. To their surprise, it was their classmate Choji Akimichi who came to a halt. All right, I'll just go back and fetch the barbecue grill, he declared. Fantastic. I'll return with the ingredients. With that, Choji swiftly transformed into a rolling meatball and sped away. Darling, Ino exclaimed joyfully as she saw Naruto approaching, immediately rushing toward him, completely oblivious to the presence of Sasuke and Sakura beside him. Honestly, Ino, be mindful of your image, Shikamaru remarked, stepping forward with a hint of exasperation. Wait, is that Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura? Oh, right, they're all on the same team as Naruto now. Have new members arrived? I'll head home for a bit. A fresh batch of medicinal herbs has just come in, and I want to grab some. After flashing a friendly smile at Sasuke and Ino, he set off in pursuit of Choji. Sasuke nodded slightly, and Ino offered a faint smile that don't rush so much. Choji, colliding with someone could lead to trouble. That leisurely pace. It was clear he wouldn't catch up to Choji. After a brief chat among the four, they continued on toward the training ground where Hinata was stationed today. On the way, Ino teased Ino a bit. Ino responded with nervous laughter, feeling a heavy sense of guilt rising within her. Oh no, I hardly paid any attention to Sasuke today. I was completely focused on Naruto-kun. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, are you saying Naruto wishes to learn ninjutsu? Indeed, his mastery of the shadow clone technique is impressive, and he possesses remarkable combat talent. The way he conceals his shadow clones within his shadowy duplicates enhances their effectiveness significantly. Yet what surprises me is that he has yet to master the shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unfazed by this revelation, took a puff from his cigarette. I'm aware of this matter. You've done well not to agree to him immediately. I'll need to review your detailed records. After thoroughly examining the report, Hiruzen tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the desk. It has been nearly 7 years since the body flicker technique was first introduced. Hasn't it? Perhaps he could also learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Advancing from body flicker to Flying Thunder God truly, he is the child of Minato, blessed with exceptional talent and a commendable disposition. This is worth considering. Has the combat style of the body flicker technique even managed to breach your shadow clones? Hiruzen lowered the report and gazed at Kakashi. Yes, although he still lacks experience in battle. With further training, he could certainly revive the brilliance of the body flicker technique. Do you think the shadow clone technique would suit him? Hiruzen inquired, questioning whether Kakashi should teach Naruto. Kakashi felt a jolt of realization and replied solemnly. The shadow clone technique, when paired with the body flicker technique, can yield unexpected results, akin to a dual illusion. Naruto lacks the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, but he could achieve a level of authenticity with the use of shadow clones. The prerequisites for learning the shadow clone technique are chakra volume and mental endurance. Currently, Naruto has no concerns regarding chakra volume, and his mental endurance is equally robust. Having endured such hardships, his resilience is unparalleled. The 7th team implicitly recognizes him as a leader. In future missions, he may indeed be the true backbone of the team. This child has deeply grasped the will of fire and will not disappoint. Thus, despite his unique status, I firmly believe he should be taught the shadow clone technique. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen closed his eyes. Very well, I understand. I will instruct him in more suitable ninjutsu. You may leave now. After all, we cannot focus solely on one individual in a team. Kakashi nodded, then excused himself, utilizing the body flicker technique to depart. The multiple shadow clone technique is far more fitting for him. With an extraordinary capacity for mental endurance, combined with the physical attributes of the Uzumaki clan and the identity of a Jinchuriki, it is indeed a promising combination. However, once I teach him, I won't be able to observe him as frequently. If he stirs up trouble, it could lead to an uprising. Once Kakashi had left, Hiruzen gazed out at the village of Kanagakure, a faint smile playing on his lips. His aptitude for space-time ninjutsu is commendable. Perhaps he will indeed master the Flying Thunder God technique. Asuma, too, could benefit from Naruto's motivation, allowing him to emulate the bond shared between myself and Minato in the future. Come in, Swish Hokage-sama. An Umbu ninja appeared behind Hiruzen, kneeling on one knee, their masked face radiating respect. Please have Shin Nosuke bring the Book of Seals. Understood. This paves the way for Asuma to become the 5th Hokage, with his eldest son, Shin Nosuke, and his wife overseeing the Umbu. Underhanded tasks will be delegated to Danzo. Originally established by the Uchiha clan, the Konoha Guard has now transformed into the Sarutobi clan. Their methods are far more tactful, ensuring stability among the populace. The Will of Fire commands a vast array of ninjas, including Jinchuriki. The next generation heirs from several major clans will be Asuma's, alongside the subordinates of Yuhi Kurenai. Perhaps, when Konohamaru matures, we can have Naruto mentor him in the future. I envision Naruto supporting the Hokage role. What a challenge. Now we just need to secure Kurenai's allegiance to Asuma. The bell-stealing exercise is a common survival drill conducted by every guiding Jonin. Not exclusive to Team 7, Kurenai has only recently been promoted to Special Jonin. She is still unaware of many things, which is why the assessment is not overly rigorous. Moreover, her team comprises the heiress of the Hyuga clan, the young leader of the Inuzuka clan, Kiba, and the young leader of the Aburame clan. Shino, the pressure is undeniably considerable. Although her lineage is respectable, her father was once a prominent figure in Konoha's upper echelons. She still feels a twinge of anxiety when facing the major ninja clans. Fortunately, the 3 children are not particularly rebellious, which brings her some relief, albeit with a hint of exasperation. Asuma has pursued her since their youth, and she has never firmly rejected him, mainly due to his status. She is not naive. While she may not have a clear grasp of everything, she understands that her promotion to Special Jonin, largely due to her Genjutsu skills, was influenced by higher-ups the moment she was designated as a mentor. She knew she could no longer evade this fate. She is all too aware of her friend Mitarashi Anko's fate. That in truth, Kurenai is well aware of her capabilities. Being a special jonin is somewhat of a stretch. Excellent, everyone performed admirably. Congratulations on successfully passing the assessment. Ha, that was ridiculously easy. Right, Akamaru? Woof. Kurenai smiled as she glanced at Hinata, who had been focused on the training grounds. Hinata, your performance was outstanding. A member of the Hyuga clan. You have become a capable ninja in your own right. Then, she pulled Hinata aside for a private conversation. Kiba and Akamaru reveled in their success, while Shino leaned against a tree, observing the insects in his hand. The familiar chakra signature indicated that Naruto had arrived. As he approached, he noticed an inconspicuous insect on the tree. Shortly thereafter, a vague voice whispered in his ear, "Lord Naruto, there's a bug watching you." These voices had only recently begun to emerge. After verification, Naruto discovered that they were, in fact, the voices of plants. Listening to the voices of all living things indeed, meditation has proven beneficial for the development of the forest fruit's capabilities. Enhancing his mental prowess is currently his primary training objective. Hinata, female ninjas can stand on their own. They don't necessarily have to rely on their partners. Your talent is remarkable, and you are bound to become an exceptional jonin in the future. You possess the strength to qualify for the Chunin exams. Your abilities are impressive, but during battles, I've noticed you tend to hold back. Are you afraid of hurting your teacher? Hinata hesitated before nodding. Kurenai-sensei, Naruto said that when fighting with comrades, one should refrain from using excessive strength. Kurenai chuckled. Indeed, the child of Minato is certainly different from the others. What? Hinata did not comprehend the meaning behind the words. Yuhi Kurenai offered no explanation, merely stroking her head and chuckling softly. He is not wrong. With strength like that, the teacher might not even withstand a single punch from you. Strength? Suddenly, Kurenai's brow furrowed as disbelief flickered in her beautiful eyes. Is it akin to Lady Tsunade's power? Surely it must be. Under Kurenai's intense gaze, Hinata felt a twinge of uncertainty. Why don't you give it a try? Kurenai produced a kunai, and Hinata understood her intent. Grasping the weapon, with a crack, the kunai was effortlessly crushed into a crumpled mass. Kurenai gasped. Oh my heavens! How could anyone comprehend this? My subordinate could easily end my life with a single blow. My jinjutsu doesn't even seem to affect her. This strength something he taught you. Does Naruto possess Lady Tsunade's secret techniques? Those are the secrets to eternal youth. Hinata shook her head, looking up earnestly. I apologize, Kurenai-sensei. I know you are a good person, but I inadvertently let something slip, so I must ask you to keep it confidential. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to— Oh dear, Kurenai interrupted. What will you do instead? At that moment, Naruto appeared behind Hinata, gently tapping her on the head. Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai froze, her eyes fixed on Naruto. The handsome ninja with golden hair, renowned for his exceptional speed in the ninja world, exuded a warm smile akin to the gentle sun. Evoking an involuntary fondness to the sight of Naruto, Kurenai nearly exclaimed, Minato-sensei. She had always envied Rin, with Kakashi present and a remarkably handsome guiding jonin by her side. It is Naruto. Kurenai managed to muster a smile. Unlike the foolish villagers, she did not harbor animosity towards Naruto for the Nine Tails. She had heard the tales of how the fourth Hokage and his wife sacrificed themselves to protect Konoha, sealing the Nine Tails within a newborn child. Her own father had perished on the night of the Nine Tails rampage. After all these years, she had moved on. When Naruto's identity was finally unveiled, she had only caught a distant glimpse of him. The golden hair had initially led her to think it was impossible. Who would seal such a monster within their own child? Now, she finally believed it. Since you have appeared, it proves that Team 7 has successfully passed Kakashi's assessment. Impressive indeed. Let's celebrate by going out for some barbecue. That miserly Kakashi would never treat you to a meal. Kurenai reached out, ruffling the hair of both Naruto and Hinata. That I've touched them. A chibi version of Minato-sensei. By the way, I should find an opportunity to inquire if I can learn that secret technique. Cough. as a guiding jonin, discovering that my subordinates have surpassed me just 2 days in is rather embarrassing. ISNT it. It's definitely not because of the rumors that Lady Tsunade, due to her training in secret techniques, still looks as youthful as ever. Her skin is as radiant as ever. And her two tools are maintained in a truly astonishing manner that I'm sorry, Kurenai-sensei, but she ISNT. Hinata lowered her head, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. Hinata, does the teacher seem like a gossip? Kurenai feigned annoyance that of course not, but Kurenai-sensei, I must ask you to keep this matter confidential. Naruto chuckled lightly, agreeing to keep it a secret, but declining her invitation. Kurenai-sensei, let us discuss the barbecue when Team 8 completes their mission next time. Oh, and be prepared. Hinata can eat you out of house and home. Please don't say that. Hinata quickly covered Naruto's mouth with her hand, though the barbecue restaurant's food could not compare to Naruto's cooking. It still provided a substantial source of sustenance. It was Kurenai-sensei treating them. I must be prudent and manage my resources wisely. Kurenai widened her eyes, observing Hinata's bashful demeanor, which seemed entirely genuine. Unconsciously, her hand moved to the purse behind her. Once words are spoken, there is no recalling them. Does the teacher appear to be impoverished? No worries, Hinata. Feel free to indulge. Wah, the steam princess has arrived. One must not be too cautious. For the sake of the secret technique, let us go all out. Kurenai wished to retain them, but Naruto had already taken the nearly fainting Hinata by the arm and was leading her away. No, Kurenai-sensei, perhaps next time that we have a gathering today, we must be off. Then, politely adding, if it's not too much trouble for you, teacher, you may join us at my home. Sure. Without hesitation, she responded in an instant, as if she had been waiting for Naruto's invitation to, I am quite curious about Hinata's appetite. Hinata closed her eyes, feeling exhausted, wishing for obliteration. Just then, someone timely arrived. Kurenai, I apologize, Asuma. We are not suited for one another. Your persistent visits may lead to misunderstandings. The rest of Team 9 observed the awkwardness of Asuma. Oh no, I was too elated and inadvertently spoke too harshly, faced with the gazes of 9 children and a dog. Asuma offered an awkward smile. Haha, well then, I'll take my leave. Kurenai also let out a bitter laugh, shooting a reproachful glare at Naruto. What does it have to do with me? Ultimately, Kurenai mustered her courage and accompanied Naruto home. On the way, they coincidentally encountered Tintin and her companions returning from a mission. The 12 young ninjas were finally gathered together, bringing life to the once desolate old building. Although rejecting Asuma might lead to complications in the future, Kurenai felt an immense sense of relief. After so many years, she had finally spoken her mind. Thus, she decided to buy some sake along the way. Upon getting tipsy, she sent a message to her dear friend. Soon, Yuhi Azuki arrived, carrying a bountiful supply of glutinous rice balls and red bean paste, along with several bottles of sake. Naruto observed the lively crowd. Some were grilling, while others, like Ino with her pink hair, were learning to make jianbing from Tintin. Meanwhile, Lee upside down was attempting to drink water, tears streaming down his face, and Niji was competing with Nara Shikamaru to see who could be colder. He chuckled to himself. Such a life was quite enjoyable after all these years, having grown accustomed to the liveliness surrounding him. What? Suddenly, a delicate voice called from behind. Naruto, come over here and tell us how to get fit. Yuhi Azuki, in a frenzy, scooped up Naruto from the grill and brought him to the blushing Kurenai's side. Phew. Naruto took a deep breath. Whatever you need to discuss can wait. Do you not understand your own strength? I nearly suffocated. Just as he managed to break free, Yuhi Azuki cupped his face, scrutinizing him closely. Indeed, it's uncanny how similar you are. Meanwhile, the ninja bear had received the sealing book sent by Shinjiro. Little did he know, another pivotal part of his plan had been thwarted by Naruto. Asuma was destined to never win Kurenai's heart. The future of Sarutobi might very well be ended by a certain blonde. The following morning, Naruto awoke. It had been a long time since he had been inebriated. It was the suppressed power within him that had led to his intoxication. Truly, that woman Azuki has a terrible tolerance for alcohol. She even adds sweets when drinking. He smacked his lips, still tasting a lingering sweetness. Additionally, there was a faint hint of pineapple He then turned over in bed. Were my clothes? Who the hell was fighting on my bed? Naruto clutched his head, feeling dizzy. The intoxication was pleasant, but he could do without the consequences of the following day. And no longer suppressing his mental strength, memories from the previous night surged forth. After a moment of silence, Naruto tidied up the bedding entirely till a wooden clone detached itself from behind him, carrying the bedding away. Moments later, it returned, employing the flicker technique, cradling a fresh set of bedding. Meanwhile, Naruto's original self was occupied preparing breakfast. Quite a number of people had come over yesterday. Several youths had sneakily tasted a cup of sake before dashing off to indulge in skewered delicacies. Naruto, on the other hand, had been drawn into drinking by Hong and Hondo. Eventually, as everyone finished tidying up, they noticed the three still drinking and called out before departing. Ino, Hinata, and Tintin lingered for quite a while, unable to endure Hondo's continuous stream of risku jokes any longer. They blushed and fled. Just as the porridge was ready, a knock echoed at the door. The 3rd, 8th, 10th, and 7th squads had all arrived. The 8th and 10th squads had developed quite a taste for the food. Fortunately, Naruto had cooked a large pot of porridge. With the help of his wooden clones making buns and the like, there was no need to worry about the quantity. Naruto, I wanted to ask you yesterday, did your body flicker technique come from Brother Shursui? Is he still alive? Naruto paused for a moment, recalling that indeed, Sasuke had inquired about this the day before the time. He had merely responded, Brother Shursui, you mentioned him during our training a few years ago. I don't know him. Thus, Naruto reiterated his response. The death of Uchiha Shursui had caused quite a stir within the Uchiha clan, yet in Konoha, very few were aware of it. Most only vaguely remembered such a figure. Conversely, ninjas from other villages held a striking impression of him, that him receiving the same answer once more. Sasuke felt all hope wane within him. Silently, he turned and swiftly snatched a freshly steamed meat bun. Not feeling the heat, he bit into it, transforming his sorrow into appetite. Naruto shook his head, summoning another wooden clone. Raising his hand, he manifested several resplendent flowers that, in no time, he bore 2 nutrient-rich fruits. He delivered them to their rooms, leaving a note to explain their effects. That it was better not to rush into a meeting after all. This matter seemed to have left him at a disadvantage. He ought to have handcuffed them. Now he even had to provide them with nutrient fruits. He was at a loss. The wooden clone took the fruits and, using the body flicker technique, arrived behind the building, performing hand seals with one hand to initiate the flicker technique. Stealthily traversing the underground of Konoha. Having completed these tasks, Naruto finally emerged with the buns. The new generation of Konoha, the 12 little strong ones, were eagerly awaiting nourishment. Around 10:30 in the morning, Team 7 assembled at the training ground from the day before. Just in time that I encountered a lost child on the way and returned him, hence arriving precisely on schedule. The 3 responded with silence. Fine. Let us not dwell on such trivial details that we should formally commence our mission. Kakashi stowed away his small crown and turned towards the Hokage building. Noticing this, the 3 followed suit. Sasuke's expression reverted to its usual icy demeanor. It's finally time to begin. I will become even stronger, growing at the fastest pace possible. Just wait, Itachi. Before long, the 4 arrived at the Hokage's office. After knocking on the door and receiving permission, they entered. Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside the documents in his hands and looked up. Team 7, that you are here to receive a mission, correct? Let me show you what tasks are suitable for newcomers. A friendly smile adorned Sarutobi's face as he rummaged through a stack of documents taller than himself. After filtering through them, he picked up one sheet. Here we go. How about this task? Assisting Lady Liang in locating her runaway child. The mission is classified as D rank. Here is a photo of her home. Kakashi took the photo, glanced at it briefly, and handed it to Naruto. The pink-haired girl leaned in to take a look, exclaiming, so chubby. Humph. Sasuke's expression darkened instantly. Searching, is this even considered a mission? When will we get to actual combat? Well, this is how it is for newcomers. All right then, Team 7 will accept this mission. Kakashi then turned to the 3 and said, let us go to ITS your first mission, so don't embarrass yourselves. With that, he exited the Hokage's office first. Sasuke hurried to catch up, intending to question him. The pink-haired girl was not in a rush. as Naruto had yet to move. "What's wrong, Naruto? Grandpa, you're deceiving me." Naruto's face displayed an expression of deep resentment, leaving the bear of a ninja bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure, chuckling, "No need to worry. Kakashi has already informed me. Once you complete your chakra training, I will personally teach you how to proceed." Upon hearing this, the pink-haired girl was rendered speechless. What? How can this be? Is Naruto really the grandson of the third Hokage? But that doesn't seem quite right. And he is going to personally teach me. Goodness. Naruto then revealed a smile. "All right, I will diligently complete my training. Just watch, my growth will surely astonish you." "Good, then I shall look forward to it." Every ninja starts from the most basic of tasks. One must progress step by step. Off you go. Yes. After a slight nod, Naruto turned to leave. The pink-haired girl followed, dazed. Curiously lifting her head, she noticed the first Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage, and fourth Hokage. What handsome older brothers. Wait, Naruto. No, Naruto's eyes were bluer, and he bore the characteristic whisker marks on his face. "Naruto, you resemble the fourth Hokage. Is it a coincidence?" Upon hearing this, the bear-like ninja organizing the documents trembled slightly. Naruto maintained a composed demeanor. After glancing up, he chuckled. "Yes, there's quite a resemblance." Before he could finish, Kakashi pushed open the door and strode in with a tuft of white hair. "We must go. The mission is urgent." "All right, goodbye, Grandpa." Naruto waved cheerfully, and the bear waved back with a smile. "Let us head off and complete the mission." Grasping the pink-haired girl's hand, he exited the Hokage's office. Just as she was about to speak, the pink-haired girl realized that Naruto was holding her hand. Her cheeks flushed visibly, but soon a voice echoed in her mind. "Sakura, you are too easily swayed by your emotions." In an instant, her thoughts became active, connecting the dots as she arrived at a shocking conclusion. Sensing something amiss, Naruto released her hand, offering a slight smile. Sakura had a good talent for controlling chakra. Her only flaw was that her chakra volume was insufficient, that it was inadequate to support multiple jutsu or even a single large-scale technique. "You must work hard. Otherwise, Sasuke and I will learn new techniques while you remain stagnant." Sakura noticed Naruto's tone was remarkably casual, giving her the impression that he seemed to know everything, just not saying it. Or perhaps unable to say it. A chilling thought crossed her mind. This was reminiscent of Naruto's demeanor in the Hokage's office, albeit with a slight tonal shift, conveying an entirely different meaning. "Your strength is lacking. Knowing what you shouldn't know, you ought to keep your mouth in check. Otherwise, I might be unable to assist you, and you could even drag me down." For a moment, poor Sakura was drenched in sweat. What she had intended to question was abruptly halted by Sasuke's pause. "So, Kakashi will teach us ninjutsu. Therefore, these low-level tasks are not entirely without merit," Kakashi remarked. "I haven't even said anything yet. Isn't it too early to start training?" Yet he had also heard the bear mention that he would personally teach Naruto. Thus, he followed Naruto's lead, stating, "Of course, consider it a reward for passing your assessment. The precondition is that you complete your training and ensure daily tasks are fulfilled. Most importantly, grant me a moment to seek out the appropriate ninjutsu for you." Upon hearing this, the second pillar released his grievances. The four individuals arrived at Grandma Liang's residence, and after clarifying their intentions, the elderly woman guided them to the location where Xiao Fei was last seen. "That if we were merely searching, I believe this need not be so troublesome," Naruto suddenly remarked. The three turned to him, awaiting further elaboration. With a shrug, Naruto said, "Sasuke, it's your turn." Sasuke furrowed his brow, questioning why. "The Uchiha clan has a rather amicable relationship with the shinobi." In response, the second pillar averted his gaze, stating, "I don't have any grass, I have some grass." Grandma Liang quickly interjected as she hurried inside to retrieve a small vial of herbs. However, at that moment, Naruto unexpectedly shook his head, saying, "No need." The group looked on in confusion as Naruto pointed to the rooftop. A plump orange cat was perched atop it. How did it manage to get up there, being so fat? Sakura's remark instantly provoked the chubby feline. With a mighty leap, it unleashed its claws mid-air before tumbling down. In a swift motion, the second pillar leaped up, cradling the hefty creature in his arms. How heavy! Task accomplished. It was quite astonishing to Kakashi that they had completed the mission so swiftly after just setting out. Little did he know, Naruto had been informed by a great tree after seeing a photograph that the cat was not far from Grandma Liang's house, having fainted from hunger. Now, I shall report the mission, while you all head to the training ground and await my return for the distribution of the mission funds. With that, Kakashi vanished from sight. Naruto and the others proceeded to the training ground. Quite interesting. The reward for a D-rank mission ranges from 5,000 to 50,000 Ryo. The village takes its cut, and half of what remains is claimed by the supervising Jonin, even if they contributed nothing. Ultimately, the reward is divided among the 3 members of the team. The reward for locating the orange cat was 8,000 Ryo. After a deduction of around 20%, 6 for 100 Ryo would remain. Once Kakashi took his share, only 3,200 Ryo would be left, which, when divided by 3, amounted to approximately 1,066 Ryo each. Someone could take the remaining 2, or YO.IT could be distributed in turns. 0.1 Ryo equals 10 yen, mind you. This is for daily expenses. Roughly, one would receive around 10,000 yen. 0.1. 21.2 Naruto would receive about 503 yen, yet the actual purchasing power was not as high. The original text offers little description regarding currency. However, when money is mentioned, Asuma immediately comes to mind, as he is one of the units of measurement. Following that is the finance officer, Kako. Then, there's the first wealthy woman of the Hokage, although most of her wealth belongs to Kako. The expenditures are handled by Konan. 0.6 trillion explosive tags. Just how much is 6 trillion explosive tags worth? Even if each tag costs 1 yen, that amounts to 6 trillion. Oh dear, even in 10 minutes. The fortune of the richest person would be insufficient. What lesson does this impart? When encountering Kakuzu, one should hastily consider marriage. Well, listen closely. If you wish to learn ninjutsu, you may, but the prerequisite is that you first complete a training task. The first task is to control your chakra. The initial training exercise is to climb a tree. Climb a tree, Sakura and the second pillar were momentarily taken aback that a chuckle escaped Kakashi's lips. Having been acknowledged, this is not about climbing with hands and feet. Kakashi shrugged, explaining that tree climbing training is hardly what you might envision. Watch closely, I will demonstrate. Pay attention to controlling your chakra beneath your feet. Each time, mark your position with a kunai. After briefly outlining the procedure, Kakashi placed a foot upon the great tree and, defying gravity, began to traverse the trunk. Holding a small royal uncle, he inverted himself atop a branch. Tree climbing practice is a fundamental requirement. Sakura joined in the training, though it would be prudent for her to refrain from considering ninjutsu for the moment. As Naruto pointed out, your chakra reserves are indeed too limited. Upon completing this training, I shall arrange for further specialized training to enhance your chakra capacity before you contemplate learning ninjutsu. Sakura offered a wry smile that I understand. When Naruto previously spoke, she had been preoccupied with seeking deeper meanings, subconsciously neglecting and avoiding the surface implications. Now that Kakashi had articulated it plainly, a medley of emotions stirred within her. Oh, not fret. After specialized training, you too shall become an excellent genin. Yes, Sakura could only muster her resolve. Determined to persevere. What of being a genin? My companions are none other than Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Even gathering intelligence could be managed with ease. Humph. The second pillar, maintaining his composure, snorted before urging. Let us commence without delay. Once we finish this training task, we can begin learning ninjutsu. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at him, wondering if he would still be so arrogant later. Wushek's 3 Kakashi retrieved 3 kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Casting them before the 3. Let us begin. Use the kunai to record the heights you reach with each ascent. With that, he leapt down from the branch, finding a suitable spot to recline, lazily holding the well-worn small royal uncle. It would be best to conclude this tedious training promptly. The second pillar, without hesitation, was the first to seize a kunai and charge towards a tree trunk. Thud, thud, bang. Damn it! The second pillar glared at the mark he had etched. Barely 3 meters high, the spot where he had fallen. With a roar, he dashed forward once more. Why, oh why? His second attempt was even shorter than the first. Sakura observed this, her thoughts shifting, sensing something amiss with Sasuke's approach. She then glanced towards Naruto. only to find that he was not charging recklessly like Sasuke. Instead, he approached the trunk, extending his foot and controlling his chakra to adhere to the sole. After a few tentative steps on the trunk, he discovered a tangible grip. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, concentrating on controlling his chakra. "I've realized it," Sakura silently cheered within her heart. Promptly, she followed suit, meticulously controlling her chakra before placing her foot upon the tree trunk. It didn't seem so daunting. Perhaps it was simply that my chakra reserves are insufficient, making the control less demanding. Nevertheless, I still possess an advantage. With unwavering focus, Sakura closed her eyes, each step taken with utmost care. She continuously experimented with the necessary amount of chakra, gauging the minimum required. In a flash, she reached a fork in the tree. Her heart soared with joy, nearly causing her to tumble. Thus, she leapt onto a branch and sat down. "I did it, Kakashi," as expected. The second pillar. He glanced at his own etched mark, still hovering around 4 meters at best. "TCH, I can't believe I fell short of that, Sakura." Meanwhile, Naruto couldn't suppress a subtle smile. A hint of amusement gracing his lips. He had completed this training years ago. His recent display was merely for show. After all, he had never actually learned or trained in such skills. Immediately, Naruto began his attempt. On his first try, he tumbled down. Humph. With the comparison, Juzi chuckled that on the second attempt, he stumbled after just 5 steps. Yet Juzi still laughed as he barely reached 2 meters on the third try. He fell after 13 steps. At this point, Juzi could no longer muster a smile, for he discerned not a hint of impatience or anger on Naruto's face. On the 4th attempt, Naruto staggered approximately 20 steps, successfully matching Sakura's performance. This time, instead of falling, Naruto leapt down voluntarily. That moment, Juzi's composure shattered, especially upon seeing the kunai that had been lodged before the trio. Only he picked it up. Kakashi too set down the little emperor, his dead fish eyes wide, observing Naruto as he ascended step by step, his strides growing steadier, his form more controlled. For a moment, neither of them realized they had already risen to their feet. Sakura's eyes sparkled with admiration. He was incredible. She resolved to steadfastly follow Naruto henceforth. Even if there were no meat to eat, there would be soup to drink, wouldn't there? The second persona, Sakura-go, silently nodded in agreement. "Damn it!" Juzi exclaimed in frustration, imitating Naruto's earlier method of climbing the tree, that on his first attempt, he fell after a single step. Undeterred, he felt a semblance of understanding burgeoning within him. However, when he stumbled again on the second attempt, his expression darkened. In contrast, Naruto, despite occasionally faltering, managed to firmly adhere his feet to the trunk. Truly, he was the top student after 6 years of the Ninja Academy. Why illusion can only deceive the impatient. Sakura is perceptive enough to notice, but lacks Naruto's audacity to attempt to achieve such success in tree climbing on the first try. Given your chakra capacity, is truly astonishing, Kakashi praised without reservation. Naruto wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, responding with a smile. Sakura, sticking out her tongue, stole a glance at Naruto before jumping down to continue her training, with Naruto as an example. She quickly grasped the essence of the technique, given her own inherent aptitude in this domain. Only Juzi lay on the ground. Motionless, he closed his eyes, his cheeks unusually flushed. Wasn't he the very embodiment of impatience? He glanced at Naruto, who navigated the trunk with ease, and at Sakura, depleted of chakra, could only sigh in resignation. The pressure mounted suddenly, particularly with Naruto's displayed talent. It eclipsed him in every aspect. The disparity was glaring. He clearly understood that the gap between him and Naruto could only widen. Unless he experienced a sudden surge of growth, he was destined to forever trail behind. It was evident that the advantage lay with me. I possessed the Sharingan. I must calm myself. My talent cannot be significantly inferior to others. Juzi steadied his thoughts, suddenly recalling Naruto's fondness for meditation, and he too attempted to meditate for a while. Indeed, after calming his mind, his next attempt did not result in a single stumble, but rather 3 steps before he fell. The key to progress was evidently mastering the control over the chakra adhering to his feet. This was something he needed to continually explore. So that was it. Naruto, just you wait. I shall soon catch up to you. Meanwhile, Naruto feigned ignorance, asking Kakashi-sensei, we should be able to learn ninjutsu now, right? Kakashi chuckled lightly. There are other training sessions, and it is not I who will teach you. Once you complete this, I shall report back. He then turned, resuming his deadpan demeanor. Sasuke, you stay here to continue training. This statement struck Juzi hard. He had just taken a step forward when he stumbled yet again. Lying on the ground, he breathed heavily. Forcing himself to calm down, he glanced up to see Kakashi waving for Naruto and Sakura to follow him. Clearly, Sasuke would not lag far behind. It must be said that without the two of them spurring him on, he would likely have taken at least a week to complete this training. A ninja cannot merely rely on surface-level information. Sakura, your progress is significant. Receiving praise, Sakura immediately beamed, but quickly shook her head, saying, Kakashi-sensei, it's because Naruto pointed out my shortcomings that I became aware of them. Kakashi rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking he has even perfectly inherited the charm of Minato-sensei, perhaps surpassing him in that regard. Minato-sensei had only Kushina, while Naruto, well, who wasn't like that in their youth? Soon, Kakashi led the two to the edge of a small river. Well, while mastering this may seem a bit premature, that is for typical newcomers. I believe you should quickly grasp the ability to walk on water. Sakura, if you feel your chakra is insufficient, do not fret. Once you complete this training, I will take you to find a suitable instructor for specialized training. Comforted anew, Sakura felt revitalized that I will strive for specialized training. Naruto, I won't hold you back, reflecting on the matters in the Hokage's office. Sakura finally found the courage to respond. Go for it. Naruto encouraged with a gentle smile before continuing his performance. This time, Sakura's pace noticeably slowed. Naruto also moderated his speed, not as rapid as during the tree climbing. Yet Kakashi's heart raced. This talent was unparalleled in his experience. Comparing it to the astonishment he once felt with Itachi Uchiha, he realized Naruto's potential seemed even greater. The only shortcoming was the lack of specialized training, or rather, the constraints of his identity. Had Minato-sensei and Kushina been alive, even one of them, Naruto's talent, might have allowed him to graduate early from the first year. He could very well surpass Kakashi's own abilities back in the day. Kakashi was moved by only two things. One was the dutiful son, and the other was the traitorous Orochimaru from years past. Kakashi-sensei, I've completed the training. Not long after, Juzi arrived, disheveled, his clothes torn in several places. Yet his face bore a smile. He was unaware of that. In a fleeting moment, he spotted Naruto wobbling across the water surface, nearly losing his composure. Fortunately, upon seeing Sakura sighing beside him, he managed to regain a flicker of confidence. However, it was not long before Sakura stood up and walked onto the water's surface. Her steps were steady, yet she fell into the water after only 5 or 6 steps. Sasuke immediately recognized a shortfall in chakra. A genius of the Uchiha, he closed his eyes, taking a quarter of an hour to stabilize his emotions. When he opened his eyes, Naruto was already soaked as he made his way ashore. Kakashi-sensei, I've completed the training for walking on water. There shouldn't be any other training left, right? Kakashi nodded slightly. Well done. I will now report to the third Hokage. He will surely be astonished. With that, Kakashi discreetly gave Naruto a reassuring glance before utilizing the body flicker technique to depart. He would provide cover. Having stealthily adjusted his forehead protector, he discovered Naruto's chakra control beneath his feet was exceptionally refined. This indicated that by the third time walking on water, Naruto had already grasped the essentials. The delay in completion was entirely an act. Sasuke, you two have finished the tree climbing training? Yet at Juzi nodded slightly. In recent days, the pink-haired girl had not been pestering him. He was not perpetually cold towards his teammates. He glanced at Naruto, who wasted no time in sitting down to meditate. Taking a deep breath, he approached Sakura quietly. Sakura, what techniques are there for controlling chakra while walking on water, or how does it differ from tree climbing? Sakura's mind went blank. After a moment, her second persona, Sakura-go, burst into laughter within her consciousness. Just Sasuke, easily dealt with, utterly mundane, truly lacking interest. This child surpasses my expectations immensely. I understand now. I shall accompany you, indeed. Sarutobi Sasuke donned a long-forgotten casual outfit. The last time he wore this combat attire was during the Nine Tails disturbance. As a wise man once said, a ninja's combat uniform should not appear so pristine and unblemished in the storeroom of the Hokage building. Ninja Bear cast a glance at the sealing book preserved within the formation. His outstretched hand hesitated. It wouldn't do. The rapid enhancement of power could lead to a loss of control if the will of fire did not keep pace. It is better to proceed step by step. When the time comes for mission execution, if he discovers he possesses only the shadow clone technique without any other combat ninjutsu, formidable adversaries will surely rattle his nerves. At that juncture, I shall impart the Flying Thunder God technique from the sealing book to him. Even if he cannot master it, he may still select a ninjutsu from it. However, by that time, Jiraiya should have returned, for the key to the seal lies in his hands. After more than a decade, he must return to inspect the seal in the original tale. Naruto was subjected to an additional layer of 5-element sealing by Orochimaru. The seal of a Nine Tails was composed of a double 4-symbol seal, a dual seal, and a Bagua seal. Furthermore, Minato Namikaze intentionally left a small gap in the 4-symbol seal to allow Naruto to absorb the chakra of the Nine Tails, restoring it to his own chakra. During the Chunin exams, Orochimaru saw through this immediately. Subsequently, he employed the 5-element sealing to nullify the 4-symbol seal's effect. This was partly due to the second pillar, and partly to greet an old friend, Jiraiya. Naruto, it's the third Hokage. Upon seeing Ninja Bear and Kakashi return, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Naruto's eyes. Yet it vanished just as swiftly, if it wasn't meant to be. So be it. After all, there is no urgency at this moment. Even if nothing is done, Ninja Bear would still fall victim to Orochimaru. However, perishing while safeguarding Konoha would be too lenient for that old fool. Grandfather, will you personally teach me ninjutsu? Of course, isn't this prowess of yours a result of my teachings? Ninja Bear chuckled lightly, his cheeks betraying no hint of embarrassment. Beside him, the second pillar frowned, while Sakura harbored some doubts. Yet, she soon noticed Ninja Bear's blind spot, and Naruto gestured to her to Sakura-chan. I promised to complete the task. No wonder Naruto is so formidable. It turns out he was personally taught by the Hokage. Oh, I just remembered, the Hokage also holds the esteemed title of ninjutsu instructor in the ninja world. The cue has been delivered, and Ninja Bear nodded with satisfaction. Emotional value established. Grandfather, shall we begin? What ninjutsu will you teach me? Naruto waited patiently until Ninja Bear was sufficiently pleased with himself before speaking. Ninja Bear, with a twinkle in his eye, remarked, Do you recall what I told you as a child? Once you graduate, I shall bestow upon you a gift. I remember. Everything you said has been etched in my mind. Excellent. Now that is the mark of an obedient child. Thus, I have heard that you have yet to master the shadow clone technique. Correct? With hands clasped behind his back, Ninja Bear intoned gravely. Naruto, you should have sensed it. Your chakra capacity far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Even my chakra pales in comparison to yours. The journey ahead remains long, and I have deliberated extensively before selecting the ninjutsu most suited to you. What ninjutsu? Naruto's eyes gleamed with eagerness, displaying an insatiable anticipation. It ought to be classified as a forbidden technique, an advanced form of the shadow clone technique. The multi-shadow clone jutsu. Forbidden technique, Sakura exclaimed, while the second pillar perked up, eavesdropping intently. Kakashi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the perplexed Naruto, inwardly lamenting, I cannot match your performance. Ninja Bear chuckled and shook his head. To others, this may be deemed a forbidden technique, but for you, Naruto, it is not. The multi-shadow clone technique is best suited for a ninja with such abundant chakra as yourself. Should a ninja with a limited chakra pool, like Kakashi, attempt to learn it, they could very well find themselves in mortal peril after just one use. The technique utilizes vast chakra reserves to generate thousands of shadow clones at once. If one's chakra is insufficient yet the number of clones is excessive, the original chakra could plummet to critical levels, endangering their life. Do you understand now? I understand. Naruto nodded earnestly. Tisich, the second pillar felt a pang of envy. But now was not the time for such musings. It was far more important to diligently manage chakra while walking on water. Thus, the true training would commence. Ninja Bear stretched his limbs. Kakashi, ever perceptive, turned to Sakura. Let us go, Sakura, that I'll take you to find a teacher who can provide you with special training. Yes. Naruto-kun, good luck, the second pillar mused. It feels like something is missing, but alas, there is no need to dwell on it. Kakashi-sensei, where are you taking me? Kakashi, hands in pockets, replied. After each day's missions, you will head there for special training. Do not rush to inquire. You will soon find out. This special training is not mandatory. The decision rests with you. Sakura lowered her head, understanding Kakashi's implication. The intensity would be high, and she doubted her capacity to endure it. How infuriating! How dare they underestimate me? I will prove that I can complete this special training. Yet, it wasn't long before despair washed over her countenance. Similarly, not far off, Tintin wore a look of resignation. Yo, Kakashi, my lifelong rival. In another training ground, Might Guy stood with arms crossed, observing Lee, who was performing one-handed push-ups while exclaiming about youth and fervor. Niji, meanwhile, practiced gentle fist techniques against a wooden post on the opposite side. Tintin kept her distance from the two green beasts, her focus on a few half-dead fish before her, adorned with auxiliary sealing scrolls. Clearly, she was honing her mastery of the sealing technique. As she pondered, she suddenly heard Might Guy's voice. Shortly after, she spotted Sakura, led by Kakashi. The moment she saw Sakura's expression, she comprehended the situation. Guy, this child is lacking in training. Her physical energy is insufficient. I implore you to take her under your wing for a period of special training. Ah, fear not. This is my forte. Might Guy extended his hand. Flashing a bright smile, the light reflecting off his teeth momentarily dazzling Sakura's eyes. Noticing Sakura, Might Guy turned to her and gave an exaggerated wink. Sakura-chan. Such thick eyebrows, just like Lee's. Sakura awkwardly managed a polite smile. Lee, upon hearing this, Lee increased the pace of his push-ups. 999, 1000. Guy-sensei, I did it. Bang! Might Guy delivered a beloved flying kick. Lee soared into the not let anything distract you from your training resolve. You rascal, swear loyalty to the fiery youth. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. The scene was too beautiful to depict. Ahem, seeking self-improvement is not an inevitable path, yet it remains the special training most suitable for you at present. The choice to undertake this training lies with you. Kakashi awkwardly patted Sakura on the shoulder. Sakura, after a moment, she regained her composure, her gaze resolute. Kakashi-sensei, thank you. I will give it my all, as long as you understand. Kakashi offered a resigned smile. Might Guy and Lee returned from their handstands. Yo. The fervor of youth calls to me. Sakura, this is a training suit I have specially prepared for you. Once donned, you shall possess a will of iron. Your entire being brimming with strength. Duong. The soft, floppy green battle attire made its appearance. Sakura initially believed she could accept it, yet tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Is it possible not to wear it? Certainly, but I strongly advise against that. Yes, Sakura-chan, wear it, and youth and fervor shall embrace you. Sakura, you need not heed their words. During this period, just train alongside me. Every day, Tintin would walk over, exasperated, pulling Sakura away. If this continues. In her quest for strength, Sakura would undoubtedly try on the green suit at least once. That image was already racing through Tintin's mind. Even Niji, who was diligently training nearby, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Realizing his insignificance only fueled his determination. However, he regretted it, for he had secretly worn it once at home. Apart from inducing unbearable shame, it offered nothing remarkable. After confirming that she would frequently return, Sakura accompanied Kakashi back. Despite Tintin's comfort and guidance, Sakura's psychological wounds lingered. She needed a day or two to adjust to the presence of the two green-clad boys around her. Meanwhile, Sasuke continually regulated his breathing. At long last, he had succeeded. I can learn ninjutsu now. Kakashi, he exclaimed, rushing back to the shore. Just as Kakashi and Sakura returned, Sakura, having gathered her wounded spirit, blushed as she performed push-ups not far away. She longed to build muscle, weeping as Tintin reassured her that it wasn't that easy for girls to bulk up. Besides, wouldn't developing a defined abdominal line be appealing? Yet, having never trained before, Sakura still believed that muscle could be easily attained. 10-10, if she were to utter that a certain blonde-haired boy admired her, Sakura would likely not react positively. Oh, Sasuke has completed his training. Not bad. Though he took the longest, still it deserves praise. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Suppressing his irritation, huffing. So can you teach me ninjutsu now? Kakashi found himself in a quandary. He pinched his chin, furrowing his brow. Well, due to Naruto's influence, your training has progressed too quickly. I haven't quite decided what ninjutsu to teach you yet. How about I teach you the Uchiha clan specialty, the fire release? Great fireball technique. Sasuke retorted, are you kidding me? As Sasuke's temper flared uncontrollably, Kakashi smirked mischievously and said, just a joke. Let me think it over first. You better. Sasuke closed his eyes, his fists clenched. That moment. Multiple shadow clone technique. A series of explosive sounds erupted. Thick clouds of white smoke enveloped the entire training ground. Sasuke immediately opened his eyes. Frowning as he looked toward the source of the noise, Sakura, who had been doing squats, halted her movements and turned to the sound's origin. Kakashi gazed on with envy. Clearly, apart from Kakashi, neither Sasuke nor Sakura understood the implications of those sounds. Until the swiftly dissipating smoke revealed the scene, both Sasuke and Sakura widened their eyes, mouths agape in astonishment. Even Kakashi, who had mentally prepared himself, felt a tremor in his heart. Explosive tags were already excessive. But the chakra was equally astonishing. Just how many earth release? Earth wall techniques could this unleash? Is this Naruto? Sakura stared in disbelief at the figure before her. Oh, Sakura, you're back. Some ninjutsu may possess immense power. Their lethality beyond what a mere low-ranking ninja like her could fathom. Yet, everything before her was undeniably clear. Terrifying, it completely surpassed her understanding. Could such power truly belong to a human? She had never imagined that one day someone greeting her could evoke such earth-shaking force. The dense mass of blonde hair before her shattered her worldview. Is this the forbidden technique? Sakura stammered her inquiry. Sasuke staggered back several steps, his expression darkening. Damn it! Just how vast is the disparity? Kakashi had the audacity to use fire release to brush me off. Very soon, Sasuke's complexion grew paler. All of them were corporeal. This is the multiple shadow clone technique? It merely adds 2 words to the shadow clone. Yet it's not. No, the scale, the quantity, Naruto, how much chakra do you possess? If Sasuke knew that Naruto had deliberately controlled it to around 3,000 clones, his resolve would likely shatter. Moreover, even with the Sharingan activated, it would be the same. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, a man of forbidden techniques, and also one who wielded ninjutsu specifically designed to counter the Uchiha clan. Within the seal space, the Nine-Tails smirked, dismissing the group of inexperienced youngsters. It seemed to have forgotten its own past, when it had been so shocked it couldn't even speak. After all, it was a proud fox. Arrogance was to be expected. Excellent. Not only them, but even the ninja bears were left dumbfounded. The 3 of them had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. The ninja bear, positioned within Naruto's true form, gazed out, witnessing a sea of humanity as enduring as stone. No, from now on, never again let Umbun ninjas conduct surveillance. If this child were to stir up trouble, my Hokage office would surely be toppled. Well done. Naruto.its all thanks to my teachings. Naruto was visibly exhilarated. Keep up the good work. I have some matters to attend to. Also, don't get complacent. Once you grow a bit more, I have even greater ninjutsu waiting for you. After imparting a few words of caution, the ninja bear hurried away. Having just graduated, he had many matters to tend to. After bidding farewell to the ninja bear, Naruto watched his retreating figure, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. That old man, even though he had managed to keep his speed within a reasonable range, the entire venue remained on guard against me. Taking a deep breath, Naruto formed a one-handed seal, dispelling the multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, countless memories surged into his mind. He quickly sat down, entering a meditative state. Only then did he feel the mental pressure begin to ease, if he were to frequently use this technique. Such a powerful ninjutsu. Not employing it often would lead to mental strain reaching a critical point, risking a mental breakdown or even schizophrenia at that moment, that old man would likely come to drill the will of fire deeper into him. It wasn't that Naruto harbored malice towards the ninja bear. Rather, this old fox rarely engaged in meaningless actions. Who would have thought the shadow clones could reach such a staggering quantity? Naruto is truly impressive. Sakura felt that her path ahead seemed rather distant. Naruto is unique. There's no need to compare yourself to him. Focus on your own special training and take it one step at a time. Kakashi turned his head to offer a word of comfort. Subsequently, his hand unconsciously rested on the forehead protector that shielded his left eye, having attained the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12. He developed a unique ninjutsu known as the lightning release, Chidori. However, it was fraught with challenges. The foremost issue was his dynamic vision, which was insufficient to perceive objects clearly during high-speed movement. Under the stimulation of lightning release chakra, his muscles were enhanced, allowing him to exceed his normal speed. Without the Sharingan, he might have abandoned the Chidori altogether. Ultimately, this technique was inspired by the Rasengan of Minato Namikaze, who in turn drew from the tailed beast bomb. Thus, the Nine Tails mused, "In the end, I am still the superior one after acquiring the Sharingan." Kakashi earned the moniker Copy Ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, from the ninjas of other villages. Success and failure both stemmed from the Sharingan. Without Chidori, he could have continued to hone the blade techniques left by his father, the White Fang, or explored other avenues. However, the Sharingan consumed a significant portion of his chakra. If he did not conceal it regularly, he would soon find himself utterly exhausted. This depletion made it exceedingly difficult for Kakashi to excel in other ninjutsu. He could only focus on developing the Chidori, the technique he was most familiar with. How long did it take for Sasuke? Approximately 2.5 years, and Chidori was born. There was no secret to it. Ample chakra allowed for unrestricted practice, experimentation, and development. Kakashi-sensei, can you do what Naruto does? Sakura suddenly posed a thought-provoking question. Kakashi merely rolled his eyes in response. Perhaps with 10 of me, I might barely manage, but once those 10 disperse from the multiple shadow clones, I would collapse on the spot. Wow, Naruto is truly impressive. Kakashi-sensei is utterly unreliable, Sakura remarked. Kakashi turned away, pulling out his book pretending he hadn't heard. Sasuke stood there, momentarily stunned, before gritting his teeth and approaching Kakashi. Kakashi, teach me ninjutsu. Kakashi replied, Am I not human? Do I not possess emotions? Can I take a break? Yet, ultimately, he sighed, Sasuke, you should train alongside Sakura for now, that I have thought of a suitable ninjutsu for you. But you are not yet qualified to learn it. Sasuke's anger flared, but seeing that Kakashi was not deceiving him, he could only grunt in frustration and began doing push-ups right in front of Kakashi. Still at it? It's about time for a meal. I should head back. Wait, Naruto, Sakura called out, hastily running over. Sasuke then asked, how many shadow clones did you create just now? This was a question he longed to ask. Given his current chakra levels, he could at most produce 5 shadow clones. Around 3,000, I suppose, Naruto replied with a smile. 3,000? Sasuke nearly bulged his eyes out in disbelief. 3,000 versus 5. He could not fathom such a scenario. Even if Naruto stood still while he attacked all of them, it would be exhausting. Little did he know, if Naruto utilized multiple shadow clones, it would not be like the Naruto in the original story, who merely engaged in hand-to-hand combat foolishly. Under the onslaught of multiple shadow clones, Sasuke would be lucky to leave with his name spelled backward. Moreover, with the strength of the forest fruit, Naruto's shadow clones, should they enter Sage Mode, would not face such stringent limitations that a hypocritical kingdom, devoid of a crown, if it were that simple to eliminate him, it would be too lenient on that old man. Even without absolute force, employing some clever tactics would suffice. With so many shadow clones, the chakra divided among them would be more than adequate for a combat style involving phantasmal body flicker. Thus, with both phantasmal and physical shadow clones, the numbers would likely soar into the tens of thousands. Should he engage with the Nine Tails, the count might even rest at 100,000. One person could indeed constitute an entire army. They could all be physical clones or purely phantasmal. What? All infantry. Let us consider Susanoo and the Great Buddha. Coordination of foot soldiers, indeed. This is beyond the limits. I need to rein it in. Sasuke completely surrendered. Unlike Kakashi, who, upon witnessing Naruto's multiple shadow clones, simply resigned himself to the situation that a day later, he experienced the sensation of sunset red, and even more intensely. However, Naruto was not the type to lock in on any one person, so there was no need to worry about that aspect. Waving goodbye, Naruto took his leave from Kakashi. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed Sakura's lead. One must eat well to have the strength to train. Kakashi remained engrossed in his book. Remember to gather at the Hokage building around noon tomorrow. On the way, Sakura took the initiative to inform Naruto about her special training. Since I keep saying I will teach you, let us learn together every day. He had no objections. Just like yesterday, when Yugao and Anko inquired about secret techniques, Naruto honestly admitted he didn't know them. However, he was aware of the training methods for the strength technique, which suited Yugao quite well. Yugao only had Genjutsu to offer and lacked powerful offensive capabilities. Even if the enemy fell into illusion, there might still be a chance to break free at that point. Having precautions would significantly diminish the effectiveness of the Genjutsu. After a drunken night, Naruto guided her chakra successfully, delivering a punch that obliterated a wardrobe. Anko was even more delighted, as she had long wished to escape the shadow of Orochimaru. Alas, due to her association with Orochimaru, the Mitarashi family could not return, and she faced exclusion in the village that Akati could be said she had no resources whatsoever. Acquiring strength techniques would at least reduce her reliance on snakes. Thus, the three engaged in an in-depth discussion throughout the evening. Naruto, may I exchange insights on fire release ninjutsu with you? Sasuke hesitated for a long while before finally speaking up. What you can do, I can do. What you cannot do, I can also do. Besides, I have your mother and your suspected sister-in-law, Uchiha Izumi, constantly providing nourishment. Cough, cough, all right, let us consider it as you paying me for a powerful ninjutsu. Although once you awaken your Sharingan, you could replicate no need. I am not adept at fire release, so this technique is not suitable for me. Please remember this. All right, then. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Sasuke's heart extinguished at a visible speed. I do not possess insights on training, but I can teach you some other ninjutsu techniques. For instance, the phantasmal body flicker, or ninjutsu. I am still developing. A ninjutsu, still under development. Sasuke and Sakura were once again taken aback. Let us discuss this matter later. For now, you two help me wash the pots and dishes. I will start heating the oil, as Hinata and Ino will be here shortly. Night fell. The white Zetsu clone returned to the main body. Naruto exited his meditation. It's fine that they all consumed it. This matter still requires some time to accept. With that in mind, he decided to proceed with the task. Raising his hand, he elementalized and divided off a white Zetsu clone. Go find Kakazu and deliver Asuma's bounty notice as a task. Rest assured, my main body, I will not expose myself. With that, the white Zetsu clone vanished in an instant. After the clone departed, Naruto suddenly chuckled. After watching for so long, are you feeling envious? Usually so chatty, yet now you keep saying, these brats are so noisy. Is human food really that delicious? Humph. Mind your own business. Indeed, that in the next moment, Naruto found himself within the sealed space. The once dank sewer had been transformed into a scene of azure seas and cerulean skies at that moment. The Ninetales donned a pair of sunglasses, its eyeshadow seemingly a natural shield against the light. Reclining on a lounge chair conjured by mental energy, topped with an oversized sunshade, while enjoying the sea breeze and listening to the little tune Naruto had hummed earlier Kurama, it has been ages since I last visited you. What brings you here? The Ninetales retorted with a hint of irritation. What? If you don't come to infuse me with your mental energy, do you wish to return to the stench-ridden sewer? Mind your own business. Despite the protest, the Ninetales sat up, exuding an air of defiance as if to threaten Naruto with a tantrum should he dare refuse to share his mental energy. The time for such childish pride had long passed. How much chakra do you desire? The Ninetales immediately became alert. No, I shall not demand it from you. You will willingly offer it to me. Consider it rent for the space you occupy, Naruto declared. Have you finally succumbed to your desires? Come then, the power of mere Sharingan is not something I find daunting. Not long after, the Nine Tails fell silent, for Naruto's physical form had split off a white Zetsu-type wooden clone. Devoid of any mental energy, resembling a lifeless wooden body, IT recalled Naruto's words from their first encounter, that he could exist in human form. This wooden clone was no ordinary creation. Its essence was almost indistinguishable from that of a human. I have spent considerable time developing a clone that does not require mental energy. You wish for this body to serve as your human vessel. The Nine Tails fell into a contemplative silence, moved by the revelation that Naruto had been striving for this possibility all these years, that IT almost buckled under the weight of its own emotions. Naruto, amused, recognizing him in that moment. However, the emergence of the Mori-Mori fruit rendered the Nine Tails' own existence less significant. The fruit's ability to absorb nutrients rivaled that of the Sage of Six Paths, granting it the capability to achieve similar effects through nourishment alone. Yet, the matter of nourishment was closely tied to its core secrets. Therefore, apart from Ino, Hinata, and the trio of women who had received it, only yesterday had Tsunade and Mitarashi Anko gained access to the fruit's benefits, struggling with a limited chakra supply and intense training. Allow me to introduce the nourishment of the Mori Naruto brand. It nearly slipped his mind that two others had also received it, being among the first to directly benefit from Naruto's nurturing. Though they had acted as test subjects, the outcome was satisfactory. Now, he pondered the notion of wasting the Nine Tails' potential. It was time to fulfill the promise made on their first formal meeting. Naruto held onto his words, which the Nine Tails had long remembered. Thus, when Naruto spoke of his ongoing efforts to develop this aspect over the years, the proud fox was left astounded, feeling a rush of emotions. Turning away, it discreetly wiped its eyes. Though it was liquid chakra flowing, it was far more palatable than is this truly possible? The Nine Tails asked, uncertainty lacing its voice. Naruto nodded slightly. Of course. Otherwise, do you think I would have refrained from developing other jutsu all these years? However, be warned, should this wooden clone perish, your mental energy will be irretrievable, and you will suffer severe psychological trauma. Additionally, once you become human, you must live as one. Remember, humans require sustenance. Neglecting to eat will lead to your demise. Naruto deliberately stripped away all the abilities of the Mori-Mori fruit, leaving only a trace of its essence within the stomach of the white Zetsu wooden clone. This allowed the clone to retain the capacity to absorb nutrients, catering to its needs. Naturally, with nourishment came energy, enabling it to extract chakra when necessary. The Nine Tails discreetly wiped away the chakra pooling at the corners of its eyes. Humph, do not presume that this will earn you my gratitude. Indeed, you the great Kurama are truly magnificent. Shall we fist bump? Observing Naruto's raised fist, the Nine Tails was hardly surprised. You little rascal, you are well versed in the Sage of Six Paths teachings. Is that not expected? The Nine Tails huffed, extending its own fist. Let me tell you, once you employ the sage's techniques, there will be no secrets or dark corners of your heart that I cannot perceive. Then forget it. Naruto retracted his fist, leaving the Nine Tails' claw suspended awkwardly in midair. The situation had grown quite awkward indeed. And no matter, even if you discover my secrets, you will hardly be able to stir any waves. Naruto extended his fist to meet the Nine Tails. Just a jest. But there are some matters you should best not pry into. It is not that I fear your knowledge. Rather, I worry about how you might react upon learning it, Naruto quipped. The Nine Tails rolled its eyes in a human-like fashion. I have no interest in the secrets of a mere child. Moments later, the Nine Tails fell silent, observing the seemingly tranquil Naruto. Little did it know, there were depths of darkness concealed within, a contemplation far beyond its understanding. Were it not for the sage's teachings, it could never have imagined that this optimist, surpassing even its own father in cheerfulness, harbored such profound shadows within. Why the long face? Naruto inquired with a smile. The Nine Tails sulked, resting its head down with a disgruntled huff. You are indeed a dark little rascal. I suspected that your childhood would have instilled in you a stronger dark side than most. Yet I never anticipated the magnitude of darkness within you, enough to potentially bring about the destruction of the ninja world. Naruto grinned, spreading his hands. The choice lies with you. Shall we proceed or not? Let us proceed. To hell with the ninja world. This time, it was the Nine Tails who extended its fist first. Naruto's smile faded, his gaze turning frigid as ice, the moment their fists met once more. Echoes of a past voice resonated within the Nine Tails' mind. Damn, that fox demon! Why is it still alive? Curse you, my Yujiro, fox demon. May you suffer a fate worse than death. Remember this, from this day forth. Should any of you associate with it, I shall disown you as my sons. How brazen, to commit such acts yet remain in the village with such audacity. Why does it not atone for its sins with death? The fox demon deserves to be executed slowly. Countless curses and maledictions rang out. Within Naruto's inner world, the realm created by the seal mirrored this chaos. Yet the end of the ocean lay a cataclysmic storm. A tempest so consuming that it blotted out the sun. The eye of the storm stood a frail child, a fox apparition hovering behind him, while the storm consisted of the vitriol and curses hurled at him by others. The Nine Tails was familiar with this place, as well as the ocean's end, yet it was the first time witnessing such a terrifying and dark tempest. Is it not similar to your own? Naruto jested lightly. The Nine Tails remained silent, gazing steadily at Naruto. Your power is sufficient to retaliate against those who have wronged you, even to eliminate them without a trace, before you gain the ability to share your senses. I remember all those who have wronged you, and I trust you have not forgotten either. Naruto chuckled. You know what, Kurama? Death is neither the most terrifying nor the most despairing fate. The Nine Tails nodded slightly, as if beginning to grasp the sentiment. What would you have me do? This was the first time the Nine Tails spoke to Naruto in such a manner. There is no rush. I will first take your mental energy and infuse it into the white Zetsu wooden clone. After that, you will need to adapt to your new body. By the way, mental energy depletes. Should you exhaust it, come back to me. What do you mean? Do you truly trust me to go out on my own? With a piercing gaze, the Nine Tails expressed a hint of disbelief. Your true essence resides within me. Devoid of spiritual energy, your existence is limited. You may go wherever you wish, for you are free from this moment onward. Upon uttering these words, Naruto withdrew from his mental realm, returning to the ceiling space where he beheld the Nine Tails lying serenely with closed eyes. He shook his head with a smile and traversed back through the passage he had come from, closing his eyes to attentively sense the subtle essence of self-awareness lingering in his mind. Indeed, Naruto had harnessed the powers of the forest fruit. This was far superior to employing the wood clone technique in a fist bump with white Zetsu. Yet, on the other hand, he proclaimed, I want all. With a mere thought, his clone raised its hand, colliding with Naruto's fist. Ninjutsu. A chakra link was established, and then Naruto infused the nutrient imbued with the Nine Tails consciousness into the clone. After a brief moment, the white Zetsu clone slowly opened its eyes. Naruto's azure eyes transformed into those of a fox, while his golden locks began to shift in hue, swiftly turning a vibrant crimson. His appearance morphed, adopting a more feminine fox-like visage. He even took care to avoid suspicion, resembling Uzumaki Kushina, Senju Hashirama's wife, to a significant degree. Humph. Mind your own business. Naruto's eye twitched slightly, and he mused that his voice need not change. As few had ever heard it, the Nine Tails, momentarily taken aback, recognized the voice from earlier. It belonged to Uzumaki Kushina. There should be no problem now. Naruto nodded. Now go and enjoy yourself. We shall discuss the mission later. Take your time to revel for a while. At his words, the Nine Tails gradually rose, opened the window, and inhaled deeply, exhaling a long-held breath. It has been a while since I graced the ninja world. The great Nine Tails has returned. With that declaration, a cloak of red chakra enveloped him. Not be so hasty. Your chakra will still be detected by those perceptive ninjas. When utilizing chakra, there is no need to don the tailed beast's cloak directly. The Nine Tails turned its head, a sly smile curving its lips. Hurry and conjure your own appearance. Do not prance about resembling Uzumaki Kushina in front of me. Responding to this, the Nine Tails rolled its eyes, unaware that its form felt like a multitude of ants crawling over Naruto's skin. Naruto casually tossed a cloak in its direction. Go explore this world. Return in a month. There are tasks awaiting you. My true essence resides within you. Devoid of awareness, do you think chakra can be extracted so easily? Very well. I shall return in a month, declared the Nine-Tails, preparing to leap from the window. In an instant. Naruto summoned a shadow clone, grasping it firmly. I knew it. You likely do not even know basic ninjutsu. Why would I need to know such things? Well, that is a valid point. Let my shadow clone teach you some foundational ninjutsu. You cannot simply manifest tailed beast bombs with this form, can you? The Nine-Tails replied. Understood. The shadow clone whisked the Nine-Tails away in a flash. Shortly after their departure, a knock resounded on the door. Upon opening it, Naruto found Sasuke standing there, clutching a stack of scrolls. Likely some fire-release ninjutsu scrolls. There were still several locations Naruto had yet to scour clean from the night of the massacre. Moreover, it was implausible that all of the Uchiha clan's assets were confined to their compound. Thus, it was no surprise that Sasuke could procure these. Naruto, I implore you. I am in dire need of power. Sasuke's eyes were slightly reddened, a testament to the turmoil within him. The events of the day had instilled within him an overwhelming sense of defeat. In Naruto's presence, he felt stripped of the confidence he once held. Even when faced with Sakura, he sensed an insurmountable pressure. His obsessive madness rendered him incapable of accepting such a reality. Even when he forced himself to calm down and train, his mind was plagued by memories of the day's events and that fateful night of the massacre. Why are you awake at this hour? Do you not have a problem tomorrow? Naruto's response was evasive. Upon hearing that Naruto did not outright refuse, Sasuke surmised that Naruto would assist him. His taut nerves began to relax, and he nodded earnestly. I will be fine. Then let us proceed. Fist bump with me. Despite the myriad of doubts swirling in his mind, Sasuke did not hesitate to strike Naruto's fist ninjutsu in an instant. Sasuke's eyes widened. He felt a surge of chakra within him, a sensation both unsettling and intoxicating. In that moment, he even entertained the thought that perhaps he could catch up to Naruto. This power. Naruto, you. Sasuke soon grasped Naruto's intent. Thank you, Naruto. He bowed deeply, fully aware of the significance of this newfound chakra. He could dedicate the entire night to training without the fear of depleting his chakra reserves or wasting precious time refining it. He could even practice his fire release techniques all night long. Furthermore, a faint chakra lingered within him, imbued with powerful vitality, a healing chakra. This revelation brought tears to Sasuke's eyes. Go forth. Naruto waved him off with a smile. After casting a lingering glance at Naruto, Sasuke turned and departed. In that moment, he comprehended the vast chasm that lay between himself and Naruto, a disparity not just in strength, but in spirit. Upon descending the stairs, Sasuke found himself frozen in place, a persistent thought echoing in his mind. Why was Naruto's image gradually replacing that of his father? He chastised himself to cease such musings. Cherishing the time that this chakra would remain was far more crucial. Once Sasuke had left, Naruto proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. Gone were the days of merely catching a couple of hours of shallow sleep, only to awaken cautiously and continue training. Following the debauchery of the previous night, he slumbered deeply and peacefully, almost forgetting what it felt like to be well-rested. Lying in bed, he let go of the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Gradually succumbing to the embrace of sleep in the dead of night, he was roused from his slumber. A familiar, faint scent wafted into his nostrils, sweet and reminiscent of alcohol. How insatiable. I thought it would take time to accept this reality. Yet it appears I was overly concerned. However, such behavior aligns with the danger one poses. Indulging in such tastes is to be expected, but the ambush was certainly your misstep. The following day, after finishing breakfast, the 12 young ninjas each sought their respective guiding jonin. On the way, Hinata cautiously inquired of Naruto what has been troubling Lady Tsunade these past few days. Ever since the gathering, she has been lost in thought. Alternating between laughter and frowns, Hinata feared that her inadvertent slip of the tongue had unsettled Lady Tsunade. Naruto gently patted her head, offering reassurance until she felt at ease once more. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, they found Kakashi seated on a bench, engrossed in his copy of Aika Paradise, without a care for appearances. Good morning. You are late. Sakura's eyes widened in astonishment. Kakashi-sensei had arrived so early. But sensei, did you not say we were to gather at noon? We thought it would be a waste of time, so we decided to come and accept missions on our own, waiting for you to arrive to hand in the tasks. Kakashi replied, putting away his book. You were late, he stated with a sense of pride. As if it were a matter of course, I trust today will not bring another mundane task. D-rank missions are all rather similar. If it's about searching again, I shall seek out my grandmother and take on all the searching tasks. The three of them conversed, completely bypassing Kakashi. Kakashi scratched his head, pondering why it seemed that he was the superfluous one in Team 7. Well, wait for me. I am A.J. Nin instructor. If I let you handle the tasks on your own, the third Hokage will surely have a word with me. Upon hearing this, both Naruto and Sakura turned around simultaneously, their eyes sparkling with surprise, their lips curling into uncontrolled smiles. Oh no, they're coming for me. Kakashi swiftly utilized the body flicker technique and appeared before the door of the Hokage's office. Unsurprisingly, it was yet again a D-rank mission. This time, rather than searching, it involved picking up trash. Well then, I leave it to you. I shall go train. Naruto glanced at a shadow clone, who wore an unimpressed expression, and sighed. All right, my original self, we lack patience. But this can also be considered a form of training that ate this moment. Naruto had become a temporary chakra powerhouse, using it without a hint of remorse. Kakashi and Sakura cast envious glances in his direction before shifting their focus to another. A certain true powerhouse had instead morphed into Kakashi. He leaned against the thick branch of a tree, resting his head upon his hands. Sakura, you shall stand on the water's surface and collect the trash from the river. The refuse on the ground will be left to me and Sasuke. This too is a special training. You must ensure that while collecting trash, you maintain your balance and do not fall into the water. I believe this exercise will suit you well. After pondering for a moment, Sakura replied, Thank you, Naruto. I will do my utmost. Having made this promise, she energetically grabbed her tools and leaped into action. Sasuke, the efficacy of shadow clone training is quite similar to that of the original. Your impatience is your downfall. This task is perfect for honing your mind. First, survey this area for trash, memorize its locations, and then, with your eyes closed, attempt to collect the refuse based on your memory. Remember, do not rush. That makes sense? Thank you, Naruto. I will strive to complete this training. After listening to Naruto's instructions, Sasuke's shadow clone took a moment to reflect before beginning to roam the designated area. He moved slowly, determined to memorize the locations of the trash and to chart the path he would take from the starting point, including speed and movement. Kakashi's eyes widened. Wait, what about you? No, that's not the point. Kakashi observed the obedient Sakura and Naruto. If it were Sakura, Kakashi could accept it. But how could Uchiha Sasuke follow Naruto's guidance so readily? Could it be due to the multiple shadow clones from yesterday? Kakashi-sensei, although my chakra is limited, meditating is indeed quite troublesome. It does not hinder my ability to meditate. Meditation will enhance control over the Sharingan, and even when the Sharingan is activated, the chakra consumption might be reduced. Kakashi, is it my turn? I have a task too? Huh, are you serious? I spent most of my time in the Ninja Academy meditating. While I cannot say with certainty, this will undoubtedly be beneficial to the current Kakashi-sensei. Fine, I shall tentatively trust you this once. Kakashi rarely meditated. Ever since he realized his chakra drained rapidly, he had spent more time watching the antics of the young emperor to pass the time. Moreover, it was Naruto who suggested this. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, he would give it a try. After all, over the years, his progress had been minimal, so much so that it could be described as stagnation. Coupled with that dark period, he had mostly succumbed to apathy. For the time that followed, Naruto meditated while also dividing his attention to monitor their progress. Sasuke, take 5 steps to the right, then take 1 step forward. Sakura, having adapted to multitasking, attempt to juggle 3 tasks at once. Your chakra is too limited, so try to control the chakra beneath your feet while collecting trash and simultaneously refining your chakra. Kakashi-sensei, you aren't thinking about that content from Paradise of Affection again, are you? After a D-rank mission, they only completed it by noon. Naruto sat on the branch, observing the 3 below, utterly exhausted. The shadow clone of Naruto remarked, we successfully completed the task. Thank you, Naruto. With a loud pop, the shadow clone dissipated. Sakura, drenched in sweat, looked up at Naruto in the tree, her eyes filled with anticipation. You performed admirably. Go find Tintin and learn medical ninjutsu with her. Or seek out Tsunade to learn Jinjutsu. These are your strengths. Practicing after special training will yield better results. Yes, receiving praise, Sakura beamed brighter than sugar, dashing off with enthusiasm. Kakashi, on the other hand, gazed hopelessly at the clouds above. 1 cloud, 2 clouds, Kakashi-sensei, it's time to report the mission. After all, you are 8 J-nin. During peacetime, your meditation is utterly chaotic. Perhaps you should find yourself a wife. By the way, I have someone in mind who would suit you perfectly. No, spare me. I shall report the mission first. Kakashi stood up, dusting off his backside. Naruto, meditation is indeed quite useful. Just let it be. Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall wait. Perhaps if my strength increases, it will aid you as well. Regarding Sasuke, I will begin teaching him Chidori tomorrow. Having said that, Kakashi did not wait for Naruto to respond and immediately utilized the body flicker technique to depart. As for the woman Naruto mentioned, she would naturally appear later as a spy named Hanari. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha compound, Sasuke was furious. Fire release. Great fireball technique. No, this isn't fast enough. My hand seal speed is still too slow, and I need to become more familiar with Naruto's various jutsu, many of which can be performed with one hand. I must work even harder. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Sasuke suddenly halted. Upon dispelling his shadow clone, all memories and experiences returned to him. He plopped down onto the ground. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his previously restless heart had calmed considerably. Humph, he truly is an unreliable J-nin instructor. Thankfully, I am on the same team as Naruto. Sasuke unusually laid back on the ground. Ceasing his training, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, which had previously eluded him. Within just a few minutes, that Naruto's special training proved to be remarkably effective. Should I balance work and rest? I shall heed your advice. Sasuke mimicked Kakashi's posture, resting his head upon his hands and gazing at the clouds above. His mind grew increasingly tranquil. I could see this moment. He truly felt the exhaustion of his body. Without the chakra Naruto provided, I might have collapsed by now, that if I am not mistaken. Due to his identity, Naruto has concealed much over the years. With his chakra capacity, he cannot possibly possess only the displayed strength. Truly, with your assistance, if I do not return the favor, the honor of the Uchiha clan that I uphold would become a mere joke. Sasuke unexpectedly wore a faint smile, speaking to himself in a self-deprecating tone. He mused, what have I been doing all these years? That Sakura girl is no longer a nuisance. She listens to Naruto and is diligently training, showing evident progress. Meanwhile, I, the Avenger, seem to have made little advancement. Is my body reaching its limits? Suddenly, Sasuke appeared to recall something. He slowly stood up. Naruto once said, man is iron, rice is steel, and it is time to eat. I can't always go to Naruto's place empty-handed. Glancing at the instant food packaging, he decisively changed his mind. Shortly after Sasuke departed, a red figure appeared where he had once lain that Esit. Naruto was plotting this, utilizing the unique connection of ninja chakra to offer that young Uchiha the old man's chakra. With formidable recovery abilities and a vast chakra reserve, even a mere waste could be molded into a formidable shinobi. The Ninetales suddenly laughed. So, if the quantity increases, that troublesome third Hokage will surely suffer later. Is this what you meant by worse than death? If perception does not fail, I can withdraw the chakra from that Uchiha brat at any time, even extracting the chakra within his body. The consequence of losing chakra is invariably death. It is likely that Naruto intends for me to carry out such an act. How intriguing, truly intriguing. The Ninetales turned its head, gazing towards the direction of Konoha. Offending Naruto, none of you will escape unscathed. Noon. Naruto busied himself in the kitchen, but a red figure appeared. Naturally, Naruto sensed it immediately. Turning to observe as it ladled various dishes, he said, Kurama, if you wish to leave Konoha, I can ensure you do so without anyone noticing. The Ninetales, too preoccupied to speak, felt a bit bashful under Naruto's unwavering gaze. For the past few days, it had incessantly lamented about several little brats captivated by humans. In truth, it too was quite curious. Hence, it returned just in time for mealtime. This fox does not partake in meals without recompense. After finishing, it would naturally fulfill its obligations, sensing the arrival of those little brats. The nine-tails grabbed a steak before making its escape. You need not hide. I can simply say you are my distant relative. Pa. This fox would never associate with a group of little children. Let us go. Seeing its shyness, Naruto did not press further. To his slight surprise, Yugao also arrived. However, upon sensing Mitarashi Anko's chakra, he quickly grasped the situation. Afternoon. Kakashi unusually came to visit. The lingering aroma dispelled the dead fish-like look from his eyes. Unfortunately, he would not partake in the feast. Everyone is present. No wonder they have been gathering together lately. Kakashi scratched his head and turned his gaze toward Sasuke. Although it was still somewhat early, that jutsu would not be easily mastered. They might as well start today. Naruto, if you wish to learn, you can join us. Sakura. Before he could finish, Sakura popped her head out. Kakashi-sensei, you need not consider me. Naruto has already arranged a special training course for me. In that case, let us depart. Sasuke. After bidding farewell to Naruto, the duo followed Kakashi out. It was only natural for Kakashi to say early. Especially since in the original story, even after Sasuke learned it, he could only utilize it twice in succession. Moreover, considering the age of these youths, and that Sasuke was a persistent and impatient avenger. Once he acquired a powerful skill, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist using it. Even when facing minor foes, he would resort to using his most formidable techniques as basic attacks. When confronting seasoned opponents, he would easily exhaust his chakra, leading to his demise. Furthermore, Sasuke had yet to master the method of activating the Sharingan. But no matter how exceptional his dynamic vision talent, it could not surpass even a single tomo of the Sharingan. The use of Chidori would be far too perilous as for Sakura. She could learn medical ninjutsu alongside Ino, Tenten, and Hinata. For Genjutsu, she could consult Yugao. After all, they were all part of the same circle. And there would be no issue. Even if the shinobi bear recognized Asuma's failure, he would need a reason to dismiss the guiding jounin of Team 8 by the time he realized it. He would likely lack the power to intervene. Shinobi bear. In the original story, even without Orochimaru, you still succeeded. Solidify your power. I shall tear apart everything you have fabricated. The foolish populace remains foolish. Countless individuals yearn for and covet this land of Konoha. Out with the old, in with the new. After performing for so many years, you dare not even show me the Book of Seals. You think that because my shadow clone jutsu is formidable, I possess the same time-space ninjutsu talent as my cheap father? He shook his head and soon entered the ceiling space. The nine-tails lay quietly on the bench, unaware of what joyous events the outside world was encountering, its mouth curling into a long arc just a bit longer. I do not wish to release you just yet. The chakra you left behind also contains potent spiritual energy. It can survive in the form of a white Zetsu clone. For now, I simply wish to rest for a while. Naruto exited the ceiling space, neither meditating nor engaging in any other form of training. He utilized the mayfly technique to reach the supply depot. This was where he could truly relax and enjoy a good sleep. It was akin to posing a question. If one day you became wealthy, what would be the first thing you did? Naruto would undoubtedly answer without hesitation. First, I would sleep soundly, and only after I am well rested would I consider other matters. The supply depot was entwined with the vines of the sunset fruit illusion. Should any unexpected situation arise, Naruto would be able to sense it immediately. Moreover, these vines possessed a self-protective instinct. Some individuals believed they were well hidden, but any movement had long been detected by Naruto. He simply lacked the interest to expose them at that moment, that he slept soundly until the next morning, stretching lazily as he began a new day. The following days were rather simple. Besides the necessity of completing a D-rank mission each day, he enjoyed cheerful gatherings and playful interactions with everyone, while the intensity of training significantly decreased. This led Naruto to realize that after becoming complacent, his body began to develop at an accelerated pace. Indeed, sleep was paramount. During the day, he trained with Ino, Tenten, and Hinata, while in the evenings, he assisted Yugao and Mitarashi Anko with their training, starting from the very basics. During this time, Naruto also encountered an intriguing Umbu ninja. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tails successfully integrated into the small circle. arriving punctually at noon to scrounge for food. Afterward, it would stealthily undertake various clandestine tasks. If it did not mention it, would Naruto remain oblivious? Over 100 newly promoted Chunin and a dozen newly promoted Jounin harbored the seeds of Nine-Tails chakra within them. This detail could not escape Naruto's perception. He merely chuckled at this, never anticipating that the Nine-Tails was so clever. If it wished to act, so be it. After being confined for so many years, Naruto generally would not impose restrictions on it. Of course, the most astonishing revelation for Naruto was that with the enhancement of his abilities, his Sansen fruit had further evolved. He discovered that he could now hear the voices of plants. Vividly, it was not the vague sensation he had previously experienced. Thus, Naruto planted a small sapling on the windowsill. For the first few days, he spoke to it, but it offered no response. When a gentle breeze caressed his face, the sapling would lean closer to him. After about a week, the sapling began to speak, its voice exceedingly tender. "Hungry, Naruto-sama, I am so hungry." In the dead of night, Naruto was startled. He promptly smiled and poured some unaccelerated nutrients into the water before watering it. Thus, life continued for approximately 2 months. One day, after Sasuke completed a task of capturing a lost pet, a small tiger. Alone, the plants informed Naruto that a drunken, boastful old man had arrived in the village. Naruto knew that the first C-rank mission had come. The ghost man, Zabuza Momochi, man-like Haku. That night, as Naruto lay in bed, surrounded by softness, he pondered, to fail is to be a rogue ninja, to succeed is to become the Mizukage. Zabuza, an unforgettable character, was also the man who influenced Naruto's resolve in the original story. He eliminated all the ninjas of the same generation while adhering to the rules. The period of the Land of Water was exceedingly dark. In other words, that was Zabuza's first challenge to the higher-ups of the Mist Village, similar to Neji, yet of a significantly higher caliber. Naruto turned over, gently wiping away the tears. The thoughts in his mind continued to swirl. Unfortunately, Zabuza and the others in the higher echelons of the mist do not realize that their shadows are no longer what they once were. Zabuza believed that by eliminating the fourth Mizukage, he would have succeeded, and the dark policies of the Land of Water would be lifted. Alas, he remains unaware that behind the fourth lies Uchiha Obito, that cunning schemer. The poor fourth Mizukage, from his first appearance to his demise, was merely a puppet, devoid of any self-emotions. Moreover, even in death, he was brought back by that vile Obito as a pawn through Edo Tensei. When Zabuza took away Haku, he claimed he would return, and upon his next arrival, the hidden mist village would be under his control. Whether one views his actions as a quest for power or something else, the crux lies in his opposition to the blood mist, which is the greatest love he could have for the village. In the original work, Kakashi remarked that Zabuza's ambitions were too grand, sacrificing far too many lives. Such actions are unbecoming of a ninja. Has Kakashi ever pondered the multitude of souls lost in the blood mist? Political affairs, indeed. And who was Kakashi's father? The previous political player, whose end was most tragic. Of course, this also ties back to Kakashi's helplessness. He could not resist and was left to languish. Zabuza's flaw lies in his arrogance, coupled with a lack of external support. The first time he attempted to assassinate the Mizukage, the second time, he was effortlessly defeated by Kakashi, yet still had the audacity to claim he would succeed next time. This raises another point. Who among those who emerged from the blood mist did not claw their way out from a pile of corpses? As the saying goes, you have no external support. The mission is likely to arrive tomorrow. What's wrong, Naruto? It's nothing, just pondering some matters that I'm quite tired. I think I'll head to bed now. Speaking of the Land of Waves, one cannot help but mention Gat. He was merely an ordinary man. How could he amass such wealth while engaging in all manner of illicit dealings without facing consequences? Ah, indeed, there exists such a figure in the world of shinobi. The Daime Ditto. So he is a money launderer. In this day and age, laundering money is lucrative. Dazna issued a C-rank mission due to financial constraints. He remarked en route that the Land of Waves was a profoundly impoverished nation, lacking even a daime with sufficient funds. Gat's venture to the mainland? Surely, it is not as simple as it appears. Additionally, Gat is also a ninja. Yes, a freeloading ninja. When Zabuza was first injured, he contemplated eliminating Zabuza, thereby avoiding any payment. Of course, He would only dare to default on the fees of an ordinary rogue ninja. Let him try to renege on the Akatsuki's fees. Kakuzu was overjoyed. However, the Akatsuki is formidable. Only a nation-level intervention could summon them. Indeed, I speak of you, Anoki of the Two Tails. Never mind, I can't sleep. I shall discuss these matters tomorrow and focus on the task at hand. The mission to the Land of Waves promises to be full of intrigue. The love story between Zabuza and Haku continues. The efficiency of Team 7 has already surpassed 50 D-rank missions. Truly remarkable. Other teams languish at around 20, far behind. However, with Naruto in the mix, such efficiency is to be expected. Shino took a drag from his pipe, recalling the day he taught Naruto the shadow clone technique. Shortly before Naruto executed it and surrounded him with clones, that it seems that the mission to the Land of Waves is well suited for them, especially with Kakashi present to mitigate any significant issues. Before long, the door to the Hokage's office was knocked upon. Commandant, is Team 7 that you have exceeded expectations in your D-rank missions. Even without comparing to the newcomers, your efficiency ranks first. Here's the deal. The D-rank missions have served their purpose for you, so let us attempt an intermediate-level task instead. As he said this, Shino cast a glance at Kakashi. He then called out to the adjacent lounge. Mr. Dazna, the mission you issued has been accepted. What is the meaning of this? Exclaimed a grumpy old man, who emerged with a liquor bottle in hand, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto and his companions. He grumbled. This man was the NPC who triggered the mission to the Land of Waves. Naturally, Naruto noticed Shino's meaningful glance. Thus began the whole struggle for the benefit of Konoha. Dazna leaned against the wall. Addressing the third Hokage, I say, Hokage-sama, are they not just mere children? Can ninjas of their age truly be reliable? The white-haired boy, however, appears somewhat dependable. Unperturbed, the third Hokage maintained his amiable demeanor, responding gently. Rest assured, Team 7 comprises the elite of the new generation of Konoha. Kakashi is also an exceptionally skilled Jonin. However, being merely a C-rank mission, no formidable ninjas will appear. They will only escort you back, so there will be no issues. That's so. Dazna, who had been obstinate, now seemed less confident. Indeed, it's just a C-rank mission. This moment. Team 7 was not the same as the original Team 7. Sakura immediately sensed something amiss. This old man kept emphasizing that they were mere children, showing a lack of faith in their abilities. Furthermore, Shino's expression when mentioning the C-rank mission was far too unnatural, especially when he stated, "No formidable ninjas will appear." His previous bluster seemed to evaporate in an instant. There's something wrong. Is this a false report on the mission? Sasuke narrowed his eyes, having also picked up on the discrepancy. Shino then turned to Naruto and Kakashi. In that case, would your Team 7 like to accept this commission to escort Mr. Dazna back to the Land of Waves and protect him until the completion of the bridge? When shall Team 7 grow if they continue to undertake D-rank missions? We accept the commission, Team 7 declared. Upon receiving a covert signal from Naruto, Sasuke responded with a cold smirk. Very well, then, Mr. Dazna, do you have any further questions? Shino asked with a smile. Dazna, realizing he could not say much more, stubbornly retorted, I, the renowned bridge builder of the Land of Waves, Dazna. Since you little brats have accepted this task, then do ensure you protect me with your lives until I return home to complete the bridge. Dazna displayed his lack of confidence in full view. Well, having accepted, we shall gather at the Konoha gate in half an hour. Dismissed, upon exiting the Hokage's office, Kakashi promptly issued the assembly order, fearing that if he delayed, he would become the one left behind. Let us go. Naruto waved his hand and turned to leave. However, it wasn't long before he realized Sasuke and Sakura were following him. What are you following me for? Shouldn't you be preparing? Clothes, provisions, and such. We won't be returning to the village anytime soon. Naruto-kun, have you realized something? Of course, don't worry. Nothing will happen. It's time for some training to go back and prepare well. Naruto waved his hand, intending to inform the girls. Suddenly, he turned back to remind them. By the way, come to my house first to grab provisions before heading to the assembly. Sakura, make sure to pack extra clothes. You'll have to carry the luggage on the way, and our daily training cannot be neglected. Seeing Sakura's despondent expression, Naruto chuckled. 3 parts training 7 parts eating. You should look forward to bringing plenty of supplies. Otherwise, not only will your luggage run low quickly, but your little stomach will too. In a way. Don't worry, Naruto. After all that training every day, I'm quite strong now. Dismissed. After sending the two off, Naruto arrived at the assembly point for teammate. So that's how it is. I'll be counting on you during this time. All right, can you return quickly? As Kurenai finished her question, she turned her head away, her flushed ears barely visible. Shouldn't take too long. Hinata, come over for lunch as usual. You can also sample my cooking. Naruto, take care on your journey. Hinata has certainly gained a lot of courage, especially since she has finally noticed the nuances before Naruto departed. He bestowed upon her a warm and hearty embrace. Upon arriving at Team 10, they learned of Naruto's impending absence from the village for a while. The trio's spirits were notably lowered. Oh no. Naruto, you must return swiftly. You've spoiled our appetites. Lamented the culinary enthusiast. I find myself weeping over my mother's cooking in your absence. My dear, please exercise caution. Dangers surely await beyond the village borders. I shall await your return, with a gift prepared just for you. Hurry back. After bidding farewell to the bustling Ino, Asuma cast a sorrowful glance, feeling as though he had just ingested something unpleasant. As they approached Team 3, Tintin had taken a special leave to assist Naruto with his packing. Being no longer newcomers, they were not required to undertake missions daily for the first 2 months. When they arrived at Akamichi, it was evident where she would be found. Her inability to take on missions, particularly those involving leaving the village or any tasks pertaining to the interests of Konoha, had rendered her life rather arduous over the years. It was only with the appointment of the 5th Hokage that conditions began to improve, which likely contributed to her later weight gain. Despite newfound wealth, her fondness for inexpensive sweets remained, leading to her current state. What? You're going out on a mission? Akamichi's face reflected her reluctance, yet she could only sigh in resignation. Perhaps I could stealthily accompany you? As expected of you, Akamichi. Enough of this nonsense. You cannot venture out. Yukino is also here, so I shall not intrude. The assembly time is approaching. I must take my leave, after exchanging greetings with Naruto and the resting Yukino. He reminded Akamichi, I impose no restrictions on your indulgence in sweets, but you must diligently adhere to the training regimen I have set for you, understood? Fine. It's quite absurd to be lectured by a child. Akamichi once more subjected Naruto to a sense of suffocation. The tea had dried, and she planned to assist Akamichi at noon, sipping tea during her leisure. Standing before the dessert shop, Akamichi remained until Naruto's figure had completely vanished. Goodness, Akamichi, you're becoming a statue of longing. You can't be serious, right? Naruto is merely 12 years old. You are nearly double his age. Akamichi pouted, stating that adult matters should not concern children. Yukino, 2 years her junior, felt a twitch in her eye, as Akamichi often used this line. Old woman, you spare no one, even a child. Yeah, I must admit, he is rather handsome, generous, and youthful, wealthy and powerful, perhaps not entirely out of the question. No, you should seek out your own afflictions at the gates of Konoha. Kamizuki Izumi and Kan's Tetsu stood vigilant. These two had even chosen to avoid the main entrance during Pain's invasion. Not far from them, Team 7 gathered, with Sakura burdened by an excessively large backpack. One glance was enough to evoke concern. That slender, pink-haired girl might be crushed beneath her load. Strangely, she wore a smile, albeit one that seemed somewhat unsettling. All right then, let us set off, commanded Kakashi, and the four encircled Tizuna, stepping beyond the gates of Konoha. Not long after, Naruto sensed 2 malicious intents approaching, followed by a rustling from the trees. Naruto, there are 2 shifty-looking individuals fixated on you. Grant us your strength, Naruto, so we may deal with them. We can utilize our branches to execute the secret technique, 1,000 years of pain. Indeed, those 2 are clearly up to no good. Naruto quickly communicated with them mentally, instructing them to refrain from engaging as they traveled. Kakashi commenced imparting knowledge about the world of ninjas to Team 7. It became evident that Konoha's education system was rather insular. Newcomers were oblivious to the perils of the ninja realm, fixated solely on the notion of the will of fire. Soon, the 5 departed the confines of Konoha, The weather clear, yet a puddle appeared before them. In an instant, Team 7 was acutely aware of it. Kakashi maintained his composure, confident that the three would notice. This minor obstacle required no intervention from him. Naruto's lips curled into a smirk. With clear skies and rain ceased, "I am ready," Sakura, encumbered by her luggage, leaned towards Naruto for support. Naruto truly admired their perseverance. They had managed to endure the journey thus far. However, in the original narrative, even Sasuke could have dispatched these two foes with ease. Zabuza's subordinates were evidently of a lower caliber. The next to make their entrance were the Demon Brothers. As the five traversed the puddle, a figure gradually emerged. The sound of clanking chains echoed ominously. Another figure appeared from the puddle. Had they targeted an ordinary, inexperienced genin or even a Season 1, success would have been assured. Yet they had chosen the wrong adversaries to be the way, seeking to become a chunin. Don't be ridiculous. What does it matter to secure first place? It's merely a matter of a word from the higher-ups in Konoha. The Demon Brothers exhibited splendid teamwork, swiftly incapacitating Kakashi. Naruto was left in shock, while Sasuke feigned indifference. Yet, within moments, they were met with a counterattack. In mere breaths, all the Konoha ninjas fell. "Old man, it's your turn now." That's so." Tazuna, once filled with dread, suddenly grinned maniacally. In the blink of an eye, the world shifted drastically for the Demon Brothers. They widened their eyes, fully aware, yet their bodies were ensnared by countless vines. Damn it, when did the Jinjutsu take hold? No matter their efforts, they could only tremble more rapidly, unable to escape their bindings. In reality, the five had not crossed the puddle at all. "Well done, Sakura. Your Jinjutsu has improved significantly," Kakashi praised. Sakura offered no response. Although slightly slower than anticipated, "Sasuke, go ahead and bind them. They will break free from the Jinjutsu in about 20 seconds. "Understood." X2 Kakashi observed in bewilderment. Clearly, Sakura had surpassed her original self by leaps and bounds. Utilizing her strengths was undoubtedly aided by the support of Kurenai and Tenten. Curse those Konoha ninjas. They wish to extract information from us? As the two broke free from the Jinjutsu, they promptly crushed the poison in their mouths. Tazuna widened his eyes in astonishment. "Mist ninjas, this mission is indeed more complex than anticipated." Kakashi promptly identified their assailants, then glanced at Tazuna, who was visibly shaken. "Well then, let us continue." After traveling for some time, the atmosphere grew tense. Unable to bear the guilt that lingered, Tazuna finally spoke up. "Actually, those two ninjas were after me." After explaining, Kakashi showed no surprise, merely stating, "Mr. Tazuna, I believe it's time for you to provide some explanations. This mission is not merely a C-rank assignment. You should be aware of the consequences of misrepresenting a mission, especially if it leads to the loss of ninja lives." Meanwhile, in another location, the door burst open. "Hisashi, why would you allow the Jinchuriki before he could finish?" Danzo interjected. "I am upon exiting the village. They have been trailing us all the way to the present moment. The caution and obedience they exhibit undoubtedly imply the presence of a formidable figure behind them. If my conjecture holds true, it is likely a high-ranking shinobi. Thus, this mission has escalated to an A-rank assignment. Mr. Dasna, while you may have your own pressing reasons, we find ourselves in a rather precarious situation. Team 7 has only recently graduated 2 months ago, and you are aware of the dire consequences that may arise should we suffer casualties at this stage." Kakashi's voice took on a chilling tone. Dasna fell silent, his gaze cast downward. Upon hearing the mention of a high-ranking shinobi, Naruto's excitement soared, yet he refrained from speaking. As the decision lay in his hands, he could only gaze at Naruto with eager anticipation. Sakura, on the other hand, began to entertain thoughts of retreat. "Do not fear. With Naruto-kun by our side, nothing will go awry." At this moment, Dasna commenced his performance. The first act was to evoke pity. Our land of waves is an exceedingly impoverished nation, with even the feudal lord lacking sufficient funds. The reason for the C-rank mission being issued stems from our dire financial straits, as this is the utmost we can offer. Should we increase the reward further, we will not even be able to afford the materials to construct a bridge. Therefore, I implore you, if you do not protect me, my demise is inevitable, and the bridge shall remain forever unbuilt." Noticing the four remained unmoved, Dasna squeezed out non-existent tears, lamenting in a quavering voice, "Very well. It appears I am merely a burden. I shall return alone, accepting my fate. It is only my poor grandson, who has yet to reach the tender age of 10. And my daughter, who, in her loneliness, will likely live the remainder of her days harboring resentment toward the ninjas of Konoha. Alas, the situation has reached this point. I cannot press further. You may return." Before Dasna could finish, Naruto interjected, "Well then, we shall take our leave. That be by the way, we are merely 12 years old." Dasna was taken aback. Ultimately, he resorted to desperation, clinging to Kakashi's leg, weeping and pleading. Kakashi was momentarily bewildered, then cast a resigned glance at Naruto. "Why are you beseeching me? It's your decision, not mine. And for heaven's sake, don't wipe your nose on my pants. Do you think you can leverage a C-rank mission into the services of an A-rank? Do not get ahead of yourself. You currently have two choices. First, return alone while we head back. Second, write an IOU. An A-rank mission is still an A-rank mission. That I shall write the IOU." Dasna did not hesitate. He understood that no amount of pleading would sway the ninjas of Konoha. Furthermore, whether the bridge would be completed remained uncertain. Even if it were, the payment could still be made afterward. What he feared was that the ninjas of Konoha might refuse. Once they acquiesced, he would readily agree to the paltry IOU. He felt no fear. In fact, Dasna considered these Konoha ninjas somewhat foolish. Yet, even in the original narrative, such an outcome would be implausible unless there were ulterior motives at play, setting aside the fact that Team 7 was oblivious in the original story. Kakashi, a ninja who had served in both Root and the Umbu, had experienced the third great ninja war at a young age. Could a mere act of Dasna's pity truly sway him? Let us proceed. With that, Kakashi gave the order, and the group set forth once more to Naruto's lips curled into a grin, barely suppressing his amusement. Sakura felt a twinge of anxiety as they were to confront an unknown high-ranking shinobi. Although they had previously triumphed over Kakashi, he had not been earnest at that time. Should a high-ranking shinobi disregard all caution and seek to eliminate a low-ranking one, Kakashi-sensei would undoubtedly find himself in a difficult position. Sakura pondered. Noticing her unease, Naruto slowed his pace and handed her a ninja tool pouch. Confused, Sakura found herself unable to free her hands. Naruto took it upon himself to tie it to her thigh. Even through her clothing, the pink-haired girl felt her heart race. That IT contained explosive tags. Should an emergency arise, or if we are unable to act in time, simply throw out all the explosive tags contained within. Through this period of specialized training, your perception abilities have significantly improved. Even Kakashi, should he not employ his full strength in an assassination attempt against you, would find you sufficiently capable of escaping using the explosive tags in this pouch. If the timing is fortuitous, you might even be able to turn the tables. After offering her reassurance, Naruto resumed his position within the team. Sakura quickly followed suit, her heart racing. Could it be that Naruto-kun is concerned for me? Sakura mused, while inwardly chiding herself for her foolishness. That evening, Team 7 dined on provisions. Various jerky and even pickled vegetables were prepared. The trio feasted heartily, while Kakashi, yearning to join, was met with Sakura's fierce protectiveness. "If you wish to partake, Kakashi-sensei, then you shall carry the supplies tomorrow." Kakashi spread his arms in mock surrender. "As the only high-ranking shinobi in the team, it is my duty to ensure your safety." Kakashi's argument was sound, and Sakura could only grit her teeth and acquiesce. With lighter supplies tomorrow, her own burden would feel less in QM. Dasna interjected, "Do not forget that you still owe me." Dasna fell silent. Ultimately, it was Naruto who could no longer bear to watch, sharing some of his provisions. The following morning, Dasna's friend arrived. Under the obscured visibility of the morning fog, the five once again embarked on the path to the land of waves. Along the way, Dasna, having spent the night in conversation, began to grasp the dynamics of this small team, that he discovered that they were not as difficult to communicate with as he had initially thought. Moreover, they had known all along that he had misrepresented the mission. "I had intended to inquire of you. Since you are aware of my deception regarding the mission's details, why are you still willing to assist me?" I know that merely asking for an IOU is insufficient motivation for you to accept this A-rank mission. To Dasna's query, Kakashi's response nearly elicited laughter from the three. To turn a blind eye to injustice is not valor. A strong leader does not command weak subordinates. This is the teaching of the previous Hokage. It is the way of a ninja. Ninjas do not merely serve for monetary gain. But is this truly the case? Recall, in the original story, when they first left Konoha and encountered the Demon Brothers, it was Sakura who immediately suggested returning. Kakashi had also agreed. Even yesterday, Kakashi had shown signs of contemplating retreat. Yet, had Naruto declined yesterday? One could only wonder what Kakashi would have said to dissuade him. Why, in this moment, does he exhibit such a sense of chivalry? Indeed, Kakashi is quite the actor. From the very beginning, he has been putting on a fade. Sakura furrowed her brow in contemplation. Kakashi-sensei is certainly not a cold-hearted individual, but neither is he simply a benevolent soul. He is just a bachelor who enjoys watching the world unfold. The third Hokage must have noticed the anomaly. Naruto-kun, have you deduced anything? Facing Sakura's inquisitive gaze, Naruto smiled gently and shook his head. The situation was quite evident. That old man must have known all along. The C-rank mission was merely a pretext. It was a necessary charade between nations. Typically, for task employers, inquiries are conducted. Furthermore, the one executing this mission is a vital asset to Konoha, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Uchiha Sharingan. This is the first mission of the Jinchuriki since leaving the village. And even C-rank missions are undertaken personally. How much more so for this task? It can only be said that the Land of Fire cannot and should not interfere in the internal affairs of the Land of Waves. Who else is above the head of the Ninja Bear? The feudal lord of the Land of Fire. It is likely that under the guise of a C-rank mission, they dispatch Kakashi, an exceptional high-ranking shinobi, to intervene in the internal matters of the Land of Waves. This means eradicating the dark forces that plague the country. Who is Dasna? A renowned bridge builder, and as long as there are no hindrances, the bridge is bound to be successfully constructed. With improved transportation, can we not expect economic growth? On the surface, Konoha has indeed received the remuneration for the C-rank mission. However, it is likely that the daimyo has already commenced clandestine dealings. Subsequently, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has conspired with Sarutobi Hiruzen to share the spoils. Yes, it is Sarutobi Hiruzen, not Konoha itself. In the original narrative, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that it was Kato's forces involved. Is the Kato group formidable? No, Kakashi alone could easily handle them. What astonished him was that a ninja of lowly status within the shinobi world would dare to take action against such a wealthy benefactor. Moreover, it is of this caliber. Thus, Naruto's intent in coming here is unequivocal. He aims to seize Kato's assets for himself. It's almost time. Zabuza will make his entrance soon, and I suspect Haku will be observing from the shadows. Haku, a pivotal character in Kishimoto's narrative. The bloodline limit, the genesis of the theory of bloodlines. Indeed, Haku's situation is akin to mine. Due to the bloodline limit, the conflicts within the Mist Village have been redirected toward the bloodline limit itself. Truly, what an insidious maneuver by Obito. The only distinction is that the one manipulating the redirection of conflicts is not the third Hokage, that cunning old fox who understands the balance of power. If I recall correctly, Kimimaro seems to have been similarly affected. However, his clan exhibited a degree of valor and rebelled, though the outcome was tragic. Haku's fate will mirror that of his mother, willingly sacrificing himself for those he cherishes. Naruto suddenly sighed, reflecting on this twisted world shaped by such afflictions, the oppression of one's bloodline. This is fate, an inescapable reality to which one must resign. Unless, of course, one possesses an extraordinary advantage. What? Sakura failed to comprehend the implication. However, Sasuke and Kakashi's pupils dilated in alarm. If one is aware of their unfortunate fate, yet continues to strive, enduring hardship becomes one's destiny. In the original tale, there exists a character who defied destiny and nearly achieved success. Who? Naturally, it is our true embodiment of the underworld, Orochimaru. Others rely on their bloodlines. He has none. Others depend on talent. He lacks that as well. Others have resources. He possesses a few, but not many. Ultimately, what is left? Rely on oneself and undergo a transformation. There exists a classic adage, where lies the watershed of life. Haha, in the amniotic fluid. Regarding matters of the heart, Kishimoto excels in one term. Bonds. What kind of bonds? All-encompassing. Observe Gaara and Naruto, Sasuke and Naruto, and, indeed, Haku and Zabuza are the most typical examples. Just then, as if summoned, a palpable malice approached. Clearly, the demon, Zabuza Momochi, accompanied by his young accomplice, had arrived. Kakashi's tumultuous heart quickly steadied as he noticed the growing fog. The mist thickened ominously. Sasuke had yet to perceive it, still reeling from Naruto's sudden remarks. Sakura soon followed suit. There's a flaw. At that moment, the hidden Zabuza furrowed his brow and hurled his executioner's blade. Unbeknownst to him, this flaw had been deliberately exposed by Kakashi. An overt enemy is far easier to confront than a concealed one, revealing Zabuza's arrogance. The executioner's blade hurtled forth. Get down, Kakashi shouted, immediately heightening his sensory abilities to track Zabuza's movements. The force swiftly dropped to the ground. Desiring a dramatic moment? Pray tell, do you comprehend before whom you intend to perform? The B rank of Konoha. Sasuke Uchiha, the great illusionist of Konoha, the pink-haired Sakura, the foremost matchmaker of Konoha, Kakashi Hitaki. Furthermore, I am not the Naruto of the original narrative that I refuse to play the role. Let it begin with you. The executioner's blade was mere moments away. Yet, Naruto remained standing. Naruto-kun, get down. Sakura rushed towards him. However, in the next instant, the executioner's blade halted decisively before Naruto. Sasuke's eyes gleamed with realization. In that moment, he understood, my advantage shall be you. Naruto! Kakashi was in disbelief. Zabuza believed he had triumphed. Do not be hasty. Your turn will come soon. Yet upon turning his head, Zabuza was taken aback. Indeed, Haku lay concealed in the shadows. With a single hand, he grasped the executioner's blade, as if it were but a piece of parchment, executing the motion with unparalleled ease and grace. Sasuke nearly fell to his knees in reverence, while Sakura's gaze could have devoured Naruto whole. This is sheer strength. Naruto-kun is truly remarkable with a casual motion. Naruto set the executioner's blade aside and glanced at the side. Beneath the mask, a visage adorned in feminine attire lay concealed. To be fair, the young male's beauty was undeniably striking. After all, on certain platforms, one could witness a throng of men teasing another man through the screen. Moreover, a faction could be seen observing another man teasing yet another male. Zabuza, daring to face the blood mist, shied away from confronting the emotional bond between Haku and himself. Ultimately, Haku met a chilling fate, and Zabuza, knowing his own time was limited, dared to utter the truth. The sage of six paths. I hope that this hatred may transform into love. Naruto, I love you. You little brat, how could this boy merely halt my executioner's blade with one hand? Damn it, why can I sense no emotion from him? Zabuza was struck with terror, momentarily neglecting the fact that his executioner's blade had been seized. In that moment, to him, Naruto appeared as dangerous as Kakashi. Yet, the arrogant Zabuza still believed himself to hold the advantage. He could not possibly relinquish his weapon, honed over years of use. Little brat, do you even comprehend what weapon you hold? Naruto deliberately kicked the executioner's blade. That? It may hold fame in the mist, but in the shinobi world, to be frank, the so-called 7 ninja swordsmen are rather overrated. How infuriating! I am Zabuza Momochi. The demon. At your age, I have slain enough to form a mountain. Though shocked that Naruto could effortlessly block his executioner's blade with one hand, Zabuza was indeed provoked by Naruto's words. For if lies yield only suffering, then truth is the swift blade. The 7 ninja swordsmen during the Third Shinobi World War, were they not felled by a mere nin from Konoha? Upon finishing his thought, Zabuza disregarded the shielded Tazuna. Pivoting to assault Naruto, with a fierce leap, Kunai flew forth first. Clang! Naruto simply raised the executioner's blade to defend himself. Kunai, can this trivial weapon slay a shinobi? Zabuza's expression darkened further. Have his executioner's blade used to counter his assault was more humiliating than a slap to the face. However, Kakashi was no slouch himself. With a swift motion, he lifted the forehead protector concealing his Sharingan, utilizing the body flicker technique to appear before Naruto. The copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake, was now in action. Damn it. Realizing he could not immediately reclaim his executioner's blade, Zabuza abandoned that thought and opted to create distance. Zabuza, I will not allow you to attempt to harm my comrades a second time. The three of them, including the Kunai, that was already the second time. Wait. Sasuke's pupils dilated, directing his gaze towards Kakashi's left eye. The Sharingan? With a wild swing, the copy ninja of Konoha, Kakashi Hatake with the Sharingan. This truly appears unique. Zabuza chuckled darkly, a hint of disdain gracing his lips that IT was evident. He felt confident in his abilities. That IT seems reclaiming the executioner's blade is inescapable now. Kakashi, then I shall first bring you down. Zabuza formed hand seals, casually raising an arm. The fog thickened, and in an instant, as Zabuza blended into the mist, he formed hand seals once more, transforming into a puddle and merging with the water surface. The five could only hear the incantation of his jutsu, ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood poised to protect Mr. Dazna, invoking the power of the swastika formation. Kakashi, observing the thickening fog around him, instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Naruto placed the beheading sword before Sakura. This suits you well. You should wield it first. Your remarkable strength has improved significantly, so you ought to be able to handle this sword. Right? Absolutely. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Sakura replied with determination. Meanwhile, Sasuke shot a cold, disdainful glance at Kakashi's back. They took their positions, encircling Dazna at the center of their formation. Kakashi, keenly aware of Sasuke's gaze, recognized that this was not the moment for such distractions. He began to relay crucial information about the formidable enemy, Zabuza Momochi. Listen closely. Zabuza is no ordinary adversary. During his time in the Hidden Mist Village, he was a renowned shinobi of the assassination unit. Infamous for his silent kills that if we let our guard down, his sword could easily sever your head. Furthermore, although I possess the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, I am not a true Uchiha, and thus cannot fully utilize its capabilities. The atmosphere grew tense with Kakashi's words that Zabuza's insatiable ambition remained, and he was not one to feign weakness. The voice echoed from all directions, Zabuza's voice resonating ominously. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian vein, kidneys, heart. Which position will you choose? Or shall we test them one by one? Dazna trembled at once. Sakura, gripping the beheading sword, exuded unwavering resolve, while Sasuke, unsettled by Kakashi's Sharingan, found himself momentarily unnerved by Zabuza's psychological onslaught. Kakashi formed hand seals, dispersing the chakra-laden mental interference while also clearing some of the dense fog. Thus ensued a clash of murderous intent between two elite shinobi, an intense standoff. Sasuke's breath quickened. He had never encountered such power before. He recalled that the man he feared also possessed similar strength. The more he sensed, the more his body quaked. Sasuke now, Kakashi suddenly called out, jolting Sasuke awake from his stupor, realizing he was drenched in cold sweat. Rest assured, I will protect you with my life. Yet before Kakashi could finish, a voice emerged from behind him. You are the first to die. In an instant, Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi, his kunai piercing through Kakashi's skull. Zabuza turned his gaze toward Sakura, wielding the beheading sword. That sword is not meant for a lowly genin like you. Put away your futile illusions. That's so. Just as Zabuza's words fell, a kunai was pressed against his throat. Kakashi had appeared behind Zabuza without him noticing. His eyes were icy, suggesting that any movement from Zabuza would result in the kunai piercing his throat. Truly, Kakashi, the renowned shinobi of the Third Great Ninja War. But can you truly protect your subordinates? This question came from beside Dazna. In an instant, the Zabuza Kakashi had pinned transformed into a puddle of water. Sakura and Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. When did that happen? This is bad. I can't move. Sasuke reacted quickly, but he was already intimidated by Zabuza's murderous aura. Damn it. In contrast, Sakura, possessing exceptional chakra control, did not falter like Sasuke. She had set her backpack down and, upon Zabuza's appearance, swung the beheading sword with determination. Clang! Zabuza raised his arm, attempting to block with a steel plate. However, the moment the beheading sword collided with the steel, he realized he had underestimated her. In an instant, his arm emitted a sharp crack, and the sword continued unabated, cleaving it in two. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that this was the same weak, pink-haired girl from 2 months prior. Wait, the Sharingan has been exposed to light for only a brief moment, yet I do not feel my chakra rapidly depleting. What is happening? Unfortunately, there was no time to ponder such thoughts as the battle raged on. Kakashi-sensei, watch out behind you, Sakura shouted urgently. Indeed, the severed Zabuza transformed back into a puddle, and another Zabuza materialized behind Kakashi. Once again, Kakashi was defeated. Naruto rolled his eyes, exasperated. Even now, he still puts on a show. In the original story, he faltered. I can only hope he doesn't do the same now. Splash! Kakashi also morphed into a puddle. Water clone? Zabuza remarked, surprised that even amidst the dense fog, he could discern his water clones, understanding that the real battle was about to commence. Zabuza refrained from advancing further, creating distance instead. That little brat is infuriating. How does she possess such strength? Unfortunately for him, Kakashi had anticipated his movements. The moment Zabuza perched on a branch, he found Kakashi's kunai at his throat once more. It is over, Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi's voice was devoid of emotion, yet dripped with derision in Zabuza's ears. Sakura's eyes sparkled with hope. Although Kakashi's aura did not match Zabuza's, his strength was indeed superior. Sasuke regained his composure, his expression darkening as he could not ignore the Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye. Moreover, the opponent before them was truly beyond his current capabilities. Perhaps Naruto could handle it. Ha! Zabuza's laughter echoed, reveling in the thrill. Is this the power of the Sharingan? It seems rather. Kakashi's hand moved, the kunai piercing Zabuza's throat, but another voice echoed from behind him. Like this, Kakashi's pupils constricted. Water clones? When did he create so many? Lightning-infused chakra surged through Kakashi's body. Enhancing his speed, he ducked low, evading Zabuza's attack, and retaliated with a heartfelt remark, for he was quite familiar with such sentiments. Zabuza cast a scornful glance down at him. Splash! He transformed into water once more. Bang! Kakashi lashed out at the tree with his kunai. However, as he passed through the tree trunk, piercing through Zabuza hidden behind it, it was already too late. The Zabuza lurking behind the tree was yet another water clone. Zabuza's strike had already reached him. With a powerful kick, he sent Kakashi hurtling away. Zabuza pressed the advantage, launching several kunai while circling around Kakashi like a specter, confirming that this was the real body. Kakashi deflected the incoming kunai with his Chidori. Disengaging the Chidori, he rapidly formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He then leaped into the water, while his shadow clone was punctured by Zabuza's attack, with a resounding crash. Kakashi's clone was obliterated. Seeing Kakashi hiding underwater, Zabuza narrowed his eyes. Yet he spoke with a tone laced with mockery. Are you planning to remain submerged forever? A clever strategy indeed, but water can also hinder you. Have you forgotten? I am a mist ninja. Kakashi sensed something amiss and quickly resurfaced, but it was too late. He knelt atop the water, droplets cascading from his drenched hair. Why does it feel so heavy? Water. Kakashi gazed at his reflection in the water. A look of shock etched upon his face. Is it possible? In the next moment, Kakashi's reflection morphed, revealing a visage marked by a cold smile and mockery. It was as if this the famed bloodline limit of Konoha, the Sharingan. Kakashi, half kneeling on the ground, found himself unable to react as he felt the immense weight of the water pressing down upon him, rendering him utterly powerless. In an instant, a torrent of heavy water surged towards Kakashi, ensnaring him within a circular prison of liquid. Zabuza emerged from the depths, forming a hand sign with a single hand. You can indeed replicate everything, even my tactics of entering the water. Unfortunately, it seems you have copied them a tad too late. Water style. Water prison technique. Kakashi's complexion drained of color. He had lost, defeated by a lack of preparation and experience. Damn it. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, flee now. Now you can no longer flail about. This is the end for you, Kakashi. With that, Zabuza formed another hand sign, summoning several water clones. Lowering his head, he coldly remarked, Thank you for safeguarding my beheading sword. Now, Zabuza suddenly raised his head, a fierce expression overtaking his features. It's time to return my beheading sword. What? Sakura is warming up. Kakashi truly has been defeated. Naruto shook his head in resignation. The outcome remained unchanged, and it fell upon him to act. Point one could only say that Zabuza possessed genuine strength, and Kakashi's distraction had cost him dearly. Otherwise, he might not have lost so thoroughly as for killing Kakashi. Zabuza hesitated. He was already in dire straits from the pursuit of the Mist Village. If it were to face Konoha, the infamous reputation of its darkness echoed throughout every corner of the ninja world. It's not about being exceptionally powerful. It's about the light of the sun. I am a shadow. Danzo. You will come to regret this. How dare you? Looking at Kakashi, ensnared by the water prison technique, Naruto was filled with shock. Yet, in an instant, this emotion transformed into profound anger. If even Kakashi, who possessed the Sharingan, could be defeated, what hope remained for them? His body trembled violently. In that moment, he lost the will to fight, subconsciously awaiting the arrival of death. He had forgotten that, just moments ago, Sakura had severed Zabuza's water clone with a single strike. Or perhaps he remembered, but was unwilling to acknowledge it. Naruto, what should we do? Turning his head, Naruto was taken aback. He noticed that Naruto appeared utterly unperturbed, even engaging in conversation with Sakura. When he glanced at Sakura, he was stunned. Sakura, what are you doing at a time like this? He saw her performing chest expansion exercises, her face brimming with determination. Come on, you can do it, Sakura. I'll be cheering for you from behind, Sakura. Let's take him down. After all, with Naruto-kun backing me up, I won't let you down. I feel like I'm catching up to Naruto-kun. With a surge of motivation coursing through her, Sakura felt an exhilarating fire within her. The past version of herself seemed utterly weak. Sasuke, don't interfere. The results of my intensive training will finally be unleashed without reservation today. Naruto nodded slightly. It was undeniable that in a world where lineage reigned supreme, a pink-haired commoner ninja was indeed quite formidable. Although she had yet to master the 100 Healings technique, her extraordinary strength remained intact. What she lacked were recovery capabilities and an inexhaustible supply of chakra. Now, Naruto would unlock the 100 Healings technique for her in a different manner, by substituting nourishment to accumulate chakra, and then unleash it explosively in that instant. She must strive to seize the future. I'm coming, Naruto-kun. Go ahead and show Zabuza your might. Sakura beamed with a sweet smile. She turned, brandishing the beheading sword. Her gaze sharpened. Just a little brat with a bit of strength. Don't think that wearing a headband makes you a ninja. Those who have not faced life and death, put simply, only those documented in my manual are true ninjas. Hand over my beheading sword. Zabuza's water clone continued to sneer. Unbeknownst to him, the word danger had already illuminated above his head. Damn it! The beheading sword is meant for cleaving, not for smashing. As he watched the pink-haired girl charging forward with a raised beheading sword, Zabuza, leading the charge with his first water clone still attacking, laughed heartily. You don't even know how to wield a sword. Hand it over. The heavy blade descended with a resounding thud, distorting it upon impact. The water clone was instantaneously smashed back into a puddle. Everyone present, except for Naruto, wore expressions of utter disbelief. Their questions were overwhelming. Finally, I can unleash it. Smash it for me. The insufferable exhibitionist. Upon landing, Sakura was not surprised by the outcome. She even felt unaccustomed to the overwhelming chakra coursing through her body. Next time, she could do even better. At the very least, she could catch up to Tintin's extraordinary strength. The surge of power was not singular. Her speed had also received explosive enhancement, without employing the body flicker technique. She moved at a speed close to it. Of course, the current Sakura could not yet match the Sakura of the later Ninja World War, as she had trained for 2.5 years by that point. Presently, Sakura had not even reached 2.5 months. So, it turns out I was the most useless one. Not to dwell on the emotionally wounded Naruto, Sakura rapidly approached the blocking water clones. With another decisive strike, she brought down the beheading sword once more. The water clone of Zabuza failed to react in time. The speed was simply too swift. All he saw was a pink figure rushing towards him. followed by the all-too-familiar beheading sword crashing down, utterly obliterating him. The crowd gasped in astonishment as Zabuza's water clone was reduced to mere water, along with the great tree behind him, which was also shattered. Ha! Sakura was stunned, gazing at the severed beheading sword in her hand. Turning her head, she exclaimed, "What should I do? Naruto-kun. This beheading sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen is too fragile. I broke it after just 2 strikes. I'm so sorry for ruining your beheading sword." Sakura. But Naruto merely laughed. "It's all right. This beheading sword is indeed fragile, but it can regenerate even from just the hilt." Upon hearing this, Sakura finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's my beheading sword. Mine." Zabuza let out a howl. The remaining 3 water clones also grew serious. "This little brat has some skill. Let's all strike together." A triangular assault. She's merely a child. Even if she possesses great strength, she lacks extensive combat experience, and we must dispatch her swiftly and then deal with that stunned little brat. Remember to avoid her fists, and do not strike to kill. However, in the brief moment that followed, Sakura had already made her move. She propelled herself upward, appearing above the 3 water clones. Without the beheading sword, her combat ability had diminished significantly. We 3 will have the advantage. The imagination is beautiful, but reality is harsh. Sakura placed unwavering trust in Naruto, and he had instructed her to disregard those attacks and simply charge forward. Thus, facing the shuriken thrown by Zabuza's 3 clones. She did not even attempt to evade that if she were injured, an abundance of nourishment would heal her body. In that moment, she finally understood why Naruto had urged her to ignore the shuriken. Such trivial attacks, if she were to glance at them, her wounds would heal almost instantly. Damn it! With a resounding thud, a fist descended, sending a mist of water swirling into the air. The 3 water clones of Zabuza were instantaneously pierced by shards of stone and splinters of wood. As the mist dissipated, Sakura maintained her downward stance. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes fixated fiercely on the true form of Zabuza, who was ensnaring Kakashi. This is intolerable. The use of water release. Water prison technique precludes the casting of other jutsu. Within the confines of the water prison, Kakashi felt a surge of indignation that it was inconceivable that he, a J-nin of Team 7 with considerable renown in the ninja world, would leave his subordinates to deal with the aftermath of his predicament. Enough is enough, although he had yet to fully harness that power. Being so close should mitigate any unexpected occurrences. Kakashi closed his eyes, silently channeling his chakra. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his right eye. Kamui. Meanwhile, in the realm of Kamui, Rin, devoid of your presence, exists without any meaning. On that day, Obito found himself in a corner of the Kamui space, the resting place of Rin. He gazed deeply at Rin, who had been the recipient of Kakashi's heartfelt confessions. Slowly lifting his gaze, he surveyed the Kamui realm. Each stone tablet here bore a striking resemblance to those of the Uchiha clan, each representing the tragic demise of a clan member. A wave of sorrow surged within Obito as vivid images flooded his mind. He had arrived too late. The scene he witnessed would be etched in his memory for all eternity. Did he not realize that this was a trap set by Uchiha Madara? Why did everything seem so fortuitous? Regrettably, on the night of the Nine-Tails rampage, he had defied the mission assigned by Madara, capturing the Nine-Tails, yet he could not resist the urge to emerge and frolic. During his confrontation with Minato Namikaze, he had yearned for his teacher to recognize him and intervene. Rin? Obito whispered softly. Kakashi, you promised me. Obito's right, I awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Drip? Are those tears? Obito glanced down at the droplets on his hand. He then shook his head, declaring, No, I shall not shed tears for this reality, not even a single drop. And no sooner had he uttered these words in a torrent of water imbued with the chakra of water release. Water prison technique surged towards him, drenching him thoroughly. Kakashi. Zabuza watched as the heavy water before him suddenly vanished, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. There was no time to ponder how Kakashi accomplished this. The priority was to create distance. With the loss of its chakra source, the water prison technique was dispelled. Kakashi slowly rose to his feet, his once spiky white hair now hanging down. Zabuza, this time, I shall hold nothing back. as Zabuza witnessed the closing of Kakashi's Mangeki Sharingan. He was taken aback, retreating in haste. Even amidst his flight, he had heard tales of its power, a power that had decimated the Uchiha clan overnight. The traitorous leaf ninja, Itachi Uchiha, that I did not resemble the Sharingan he had seen earlier. Could it be the Mangeki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Kakashi-sensei, allow me to take action. Just as the enraged Kakashi prepared to strike, Sakura suddenly called out. Then she formed hand seals that I shall defeat him in Naruto-kun's manner. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, 6 clones materialized. The 7 ninja swordsmen? You are unworthy of having Naruto-kun intervene. With a whoosh, the 7 Sakuras simultaneously unleashed their attacks, rendering Zabuza's ears overwhelmed. Humph, Zabuza scoffed, casually tossing a kunai. There was no need to resort to such basic techniques as the Shadow Clone Jutsu to embarrass myself. However, when his kunai passed through Sakura's illusion, the clone did not vanish upon receiving the blow. Zabuza was astonished. Genjutsu? No, wait. He quickly formed hand seals, conjuring a water clone behind Sakura. Yet when his water clone's punch missed, the Sakura clone he struck retaliated with a devastating blow to Zabuza's face was etched with shock. When faced with the yellow flash of the leaf, retreat was permitted. When confronted by the momentary stillness of the leaf, retreat was permitted. This level of Genjutsu is not to be trifled with. Regaining his senses, Zabuza found himself ensnared by countless vines, and no matter how he struggled, he could not move an inch. Meanwhile, within the Genjutsu, Sakura raised her tiny pink fist, launching attacks from all directions in reality. Sakura also raised her tiny pink fist, closing in on him from every angle, which was the illusion, which was reality, which was a shadow clone, and which was the true body. I can't tell. I truly can't discern. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. In the moment he broke free from his restraints, Zabuza, with decades of solitary training, formed the water dragon bullet. Alas, his aim was wildly askew. Sakura, initially confident of her victory, was taken aback when a figure suddenly appeared behind Zabuza, seizing him and forming hand seals with one hand. Release. Zabuza finally extricated himself from the Jinja. Zabuza-sensei, are you all right? Zabuza brushed aside the hand. Inhaling deeply without a word. Zabuza-sensei, I was discovered long ago. So, enough. Once Zabuza regained his composure, he turned his gaze towards Kakashi. Kakashi, we both have an exceptional subordinate. She is indeed remarkable, but in a peaceful ninja village. You cannot cultivate true ninjas. Upon hearing this, Naruto suddenly laughed. Zabuza, are you still being obstinate, or are you attempting to find a way out for Haku? Ignoring the exchange between Kakashi and Zabuza, Naruto approached Sasuke, who was still trembling. Naruto realized that Sasuke was shaken by Sakura's strength. The lingering aura of Zabuza's menacing presence, coupled with the transformation of Kakashi's left eye, had deeply unsettled him. Now, he was in a state of mental turmoil. In such circumstances, awakening Sasuke would be easy. All he needed was a greater stimulus. Oh, foolish Uchiha. If you wish to kill me, then harbor your hatred for me, loathe me, and fight for your survival. Ah? Sasuke let out a wretched scream. The fragmented images in his mind shattered, replaced by the haunting memory of witnessing his parents' demise, along with the last words spoken to him by his father. The Sharingan, the terrifying Tomo of the first and second forms. It is widely known that the evolution of Sasuke's Sharingan is fraught with hardship. Indeed, this journey has not spared him from countless beatings. How can this be? Sasuke could no longer suppress the tumultuous emotions raging within him. He howled at the heavens, memories of the past flooding back. The Ninja Academy, being overshadowed by Naruto for 6 years. The once weak pink-haired girl had betrayed him to Naruto's multi-shadow clones. The miraculous chakra he possessed had empowered her, and he, paralyzed by the menacing aura of his former rival, had been rendered incapable of action. That pink-haired girl had triumphed over such a formidable force. In the next moment, Sasuke closed his eyes. A single tear cascading down his cheek. He slowly turned his head, voice trembling as he spoke. Naruto, I want to become strong. As he sniffled, Sasuke suddenly felt the world before him transform. The flow of time seemed to slow considerably, and everything became strikingly clear. He sensed something amiss, and thus, only one possibility remained. Is this the Sharingan? Sasuke widened his eyes, lifting his gaze, filled with uncertainty. Yes, one side bore a single tomo, while the other displayed two tomo. Congratulations! Thank you, Naruto. Without your words, it seems I would have needed a considerable amount of time to awaken my Sharingan. After activating the Sharingan, the previously despondent Sasuke transformed into a figure radiating confidence at a visibly rapid pace. In that moment, even Naruto's speed appeared to him as if it were but that of a tortoise. The skies cleared, and I, Uchiha Sasuke, am ready to proceed. He turned to face Sakura and Kakashi, who stood against Zabuza and Haku. Naruto, please refrain from intervening. This time, I shall no longer act like a coward. Naruto subtly shook his head, advising him not to be overly courageous. However, his concerns were justified. Sasuke swiftly approached Kakashi and Sakura, both of whom wore expressions of surprise. With a smug grin, Sasuke clenched his right fist and raised his thumb, pointing it toward his eye. Kakashi, allow me to demonstrate the true power of the Sharingan. Sakura, leave that masked individual to me. I have lost all interest in the likes of Zabuza. Sasuke's lips curled into a smirk as he prepared to advance. Yet Kakashi obstructed his path. Sasuke, that boy is unlike you. He has been trained as a weapon of slaughter. Implicitly, this meant that while he acknowledged Sasuke's prowess, he was still not his match. This remark instantly irked Sasuke. Before my eyes, everything is futile. Zabuza was momentarily speechless, but in the next instant his pupils contracted. Uchiha. Indeed, it seems Uchiha Itachi left behind a child. I in that case. Haku, it appears you have been underestimated. Zabuza's gaze held a hint of disdain. Merely a mouse frightened by murderous intent. That I shall not disappoint you. Haku's tone was calm. Damn it. Sasuke's expression turned icy in an instant. He swiftly drew a kunai and charged at Haku. Zabuza, however, retreated a short distance. Stop right there, Sakura exclaimed, attempting to step forward, but in the next moment, darkness enveloped her vision. Whoosh! Naruto appeared before her, gently pushing her forehead down to the ground. The nutrients had not been depleted. It was merely that Sakura's current physique was far too feeble. Even after 2 months of special training, she could not endure such prolonged high-intensity combat. The consumption of mental and physical energy was excessive. This, while Naruto's nutrients could replenish, lacked the potency of the forest fruit, rendering it significantly less effective. Naruto-kun, let me rest a moment. I can still fight. Naruto raised his hand and flicked her forehead. The sound was indeed rather resounding. Sakura's face instantly flushed crimson, embarrassment and indignation causing her to shut her eyes. I leave Sakura in your hands. Naruto. Kakashi turned his back to Naruto and walked towards Zabuza. Zabuza, our battle is not yet concluded. Upon witnessing Sakura's loss of combat capability, Zabuza felt a sense of relief wash over him. Had Haku not intervened, his fate would likely have mirrored that of the water clone. The difference being that while the clone was smashed into a puddle, he would end up as merely a defeated foe. I can trap you once. I can trap you again. After sensing his chakra had nearly recovered, Zabuza took the initiative to attack. In an instant, the two faced each other and simultaneously distanced themselves. A classic scene from the original work unfolded. No wonder they were both seasoned bachelors. Their hand speed was remarkably swift. Boom! Naruto glanced over and waved for Tazuna to approach. Tazuna, completely stunned, was jolted back to reality by Naruto's call. He hurriedly gathered his belongings and rushed toward Naruto. Ouch! My back! However, when he attempted to lift the luggage, he nearly strained his aging back. On the other side, countless shuriken rained down upon Sasuke. With a cold smirk, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, his hands moving swiftly to deflect the incoming shuriken. Yet the sheer number of shuriken forced him to slow his pace. His eyes could keep up, but his hands could not. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke hurled a kunai, exploiting a gap amidst the onslaught of shuriken. Haku, concealed beneath his mask, narrowed his eyes and halted his assault. He deftly dodged the kunai aimed directly at him. Zabuza, engaged in a prolonged standoff with Kakashi, felt a surge of shock within. That little brat. After awakening the Sharingan, seemed to have transformed entirely. However, if this is all he possesses, he let out a cold chuckle, then turned his gaze toward Kakashi. At this moment, he realized he could not defeat Kakashi. His arrogance led him to believe that even if he considered Kakashi a mere defeated opponent, vanquishing him was simply a matter of time. Yet, the ever-silent Naruto loomed as a significant threat. The moment Haku took the initiative to save him, the outcome was sealed. Kakashi, even if you can defeat me, you cannot triumph over Haku. The words echoed closely to those from the original narrative. Naruto set Sakura down beneath a large tree to start a fire and boil water. Tazuna was still laboriously hauling his belongings over. We haven't to even at breakfast. There's no rush. Once you eat, you shall recover. Sakura rolled her eyes, closed them, and leaned against Naruto. Naruto sighed and chose to ignore her, continuing to observe Zabuza and Kakashi. Did Zabuza believe he was boasting? No, Haku's true abilities were likely clearer to Zabuza than to anyone else. With a single punch, Naruto sent Zabuza flying, enough to illustrate that the so-called killing machine was merely a deceptive facade. Why did Zabuza choose this moment to speak such words? To intimidate Kakashi? To distract him? No. Even Zabuza, despite his arrogance, knew that a top-tier ninja would discern the other S level after engaging in battle at this juncture, although Kakashi had yet to unleash his full potential. He was already aware that he held no advantage. He was simply posturing, leaving an escape route for Haku. Unfortunately, this was not the original narrative. In the source material, Sakura was the first to be deceived. Kakashi could sense the situation behind him merely by the sounds. Furthermore, Naruto, who had yet to make a move, was present. How could he possibly be deceived? Especially in the next moment when Zabuza inadvertently exposed himself. Haku, who had been battling Sasuke, had not utilized his bloodline limit, falling into a disadvantage. Zabuza could not resist the urge to turn and throw a few steel needles. Only then did Sasuke pause his perceived perfect defensive rhythm, turning to use his kunai against the incoming needles. Haku, why aren't you attacking yet? Kakashi halted his actions, his gaze calm as he observed Zabuza. Upon realizing Zabuza had turned back, he could only scoff. Next, you shall witness that child's true power. Haku also ceased his futile assault. To be honest, I do not wish to kill. However, should it be for Mr. Zabuza, I can forsake my emotions at any moment. You are formidable, and your movements are keen, and I hope you can keep pace with my speed. Sasuke smiled but remained silent. Haku began to form hand seals with one hand that Sasuke's pupils constricted, forming hand seals with one hand. A bad premonition began to bloom within him. Impossible. Before my eyes, he cannot possess the ability to turn the tide. Secret technique. 1,000 killing water wings. As Haku's words fell, the river beneath him transformed into countless ice crystal shuriken. Densely packed. Sasuke felt a shiver run down his spine. Damn it. But that was not the end. While Sasuke was preoccupied with deflecting the ice crystal shuriken, Haku formed seals once more. Secret technique. Ice mirror. Dozens of mirrors made of ice crystals emerged on the water surface, encircling Sasuke at the center. Bloodline limit? Not good. Kakashi exclaimed, Naruto. However, Naruto waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that Sasuke was not so fragile and that a little hardship would do him good. Naruto paid little heed to Bai's strength. With just a mere eruption of a bit of Nine-Tails chakra, he had been swiftly defeated. During the Chunin exams, Niji had managed to hold his ground for several exchanges. Bai was never a prodigy. He was merely bound by Zabuza's affection. His bloodline limit was nothing extraordinary. From the very beginning, Zabuza had never regarded him as anything but a tool for cultivation. Sasuke soon found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Kakashi, observing Naruto's indifference, decided to cut through the hesitation. Raikiri. The moment Zabuza witnessed the transformed Raikiri, he realized he had no chance of victory that instant. Bai's movements began to slow. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The fire jutsu was effective against Sasuke, singeing the hem of Bai's garment. Zabuza, at that moment, found his chakra completely depleted. However, Sasuke, with a residue of nutrients still within him, unleashed his power without restraint. The relentless fire jutsu made it difficult for the distracted Bai to maintain his composure. Crack, an ice crystal mirror shattered. Following that, countless ice crystal mirrors fractured. That I've found you. Sasuke launched himself forward, delivering a powerful kick. Bai attempted to block with both hands, but his impending defeat was evident as Sasuke's full-force kick sent Bai flying, shattering the last ice crystal mirror. I'm sorry. Mr. Zabuza, I cannot defeat him. After all, he had been trained by Naruto for 2 months, free from the worry of chakra depletion, and his strength naturally did not pale in comparison to the original story. Especially with the continuous flow of chakra, Sasuke transformed into a human flamethrower. Such area of effect attacks were a lethal blow to the already distracted BIS for why Sasuke did not use the immature Chidori to pierce Bai's body. It was due to Naruto's subtle indication that he bore the seed of Nine-Tails chakra, and Naruto had instructed him that it was merely a matter of will. Watching Bai stagger towards him, Zabuza closed his eyes. Enough. There is no need to fight any longer. We have already lost. Utterly dead. I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza. It's all my fault for being so useless. It had nothing to do with you. You were merely my tool. The strength of a tool depends on you, kid. Zabuza intended to continue speaking, but Naruto suddenly appeared before him. Let us continue the mission, Kakashi-sensei. I'll be back shortly. With that, Naruto turned his back to Kakashi. His azure eyes instantly opened to reveal the 3-tomo Sharingan. Bai and Zabuza's eyes widened in shock, but in the next moment, as Naruto's eyes whirled, they transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyami. Buzz. The two collapsed instantly. In the world of Jinjutsu, regardless of what transpired, only a second passed in the external realm. Naruto, be careful. Kakashi reached out his hand, but ultimately refrained from speaking his thoughts. Naruto nodded slightly, grasping one of them, and vanished in an instant. In the moment he turned, he retracted the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, casting a whimsically dark Genjutsu upon Zabuza and Bai. These two were useful, yet not lethal beings. Zabuza was not lacking in resources, was he? I shall provide. Bai was not a genius. I shall make you a diligent genius who can succeed. After departing, Naruto's consciousness entered the ceiling space. Gazing at the Nine-Tails' true form, Kurama, come to the land of waves. There's work to be done. After a long pause, the Nine-Tails begrudgingly opened its eyes. You better have something worthwhile. Money, an immeasurable fortune, enough to build a nation. And bring sufficient storage scrolls. Hurry up. On my way. Upon hearing the mention of money, the Nine-Tails perked up its ears. After confirming its location, it immediately laid down, its main consciousness returning to its body in the external world. The greedy fox slowly opened its eyes in the outer realm. Its spirit returned. Its eyes instantly changed from their signature fox-like appearance to a fervent desire for wealth. Meanwhile, Bai had removed his mask, revealing a face more exquisite than that of any girl, adorned with a delicate, feminine makeup that surpassed even the current pink-haired beauty. That a slight curve appeared at the corners of his mouth, and his consciousness gradually returned. Zabuza still kept his eyes tightly shut, but his quickening breaths betrayed his current state of mind, with tears lingering at the corners of his eyes. Thank you, Bai whispered softly. Naruto thought to himself, look, he's about to become a worker, and he's thanking me. I've already stated that we ninjas are merely tools. All I desire is his ability, not his essence. I have no attachment whatsoever. With a swift thrust, Kakashi's Chidori pierced Bai's heart. Zabuza stood frozen in place. The Chidori, meant to penetrate his heart, had been intercepted by Bai. I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza. I am too useless. It's all right. You did well. Zabuza's voice trembled slightly, yet his expression remained remarkably calm. That moment, he had countless opportunities to strike at Kakashi, yet he waited until Bai had completely passed before he could no longer suppress the rage within him. Launching a blade towards Kakashi. Least in the final moment, I wish to be beside you. If possible, I would like to go to the same place as you. The world of Tsukuyami came to an end. Zabuza abruptly opened his eyes to see Bai, mask removed, gazing at him with a smile. That expression of contentment made Zabuza chuckle bitterly. He never anticipated that he would end up in the same world as you. Bai. No, Mr. Zabuza, look. Bai gently shook his head and stepped aside. Lying on the ground, Zabuza caught a glimpse of Naruto behind Bai, whose expression was filled with a knowing smile that he froze for a moment, then scoffed. Kid, I never expected you to also come to this world. How intriguing. How have you fared in my Tsukuyami world? You would never express your innermost feelings unless provoked. Zabuza promptly sealed his lips. Glancing at the smiling Bai and then at the blinding sunlight, he fell in his silence. Ultimately, he turned his head away. Humph, you so-called ninjas of Konoha, living in peace, are quite naive to treat an enemy and not strike them down at the first opportunity. With that, Zabuza suddenly leaped forward, drawing a kunai to attack Naruto. However, in the next moment, he realized he could not move at all. Jinjutsu. When did this happen? He found himself bound by countless vines at Mr. Zabuza. This is not a Jinjutsu. It's the legendary with style. I assenti it. By S eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected to witness the legendary with style here. In the world of Tsukuyami. Killing you would be a piece of cake. Why would I need to go through the trouble of casting Jinjutsu again? Naruto rolled his eyes, waving his hand as the countless vines receded. Take it. That beheading sword doesn't suit you. Naruto casually tossed the severed beheading sword to Zabuza. Humph. If you wish to kill, do so. Stop playing these tedious tricks. Despite his words, Zabuza dared not glance at Bai again. Your entire life has been one of failure. You attempted to resist the Mist Village and failed. Zabuza did not deny this. He simply sat on the ground, allowing events to unfold. You sought to revive the Mist Village and failed, knowing they were Konoha ninjas. With the copy ninja Kakashi present, you still chose to act, and the result was failure in matters of the heart. The only option you could have succeeded in was thwarted by your fear of society's judgmental gaze and your inability to confront your true feelings, leading to your ultimate failure. Utter nonsense. When it comes to matters of the heart, Zabuza can no longer remain composed. But fret not, I have no intention of ending your lives. However, your existence now belongs to me. Do you yearn for freedom? Do you wish to defy the hidden mist? Do you desire success? I can provide all of this for you. Zabuza furrows his brow, questioning, what do you truly want? Suddenly, he lets out a cold chuckle. I see now. The stubble on your face is a remnant from 12 years ago, when Konoha endured the chaos of the Nine Tails. You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, aren't you? If you were capable of safeguarding yourself. You wouldn't have been hiding in the shadows. Who granted you the audacity to utter such words? Naruto anticipated this response. With a mere lift of his hand, countless vines emerged from the ground. These vines swiftly entwined behind him, forming a chair. Naruto seated himself and raised his hand once more, producing a fruit brimming with nutrients. He tossed it casually to Haku. Your bloodline limit activated too early, leaving your body in a state of depletion, and you harbor several hidden ailments. Consume it? No. Zabuza hastily interjected, yet Haku unhesitatingly ingested it, subsequently offering Zabuza an innocent smile. Mr. Zabuza, I trust him. We have no other options. Haku struck a chord. Zabuza fell silent. The wood style. I never imagined it to be genuine. Indeed, you ninjas raised in peaceful lands are perpetually insufferable. Speak, what must we do to barter our lives? Recognizing his fate, Naruto smiled and conjured a vine chair for them as well. Did not rush. Soon, assistance will arrive for you. Come, experience the sensation of power. Fist bump with me. Naruto's words echoed like a devil's whisper, igniting a glimmer of hope in Zabuza's eyes. Just as Naruto stated, he had faced failure throughout his life. Now, someone offered him a glimmer of light. Even if it were illusory, he was willing to take the gamble. The affairs of the hidden mist could wait. Your fourth Hokage has been under control for quite some time. In truth, you will not be needed in the end, for a candidate for the fifth Mizukage has already been chosen. And the blood mist will soon become a relic of the past. After exchanging fist bumps with Naruto, both Zabuza and Haku suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of chakra within them. The sheer volume left Zabuza agape. Haku's previously calm demeanor transformed into one of sheer astonishment. The seed of a Nine-Tails chakra had been planted. Their lives now rested on the precipice between Naruto and the Nine-Tails. Regrettably, those who received the Nine-Tails chakra, including the underappreciated lower and mid-ranking ninjas of Konoha, could not sense it. What is your name? My lord, please enlighten us. Haku, in contrast, perceived the situation with greater clarity. Although the chakra Naruto bestowed upon them was laced with malice, it posed no harm to them As Zabuza embraced his newfound power, a thought began to form in his mind. This mere imitation ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, should I face him again, I could bury him beneath a mountain of ninjutsu. Haku, however, contemplated more profoundly if this lord could indefinitely bestow such chakra upon other ninjas. Their futures would be undeniably bright. He and Mr. Zabuza had always felt like mere rats scurrying across the street. As long as they steadfastly followed this lord, they would surely see the light of day once more. He understood that this young man before him must possess his own schemes. Once the plan was set in motion, the ninja world would undergo cataclysmic changes. Uzumaki Naruto, remember this from now on. Your lives belong to me. Do not harbor any treachery. Yes, Lord Naruto. Haku respectfully knelt on one knee. Zabuza inquired solemnly, you mentioned that soon the blood mist of the hidden mist will become a thing of the past. He was well aware of the fourth Mizuki's peculiarities. That assassination attempt had unveiled numerous secrets that, of course, a candidate for the fifth Mizuki had already been chosen. That is good. Then I am not needed. Zabuza gazed upward at the clear sky, then gradually bent down, kneeling on one knee. What would you have me do? Naruto turned his head, gazing into the distance, and replied with a faint smile, in about 10 minutes. My people will arrive. They are unable to act directly. However, their intentions align with mine, and you need only comply. Additionally, prepare yourselves mentally, for my objective in the land of waves is none other than your benefactor. Kato, Haku and Zabuza were taken aback to target their benefactor. Even if Kato intended to exploit them in the original narrative, they had no desire to act against him. Should they proceed, they would not only face pursuit from the Hidden Mist, but would likely soon confront a coalition of the 5 great ninja villages. Rest assured, as long as it is done cleanly, there will be no issues. Haku furrowed his brow, while Zabuza shook his head. That is impossible. Many pieces of evidence cannot be entirely erased. Suddenly, Haku halted Zabuza. Lord Naruto, does the Hokage of Konoha know of this mission? Naruto smiled, lavishly praising, clever. You have surmised my identity. This is my first mission outside the village, and it is my inaugural C-rank task. Haku swiftly comprehended, while Zabuza, furrowing his brow, took a moment to grasp the implications. Ultimately finding clarity, the bitter smile crept across his face as though it was all predestined. I had thought I was mistaken that I in the world of illusions. Zabuza had once slain Kato that time. He had not pondered much that in truth, it was because Naruto had not revealed all the intricacies of the original narrative to him. Otherwise, Zabuza would undoubtedly have deduced it. Moreover, by killing Kato, he had indirectly aided Kakashi in intervening in internal affairs and addressing the underworld forces that in fact, after Zabuza eliminated Kato, he himself perished as well that he was. After all, a rogue ninja without any ties. Bringing this matter to light would make it impossible to hold anyone accountable. Lord Naruto, do you intend to seize all of Kato's wealth? Indeed, thus, you are the most suitable candidates for this task. I am aware that Haku and I will return and report the mission as a failure, claiming we need time to recuperate. This will allow Kato to lower his guard while we covertly investigate the distribution of his assets. Once confirmed, Haku and I will take action ourselves, ensuring that Lord Naruto remains uninvolved. Zabuza regarded Haku, a flicker of reluctance evident in his eyes. Mr. Zabuza, let me handle this. No. My current bounty is not worthy of you. Zabuza was adamant. Naruto rolled his eyes. Enough. Let's get back to business. Save the rest for tonight. Bye. If you're done observing, you may come out now. Humph. I was merely tired and wished to rest. Then, Naruto paused. No. Kai-bai, must you adopt this form with such a masculine voice? Is it because the previous 2 Jinchuriki were female that it warped your perception? Do not forget that the Two Tails was deceived by that Shikaka fellow, leading her to take on a female form. Before Naruto could finish, Kai-bai interrupted with evident annoyance. What business is it of yours? Fine. I leave them to you. Make sure to leave nothing behind. Understood. You are quite tedious. Well then, I shall take my leave. It has been a while. So, Kato is entrusted to you. Naruto extended his hand, intending to shake with Zabuza and Haku. However, Haku promptly knelt on one knee, exclaiming, Farewell, my lord. Shaking his head, Naruto refrained from saying more and employed the body flicker technique to depart. My lord, who are you? The nine tails that I apologize, my lord. The chakra that kid bestowed upon you is mine. Nine tails, tailed beast. Do I need to repeat it again? Jean? Bye? Oh, Naruto, have you dealt with those two ninjas obstructing our mission? Kakashi greeted with a cheerful smile. However, the person in question lay motionless on the ground, clearly exhausted from the toll of the Sharingan. Early in the morning, following a great battle, the shore was abundant with fish that a simple wash would yield a hearty stew. Sakura ladled a bowl of delicious fish soup. Naruto-kun, warm yourself up first. The second pillar cradled the fish soup in both hands, took a sip, and turned back to give Naruto a playful grin. I won. Truly, you never disappoint. Second pillar. Kakashi, where did your Sharingan come from? Upon Naruto's return, the second pillar could no longer contain himself and directly inquired. Kakashi, reverting to his usual deadpan expression, replied, Well, I thought you would ask directly, but I didn't expect to wait for Naruto's return. This I was a gift from a dear friend before their sacrifice. It was a present for my 12th birthday when I became a Jonin. The second pillar was taken aback. 12 years old and already a Jonin? Yet his focus seemed misplaced. Sakura interjected, I suspect Kakashi-sensei is pretending. A hot-blooded fool who constantly shouts about becoming Hokage, yet is late for both school and graduation. Kakashi gazed at the sky, his tone filled with nostalgia and remorse. He was an exceptional ninja. This I was the finest gift. The second pillar frowned deeply. Shouting about becoming Hokage, being late for school and graduation? Kakashi, are you certain you're speaking of Uchiha? Moreover, shouldn't that accusation be directed at yourself? The second pillar expressed skepticism regarding Kakashi's mention of Obito. Naruto chuckled, remarking that Uchiha were all filled with passion, while that guy Obito was driven by women. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei, you're always late. Have you mistaken the Uchiha clan for something less than respectable? Sakura also doubted the veracity of Kakashi's statement. While exceptions may exist, the phrase being late was too recognizable. Well, it is as I said, that guy has always been late. I didn't believe it at first, but later discovered he always encountered elderly individuals needing his assistance on the way. In summary, that fellow certainly did not resemble a member of the Uchiha clan. However, Naruto furrowed his brow, pondering whether those elderly individuals were merely disguised by white Zetsu, aiming to find a successor for Madara within the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, Obito, with his naive demeanor and rich emotions, was indeed a fitting candidate. Dazna scratched his head, feeling out of place in the conversation. Seeing that their rest was nearly over, Naruto stood up. Now, it's Sasuke's turn to carry Kakashi. The Sharingan is not omnipotent. Your special training must continue. Sakura, I'll swap with you, in a way. I refuse to carry Kakashi-sensei. Besides, men and women should maintain a respectful distance. The second pillar's face nearly displayed his disdain. Ultimately, it was Dazna who raised his hand. I'll do it. I haven't contributed much on this journey, so I feel a bit guilty. Consequently, Kakashi was hoisted onto Dazna's back, while the second pillar led the way. Naruto assigned him a straightforward task, to adapt to high-speed movement without relying on the Sharingan. This would greatly assist him after unlocking the Sharingan. Without hesitation, the second pillar accepted he forged ahead. He cleared the path with vigor. Initially, it was manageable, but after several kilometers, he was panting heavily. Finally, upon Naruto's suggestion that shadow clones would suffice, he avoided the embarrassment of collapsing like Kakashi. Upon reaching Dazna's home, the first order of business was to set Kakashi down. Kakashi-sensei, are you all right? It's no wonder Sakura felt exasperated. After all, first impressions hold great significance. Coupled with 2 months of interaction, Kakashi had never once proven reliable. Dazna also rubbed his nose, preparing bedding. Previously, in the Hokage's office, he had remarked that the white-haired boy seemed more dependable. I reckon I'll need a few days to rest. The consequence of forcibly using Kamui was a few days of immobilization. Had he not been concerned about preserving the dignity of a Jonin, he could have simply awaited Sakura's onslaught, avoiding the scenario in the original work where excessive Sharingan use required a week's recovery. If it's possible, then it's possible. If not, then what does resting for a few days mean? Sakura rolled her eyes. During their journey, as Kakashi could not move, she had to feed him. Unexpectedly, despite lying down, Kakashi's appetite was unaffected. He ate voraciously as Sakura hoisted her bag. A small pearl nearly slipped from her grasp. Dazna chuckled awkwardly. Now that those troublesome ninjas have been dealt with, we can finally breathe easy. The bridge construction won't take long. You needn't worry about wasting time. Have the ninjas been resolved? At that moment, a young woman entered through the door. It was Dazna's daughter, Tsunami. She glanced at Kakashi, who lay incapacitated on the ground, then at the lively trio of children. Thank you for protecting my father. Clearly, she had overheard Sakura's complaints outside. She took a moment to express her gratitude to Kakashi, who, feeling slightly embarrassed, realized he had contributed little, with Sakura doing most of the fighting and the second pillar merely showing off. But, Kato, no need to worry. Kato is currently in dire straits. How could Kato possibly be in trouble? Tsunami was taken aback. His enemies have come looking for him. They likely won't trouble you any longer. Tsunami looked at her father. Dazna nodded. It's all fine now, but Tsunami, please don't speak of this to others. Dazna displayed a keen sense of awareness. All right, I understand. You all haven't eaten yet, so I'll go prepare something. Tsunami felt somewhat unreal, as Kato had been like a local tyrant in the land of waves. However, since her father had said so, she could only choose to believe it. Thus, the next task was rather simple. Naruto glanced at Kakashi, then turned to the second pillar and Sakura. Dazna is building a bridge, so you two will take turns accompanying him. Sasuke, you still need to hone your patience. Use shadow clones to assist Dazna and learn the bridge construction techniques. Sakura, you too. When it's your turn to protect Dazna, focus on taking on the heavier tasks. Additionally, refrain from using excessive strength. Rely on your natural power for special training. You may decide your own rest periods. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, meditation seems to require no movement. Your chakra. Before Naruto could finish, Kakashi helplessly interjected, I know, Naruto-sensei, I will complete the special training. The Sharingan can also be used without concealment. Try to acclimate your body to maintaining the Sharingan in an active state. Yes, Sakura, you know that using the Sharingan consumes. No way, we all share this. You should bring your own provisions, teacher. Haha, no problem. Though the land of waves is impoverished, rest assured that Kakashi will have enough to eat. Dazna added at the right moment. The second pillar, sitting nearby, cast a glance at the food-guarding pink-haired girl. How on earth does this guy manage it? As Air Juzi awakened his Sharingan, he was acutely aware that its efficacy paled in comparison to the formidable prowess of Sakura's great godly might. The pressure mounted once more, particularly as he realized that Sakura would continue her rigorous training in the days to come. Time felt increasingly pressing. No, it was one thing to fall short of Naruto, but to be outperformed by Sakura was unacceptable. Dazuna, when shall we commence the bridge construction? Dazuna was taken aback, having only just settled down moments ago. Indeed, Mr. Dazuna, I am quite strong and can lend a hand. Sakura chimed in, energetically raising her small, pink fists. Sakura, allow me to go first today. But Sasuke, I feel perfectly fine and do not require rest. Perhaps I should go first instead? Was she rejecting me? Then let us go together. Haste makes waste. You may deliberate later on who should take the lead. Furthermore, your primary responsibility is to protect Dazuna. Yes, Naruto-kun is right. Sasuke, you may proceed first. I shall test my newly acquired sage technique. Sakura's demeanor shifted instantly, and she approached Kakashi with a look of disdain. Kakashi-sensei, you must be quite exhausted at the moment. Allow me to check if you have any issues. Kakashi's face was a mask of terror, especially as Sakura extended her hand, recalling the image of Zabuza's water clone being obliterated. Ahem, Sakura, I am merely physically drained. A few days of rest will suffice. I am not injured. Oh dear, Kakashi-sensei, your condition seems rather feeble. Sakura withdrew her sage technique, her gaze turning somewhat peculiar. Kakashi's cheeks flushed crimson, yet anxiety gripped him. Was there truly a problem? Ultimately, he succumbed to lightheadedness from the overwhelming pressure. It was then that Sakura gleefully dashed outside. I shall catch some fish to practice. After Sakura's departure, Kakashi discreetly opened his eyes. Sighing, he began to meditate. Come, Dazuna, I shall ensure your safety today. Let us eat first, Dazuna replied hastily. During their meal, Sakura returned, proudly displaying several large fish. Useless, at that moment, a small boy appeared at the door. Inari, where have you been? Come sit down. These are the ninjas protecting your grandfather. Useless. The little boy ran to Dazuna's side, hugging his grandfather before turning to Erjuzi with a remark. Tsunade frowned and admonished. Inari, that is quite rude. But, mother, they will be killed by Kato. If you defy Kato's orders, you will surely be slain. It was futile to reason for now. Action would only commence once the Nine Tails had thoroughly investigated Kato's assets. All right, let us eat. Dazuna affectionately patted his grandson's head, offering an apologetic smile to Naruto and the others. The unfolding events mirrored those of the original tale, yet differed in that after Erjuzi and Sakura dealt with the rogue ninjas, no more formidable adversaries emerged, and Kato's orders remained unissued. The bridge construction proceeded smoothly, and with the assistance of Erjuzi and Sakura, the pace increased significantly. Days passed. Naruto was meditating while fishing when White suddenly appeared behind him, unmasked and increasingly feminine in appearance. Lord Naruto, Kato is dead, and all his assets have been seized by Lord Kurama. Well then, you should accompany Kurama for now. He is in need of personnel, and being near him will facilitate your chakra replenishment. Additionally, handle the rogue ninjas. Retain a few that are not entirely treacherous, allowing them to disseminate the news of Kato's demise. Just say that Kato was assassinated by his own rogue ninjas, and his assets were entirely consumed. Isn't that a bit too obvious? In reality, it was a suggestion to Naruto that he need not take unnecessary actions. The necessary procedures must still be followed. By the time they trace Kato's asset flow, you would have already vanished. Although it was a rudimentary diversion, its efficacy at this juncture was commendable. Go, spread the news swiftly. We need more masters for bridge construction. Understood. White respectfully acknowledged before vanishing with a shunshin. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails was already reveling in a sea of riches. Shortly thereafter, commotion arose in the land of waves, swiftly reaching their ears. Mother, Kato is dead. Inari, what are you saying? It's true. Kato was assassinated by his own ninjas. Wonderful. The vengeance for father has finally been avenged. The mother and son embraced, weeping joyfully down the bridge. A throng of workers erupted in cheers, laughing and crying in unison. That a few days later, Erjuzi stood beside Naruto. Naruto, I implore you. I truly wish to grow stronger. Without needing to look, Naruto knew that this lad had likely been provoked by Sakura once more. If I cannot surpass even Sakura, how can I seek revenge against that man? I am at a loss. I have already mastered Chidori, yet this technique cannot reach him. Noticing Naruto's silence during the day, Erjuzi looked up to find a massive boulder had inexplicably appeared before him. Take this boulder and circle the land of waves before returning, that I will give you 3 days to complete this task. Upon your success, I shall teach you the nature transformation of lightning release chakra. As he spoke, Naruto raised his hand. In an instant, Chidori manifested in his grasp. With a sharp crackle, several lightning serpents shot forth, striking the tree beside Erjuzi and piercing it cleanly. Erjuzi observed Naruto's Chidori. Feeling an undeniable disparity, Naruto's was exponentially more powerful than his own. I understand now. Just as Erjuzi prepared to leave, Naruto added, make sure Kakashi supervises him. Erjuzi's expression soured instantly. You shall oversee his meditation. And furthermore, teach him the first 3 gates of the 8 gates technique. You have awakened your Sharingan and are capable of learning it. The 8 gates technique? Erjuzi was perplexed, yet sensed its potential might. Thus he acquiesced to let Kakashi sit upon the stone. Shortly after, Sakura arrived as well. Naruto-kun, I too wish to grow stronger. I cannot allow Sasuke to surpass me. Sakura, you will surely seize the future. Naruto thought, how troublesome. However, it was indeed time to awaken the power of his bloodline. During this period of recuperation, he aimed to unleash the latent might within. The Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing and the Kagaya Byakugan. Was the adamantine sealing powerful? Even a weakened Kushina could keep the Nine Tails obediently lying down. 1 could only imagine how miserable the Nine Tails was during the sealing period, while Kushina was the Jinchuriki. This alone sufficed to demonstrate the purity of Kushina's bloodline. The Namikaze clan? It did not seem to be a major ninja clan. Naruto's hair was golden, akin to Minato's. Perhaps it would not be unreasonable to refer to him as Senju Naruto. After all, how else could Naruto be the reincarnation of Ashura? This seemed to provide a logical explanation. As for the adamantine ceiling, he would later test it with Kurama. Naruto-kun, I am off to special training. Sakura's voice was laced with urgency. Very well, go ahead. After sending the pink-haired girl on her way, Naruto entered a state of meditation. Concurrently, he split off a white Zetsu clone to investigate the happenings in the Land of Waves. Once the wood clone received its orders, it melded into the earth. It seemed that even if I could not hold back, I would not exhibit anything particularly remarkable. It was normal for the Kage to endure until now. Suddenly, Naruto withdrew his thoughts and focused all his attention on himself. Before long, he discovered a faintly red chakra orb at the Baihui point. Attempting to touch it with his own chakra, he found it immovable. Indeed, the character he portrayed in the original work could not awaken such profound power even in the later stages. Thus, he sought to absorb it, as the absorption ability of the forest fruit activated. The faint red chakra orb was gradually consumed. In an instant, the nutrients of the red chakra were assimilated by his body, producing a resounding echo. Simultaneously, Naruto opened his eyes. Externally, he exhibited no change whatsoever. However, his sensory abilities had significantly surpassed his previous self. This was not the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. Yet, in terms of capability and rarity, it surpassed many bloodline limits. The Kagura Shingon and the adamantine ceiling were secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan, learned naturally upon awakening their bloodline power, and could not be taught. Moreover, the Kagura Shingon was among the pinnacle sensory ninjutsu in the ninja world, capable of detecting anomalies within a vast radius of tens of kilometers. Once activated, it allowed him to sense any unusual occurrences within that range using chakra. Additionally, it could detect known chakra and pinpoint their exact locations, including the number of individuals, their physical characteristics, and their movement speeds. In an instant, Naruto's perception of the world transformed, particularly after merging with the abilities of the forest fruit. Every rustle within a radius of several kilometers fell within his awareness, but he could sense those with chakra and even those without. Remarkably, the plants would even relay messages to him. In essence, as long as Naruto wished to evade, unless his opponent possessed the Flying Thunder God technique or a sensory ninja of equivalent caliber, they would never ascertain his precise whereabouts. Coupled with the plant affinity granted by the forest fruit, the Kagura Shingon was indeed an excellent skill for pursuing enemies. Next came the adamantine ceiling. Naruto felt the intense chakra surging from his back. The faint red chakra transformed into gold the moment it came into contact with the air. The experimental subject was both far and near. In an instant, Naruto found himself within the ceiling space. After a considerable wait, the Ninetales finally opened his eyes, a scowl etched on his face. Speak your mind. Do you know I'm counting my money? If you have nothing to say, don't blame me for being rude. Faced with the Ninetales' irritable demeanor, Naruto flashed a charming smile. Could I ask you for a favor? The Ninetales immediately retracted his tail, casting a wary glance at him. Speak. Why so tense? Would I harm you? After all this time, do you still not trust me? With a lowered head and a somewhat sorrowful expression, Naruto turned away. The Ninetales was taken aback. Is he starting off with intensity? Cautiously, it approached Naruto from behind, peering over. Are you crying? Alas, is that really how it is? How about you give me a beating to vent your anger? The Ninetales was genuinely flustered. After all, Naruto had been striving to free it for many years. At least, that was how the Ninetales perceived it. You said it, right? Naruto asked, his voice tinged with a sob, feeling slightly aggrieved. Ha! Tailed beasts do not experience pain. Just don't go overboard. Naruto smiled, the Ninetales also grinning, until it suddenly froze and let out a roar. Boom! Naruto closed his eyes, and with a mere thought, the intense chakra on his back erupted. 9 golden chains shot forth, swiftly binding the colossal form of the Ninetales. With a gentle exertion, crack! Ow! The Ninetales' wail echoed throughout the ceiling space. This familiar power. Is that Kushina? The Ninetales instinctively felt a twinge of fear. Under the adamantine ceiling, Even the slightest movement became a Herculean effort. Its entire chakra was confined within, and merely maintaining a standing posture required all its strength. No. This chain is even stronger than Kushina-s. Why do I not sense any malice from these golden chains? Is it not the residual chakra of Kushina? Wait, but in the next moment the adamantine ceiling vanished. Looking down, Naruto waved at him, "Kaibai." You take your time, counting your money. With a hum, Naruto's consciousness returned to reality. In the ceiling space. The Ninetales was momentarily stunned. Then, it let out a deafening roar. Fortunately, Naruto had timely severed the connection with the Ninetales. Thankfully, it seems the adamantine ceiling is indeed formidable. I hadn't even exerted myself, and the Ninetales already obediently laid down. In future encounters with tailed beasts, I might not even need to lift a finger to confine them all. Moreover, if I recall correctly, the Great Buddha can also be sealed using the adamantine ceiling. Similarly, Susanoo does not seem incapable of being sealed either. Naruto was quite satisfied with the adamantine ceiling within him. This technique had effectively transformed into an interception system, that coordinated approach, combining the Kagura Shingon, precise strikes, with the adamantine ceiling, precise interceptions. Meanwhile, upon returning to the physical world, the Ninetales grumbled vocally. "You bastard! Just you wait!" Bai stood by, head lowered, somewhat perplexed. He observed how this self-proclaimed Bai, the Ninetales, suddenly displayed a surge of agitation after briefly closing its eyes. That was somewhat baffling, yet he sensed it was somehow related to another individual. "Bring me the money!" "Yes." Bai hastily carried over a box of money. Upon seeing the scattered wealth, the Ninetales finally beamed with delight that a month later, the bridge was completed. Dasna's keen eye for opportunity remained sharp, promptly naming the bridge the Naruto Bridge. Naruto did not refuse. After all, that sly old man was astute, placing his bet early, which would allow him to ride the wave of popularity later. Well then, let's head back. The journey there was by water, but the return would be via the bridge. The bridge connecting the land of waves and the land of fire facilitated easier transportation, which would inevitably lead to trade. For now, Naruto need not concern himself with these matters. Let the bullets fly for a while, allowing the targets to labor in vain. The return journey was swift, taking merely a day to reach Konoha. Early in the morning, the two gatekeepers, Kamizuki Izumo and Uchiha Kotetsu, had already arrived at their post. Kakashi stayed back to converse with them, while Team 7 disbanded on the spot. Sasuke chose to return to the Uchiha clan grounds first, having been away for a month. It was likely covered in dust. Sakura also intended to head home first. Naruto, however, made his way to the dango shop. Discovering that Anko was not present, he directly returned home. They had completed a C-rank mission, and other teams would surely follow suit. With the CH-NIN exams approaching, it was likely everyone had ventured out of the village for missions. Time for a nap at home. Calculating the time, it was indeed not long until the CH-NIN exams. First, he wanted to check the state of the flowers that on the way. Naruto employed the insect jutsu to stealthily approach the supply storage area. Before long, he entered the storage point. Now that you're awake, there's no need to pretend. When did you notice? Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Izumi simultaneously opened their eyes, disbelief plastered on their faces. Caught off guard, what could I do? Naruto shrugged helplessly. Subsequently, with a thought, the flowers binding Makoto and Izumi slowly receded. You both performed admirably. I'm not particularly fond of explanations, Tsukuyami. Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of Izumi and Makoto, Naruto's azure eyes transformed into a pattern reminiscent of an eternal kaleidoscope. It was time to thoroughly comprehend the world of Tsukuyami. A flower must possess the awareness of being a flower. Here, there's no need to worry about the essentials of life. Take your time to contemplate. If you perform admirably, perhaps you will be granted a meeting with Sasuke. After saying this, Naruto gently placed both of them onto the bed. Countless vines guarded this place, and even if Uchiha Makoto were to activate Susanoo, it would be impossible for her to break free from this layer of confinement. The moment Naruto appeared, he had infused the barrier with the chakra of adamantine ceiling. Glancing at the slumbering Makoto and Izumi, he extended his hand and pressed it against their foreheads, extracting the necessary nutrients from the Uchiha clan that he required each month. return home, with the technique of the mayfly. He granted these two a period of time. Should they fail to accept their fate as flowers upon his next visit, Naruto would have no choice but to let them remain in eternal slumber. Upon returning home, Naruto sought out Mitarashi Anko, who was absent from the sweet shop. As he entered the house, he heard a rustling sound. Upon approaching the kitchen, he found Anko with her mouth stuffed full. Her eyes widened as she nearly choked on a rice dumpling. Naruto, the wretched sensation of choking WY noon, the members of Team 12 had returned. The first to arrive was 1010. Upon seeing Naruto, whom she hadn't met in a month, her eyes turned red with emotion. "You silly little brother, are you hurt?" She circled around him, and upon confirming his safety and even noticing that he had grown a bit taller, a smile finally graced her face. She embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Honestly, you're so grown up now, yet you still make your sister worry. Remember, you absolutely must not get into any trouble, even if I sold you for 1,300 Ryo. I couldn't repay my debts." After a moment of affection, Hinata returned. This girl was relatively easy to appease. A few gentle words transformed her into a steam princess. Anko, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor. However, the moment she saw the rosy-cheeked Anko emerge, a flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes as she cast a resentful glance at Naruto. Well, here was yet another older sister yearning to seize the future. Finally, Ino returned. As she pushed open the door, the complaints of the Inuzuka clan echoed behind her. "Honestly, why does Asuma-sensei always let us down? We've lost the mission again because of a thief. Let us eat meat first and worry about it later." "Forget the troubles," CHG reasoned. "Let's fill our stomachs first and consider the mission in the afternoon." Upon entering, Naruto greeted them with a light chuckle. "Dearest." Ino leaped into Naruto's embrace, all her sorrows dissipating in an instant. Suddenly, she recalled the words she had spoken last month. "Darling, I'll give you a gift tonight." The days that followed became somewhat mundane. Each day was filled with C-rank missions. With Naruto around, Team 7 achieved nearly a 100% success rate. In just half a month, they claimed the top spot. After that, they continued to dominate the rankings. During this period, the only thing that surprised Naruto was the speed at which Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Izumi accepted their fate, leaving him somewhat dumbfounded. The appearance of the storage point underwent a dramatic transformation. Naruto was at a loss as to why things had turned out this way. However, as time passed, it seemed that the outcomes remained unchanged. Uchiha Izumi had completely given up hope. Uchiha Makoto, on the other hand, still harbored some concern for her brother. Yet it was not as profound as Naruto had imagined. Perhaps the grief of being a filial child had truly left its mark on her heart. Time flew by, and soon it was late May of the 60th year in Konoha. Only a month remained before the CHNIN exams. Naruto entered the ceiling space. "Don't think a few meals will appease my anger." "Cough, cough, Kurama. Let us set that aside for now. In no way. Do you think it's that easy to forget? The proud Ninetales was still quite easy to placate. What shall we do? I've recently discovered a major project. If successful, it could yield a substantial profit." The Ninetales perked up immediately. "Don't you dare do that. I intend to unseal the barrier." The Ninetales' pupils constricted sharply, and its voice grew solemn. "Why? Don't you resent them for sealing me within you? Is that truth or mere jest? I'm not joking. I am serious." Naruto chuckled, waving his hand as he approached the ceiling gate, gazing at the seal above. Turning back, he smiled and remarked, "Initially, I was quite resentful. But later I realized that this arrangement isn't so bad after all." Without uttering any sentimental words, the Ninetales huffed in a haughty manner. The matter was brushed aside. "Now, it's time for me to unlock the seal. My two adoptive parents still possess chakra. I plan to allow them to exist in the ninja world in another form. Just like Yudapi, by the way, my mother should still remember the ruins of the land of whirlpools. At that time, I will release my late father and your other half in the Shinigami's stomach. To be honest, it was somewhat awkward." The Ninetales' eyes widened in shock. "You have a way to retrieve my other half?" "Yes, even without relying on Lady Orochimaru. There have always been rituals in this world. The myriad of spirits piques my curiosity, and I wonder if the spirits have their own world, akin to the pure land guarded by the six paths." Upon hearing this, the Ninetales furrowed its brows, pondering deeply but unable to arrive at any conclusion. Your interests are always so bizarre. Naruto chuckled lightly, placing his hand upon the sealing talisman. Now, I shall tear open the seal. As he tore the seal, approximately 1/3 of it was removed when a voice suddenly resonated within the sealing space. Naruto, you must not tear open the seal, that a gentle voice, warm as the sun, echoed behind Naruto. A hand rested upon his shoulder. Turning around, he beheld a man clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robes, with flowing golden hair and a handsome face adorned with a warm smile. Naruto's first thought upon seeing him was peculiar, as it was related to this father figure. However, the eternal companion was not the protagonist of his memories. The Lost Tower, he thought of the Queen of Lawn. Naruto, even if my future lacks your presence, I will always remember you. Some perplexing words could wait. This was not the place for conversation. The eternal companion squinted, casting a glance at the ceiling gate. Is that the Nine-Tails? On the beach, the Nine-Tails squinted, a wicked grin spreading across its face. Eternal companion. The Nine-Tails could not simply forgive the one who had torn its body apart. Enough, Kurama. He is merely a corpse now. Once this chakra is depleted, the consciousness left behind will return to the Shinigami's belly. B.F. Minato was taken aback. Upon Naruto's command to stop, the Nine-Tails obediently complied, although it shot him a haughty glance and snorted. Its demeanor exhibited none of the aggression expected from a tailed beast. You know about the Shinigami's belly? What else do you understand, Naruto? All right, this is turning the tables. Now it's the eternal companion filled with confusion. Oh, never mind. I can't even call you that. B.F. Minato's puzzled gaze. Naruto took a moment to gather his thoughts before finally speaking. Well, eternal companion, my deceased adoptive father. Well, Naruto, what on earth happened? He glanced at the Nine-Tails, now reclining on a beach chair, and then at his son, who shared the same golden hair. This is completely different from what I had imagined. That wasn't this seal supposed to be something the Nine-Tails manipulated you into tearing apart? Ha! As soon as B.F. Minato finished speaking, the Nine-Tails burst into laughter. Did I manipulate him? Eternal companion, can't you sense the state of the outside world? It's utterly hilarious. This kid has manipulated me countless times. Ignoring the Nine-Tails' resentful gaze, Naruto chuckled. Do you truly not sense anything at all? Naruto's smile bore a subtle chill, barely perceptible to the untrained eye. Should he dare to deny it, he might as well remain forever within the belly of death itself. The laughter of the Nine-Tails had abruptly ceased. That Yandai's sister immediately sensed the unsettling atmosphere. There was an inkling that this matter was far from simple. However, confronting her own son, she chose not to dwell on it and replied candidly. I can, but only for a brief moment. My residual chakra is quite limited, and most of the time, I remain in a dormant state. Regarding your situation, Naruto, I can only glimpse fragmented images, given the current circumstances. It seems you have already uncovered much. You must harbor quite a grudge against me, don't you? As Yandai's sister uttered the final words, her face was etched with profound helplessness and bitterness. Yet, Naruto shook his head. Perhaps I did at first, but the Nine-Tails truly represents our opportunity for resurgence, that I can comprehend your sentiments. But if you are unable to extricate yourself from the control of the third Hokage, how could you believe that I could? The Nine-Tails interjected coldly. Naruto, do not speak so lightly. This individual is deeply entrenched in the old man's will of fire. After all, he is the fourth Hokage. Yandai's sister widened her eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. She had envisioned countless scenarios, considering various outcomes, yet this particular revelation had never crossed her mind. Naruto placed his hand upon the sealing paper and suddenly turned to inquire. I am rather curious about something, and I shall refrain from discussing it in front of my mother. When my mother was brought back, it must have been a deliberate act by Konoha. Correct? Yandai's sister furrowed her brow. Naruto clarified. What I mean is, my mother was spared from the calamity that befell the land of whirlpools due to her exceptional lineage, wasn't she? Yandai's sister fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Naruto, undeterred, continued. She was brought back to Konoha by Tsunade and subsequently met the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mido, within the Senju clan's territory, confirming that she was to be the next Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. This identity should be rather evident. Yet, how could individuals from Kyungakure infiltrate the village and abduct her? I would imagine that Konoha during that period was not weak. Was the white fang of Konoha present? Additionally, was my mother already a Jinchuriki at that time? How did the Kumogakure ninja manage to stealthily enter Konoha and capture her without a single sound? Moreover, if memory serves correctly, she should have left behind numerous strands of red hair. Shouldn't she? Why was it that you arrived last? And how could those ninja, who so easily infiltrated Konoha and took my mother, be subdued by you in just a few moves? Yandai's sister found herself at a loss for words, genuinely unsure how to explain that if she recalled correctly, Orochimaru was not yet a rogue ninja at that time, in essence. It was a decisive blow. The fourth Hokage was originally to be Orochimaru's. Unfortunately, the self-proclaimed god of ninja was unwilling to relinquish his position. Following a defeat on the front lines, he had no choice but to step down to avoid the storm. The fourth Hokage, therefore, was Minato Namikaze, the husband of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, after assuming the role of fourth Hokage. The Umbu were not under his command. Any orders or decisions required consultation with the previous Hokage, euphemistically termed as something difficult to articulate. After a lengthy pause, Yandai's sister managed a bitter smile. I have investigated this matter as well, to be honest. Elaborating further holds little significance. You must understand, Naruto, that I am already dead. Upon uttering this statement, Yandai's sister seemed to expend all her remaining strength. I have wagered everything on you, that moment. An untimely voice interjected. Both turned to see the Nine-Tails conjuring bubble tea and a plate of sunflower seeds using its psychic energy. Please continue. Do not mind me. I am merely an innocuous little-tailed beast. Yandai's sister shook her head with a smile. Naruto, please do not disclose this to your mother, all right? Naruto rolled his eyes. Kurama. Yes, when the blood red pepper comes out and asks how I've been all these years. Will you respond? If she instructs me to speak, I shall. That Yandai's sister finally breathed a sigh of relief. That is acceptable, as long as you do not mention those events from the past.